just hold on.
I didn't see anybody to give me anything.
I didn't see anybody to give me anything. What at all? Wahala day. It's almost 9 o'clock and we don't have anything yet. Yeah, she started. There is an unchanged lineup for Bayosa. She will. You not see it this morning. I just go to the restaurant. In Bielsa, the eight was today. The train crossed to where I stayed in my sister's, my cousin's place, and their hotel was also close by. And when they ate, it's like street food. So they educated. That's what they ate.
Yeah, so I'm there now. The same place. One of the guys there went to eat. Just to cool down. Now there is yesterday. And it's not really because all like
Can you imagine? Get 2 minutes. Maybe I need to start by then.
no, you don't see what they said. The match official said they cannot play like stuff. So the one you saw backing was because one of the female match spoke to very like, Bangkok, the NFF, like yesterday they're trying to bring him. They say one of the has to be on that team. Like, don't talk to scanners.
But they should have played yesterday. They don't have a vacuum cleaner. They should have a vacuum.
I heard that.
They should use it. Use it to clean up immediately. That one no they take. You don't throw everything, drop it inside. The match is today to see when itself.
Just please that they allow
Have they
players
posted
one.
it? Yeah, Bielsa just posted it. They didn't put time, but they said due to death on the pitch, they match is today. So we wait to see. It's one, it's one, it's. He said, "No, okay." Right.
If one will not spoil.
Bye, you. Try it. I'll be here. Amy, please, when you're coming, please bring water for me. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
house smells like this though. But yeah.
Well, welcome once again and a very good morning to you to the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State, the heart of Nigeria women's football this week, where the stakes couldn't be higher for this heavyweight clash in match day 2 of the NWF Premiership Super 6. I am Dr. Skoki and you're watching what promises to be a blockbuster between two former champions, Nansarawa Amazons and Bayelsa Queens, for fresh up opening day victories over Niger Rattles and Rivers Angels, as they go head-to-head in the first match of match day 2. Bayelsa, the only unbeaten side in the league this season, on an incredible 15-match unbeaten run, but Nasarawa are no strangers to upsetting giants. This promises to be a heavyweight showdown. Once again, we apologize for the delay, but we are here with the lineup. Of course, it is Nasarawa Amazons who will be starting. Bakaria Ayomide as goalkeeper, Alani Jumoke, Oha Egbolam Oluchi, Ibokwe Joy, Isa Sikiratu, Esther Adesoji, Amina Bello, Amasuji Ayowumi, as well as Matthias Josephine, the captain. And there is, of course, Juliet Akakeromowe, who is the highest goal scorer for the team. And, of course, it is going to be Kasiana Ojievui, who is going to start. Our match officials, we do have Yusuf Bemisola, who is going to lead Ogben Kinda. Is there. The lead, of course, the referee is Carlo Dominion, who is going to be our center referee for the day. We did start later today due to some issues beyond our control, and here we are as things will be kicking off here. The two sides are coming out looking fresh and sweet, but we go now to the lineup for Bayelsa Queens. Omoni Omole will be the goalkeeper for Bayelsa Queens. It's going to be Ogbonaya Ambles, Abiola Blessing, Aderemi Mary, Alexandra Florence, Jennifer Oliver, Moshood Shakirata, Omoko Messi, Olabisi Alaba, the goal scorer on her birthday against Rivers Angels, Olopade Zainab, alongside Oscar Precious, to be the 11th players that will execute this match today. And head coach, of course, is White Ogunda, who is looking to win his title this time out with Bayelsa Queens, as he failed to do that last season. Well, joining me also on the commentary box is Joy. Joy, welcome to the commentary today.
Hi, Doctors. Good morning. Good morning to our listeners and, of course, our viewers at home, where you're watching us from, maybe from your mobile phone, from your TV. We're glad to have you here. It's a beautiful, beautiful sunny morning right here at the Remo Star Stadium, right here in Ikene. Of course, you can see it's all shiny. Yes, that's because here we hosted the trophy presentation for Remo Stars, the male team, yesterday in the MPFL. But here we're here, and of course looking to who we crowned here in the next couple of days, later this weekend, who will be crowned as the female champions of Nigeria. This ground will host the coronation of both the male and the female champions. History is being made right here in the southwest city of Ikene, and of course I'm glad to bring you the proceedings for match day 2, the very first game between the Nasarawa Amazons team and of course the Bayelsa, the unbeaten invisible side we've had so far in the NWFL. Great to be doing this with you, Dorcas. Can't wait to start with you.
Well, it is kick-off out here in Ikene. It is, of course, Nasarawa Amazons who will kick things off. Omoko now is with the ball for Bayelsa Queens. She will take a strike earlier on in the game, but it goes straight on to Shakirata Bakari, the goalkeeper for Nasarawa Amazons. Well, quickly on, let's look at how these two sides are. Nasarawa Amazons, of course, in their vibrant lemon green shirts and yellow sleeves. And, they do have green shorts and green socks. They bring the energy with coach Christopher Danjuma, of course, setting up a dynamic formation full of whiz and attacking verve, making just a change from match day 1 as Ayowumi Omoshui will replace Shola Shobowale. For Bayelsa Queens, it is their classic white and red shirt, same as the shorts and white socks. They are sticking with a trusted starting 11 as match day 1 on the coach White Ogunda. He expects, of course, a structured midfield and relentless pressing up front. Well, Joy, it's been a quick start for the two teams. We do know how attacking-minded they are, and we've seen just how that will go. But right about now, it is Nasarawa Amazons who have the ball in the 18-yard box. Oh, Bayelsa, a header straight onto the goalkeeper. A strike, which of course would fail to capitalize on. But that was a brilliant chance for Nasarawa Amazons to see themselves in the front foot. And it is, of course, the player who will be making our starts today, almost to you, for Nasarawa Amazons. That was a disappointing left-footed strike from her.
Yeah, disappointing. I can see the disappointment on her face. But yeah, you have to give kudos to the way that this game have started. I mean, it was starting on the very, very fairy start, seeing that both teams are teams that like to keep possession of the ball. So we are expected to see so much entertainment, and we're still seeing that here. Seeing that the captain of the side, who got a goal for herself on match day one, talking about Matthias Josephine, was of course very instrumental to spearheading that attack we saw earlier on. And of course, you could see players in the box. One thing I like about Nasarawa Amazons is that you always expect to see players in the box who are ready to capitalize on any attack. We could see Janet waiting to capitalize. Maybe she'll get her 11th goal of the season. Remember that she is the only one among those who are chasing for the highest goal scorer who got a goal on match day one. Talking about people like Janet. Janet got a goal, but others like Mary Moses could not get a goal. Bolaji Olamide could not get a goal, and even Bashir Kafayat of Remo Stars also could not get a goal. So yes, you could see her. She's the one that was called for that foul. So yes, you can talk about the Christopher Danjuma girls looking to capitalize on anything that would come their way. And you won't forget that Coach Obonda is also leading a side who are very, very dangerous on the attack also, and also love to
well, Bielsa now have the ball now. A strike that is just a ball that would not be properly delivered to the goalkeeper, who is rock solid for her team. That is Oscar Precious with a disappointing strike.
Yeah, if you ask me, I think that this is not the Rivers Angel side that Bielsa Queen met the other day, who could not capitalize on their chances. I think that if they are going to play this way, where they keep possession, they hold the ball, they go forward, they press, but are not able to make very good decisions in the final third, they'll be punished, because they are not supposed to expect such a thing from the Nasarawa Amazon side, who will take as many chances as they can get. We've still seen those kind of play from Bielsa Queens in the final third, like we saw them on match day one.
Well, Precious Oscar has been brought down, and the referee would indicate a free kick for Bielsa Queens. Precious Oscar, who was quite influential in the game against Rivers Angels, will continue, like we said in our opening. Coach White Obonda would rather stick with his first 11 that executed a very perfect game against Rivers. No changes so far for his side. But we do know that Bielsa, or rather Nasarawa Amazons, could be giant slayers. They did that against the Edo Queens in the regular season, inflicting them their first loss and their only loss in the regular season. And here they are trying to see what they can do. It is captain Blessing Abiola who stands, but then she will make way, of course, for her teammate Shikurat Moshud, who is about to take a left-footed free kick from the far right-hand side. She will take that in a strike into the area, finds no white shirts, and that will go out for a goal kick for Nasarawa Amazons. And talking about the same solid babes, they are winless in their last 3 meetings with Bielsa Queens when it comes to the championship playoffs. That hat-trick of defeat, of course, also includes the final of the 2018-2019 playoffs. But interestingly, Joy, this was also a matchday 2 fixture at the playoffs last season, and Bielsa won that one by a long goal, courtesy of Itimi Messi's 90th minute strike that won them that one.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at head-to-head, I want to remember that we had a particular head-to-head on match day one with the Retails versus the same Nasarawa Amazon babes, and it's continued in that stride. Really interesting to see whether we're going to see something similar to that. But yes, whenever you talk about the game of football, you always like to go look at the history of those two teams playing. But I think that for the history had between these two teams, I think today we're expecting to see something different, especially because the two teams are no pushovers when it concerns what we've seen so far in the regular season. But this is the first time that they're meeting this season. Remember that they played in different groups in their bridge season, with Bielsa Queens in Group B, and of course Nasarawa Amazons finishing third in Group A to qualify for the Super 6. So it's going to be a fresh or a new taste to tactics for the both of them. think this is the first time they are meeting this season. Unlike match day one, where almost everybody had played everybody, right now we are seeing a cross. So maybe we expect something really, really different. I want to see something different. I don't want to see something that we should be able to predict. I expect firecrackers today, and of course, it's starting on a very, very good note for me in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Just like you said, in the first 6 minutes, we've seen engaging encounters. We've seen a solid base of Nasarawa, of Lafia, you would say, taking the game on, mounting the pressure against the Cranes from Bayosa themselves. A throw-in now for Nasarawa Amazons, and it will be taken by Jumoke Alani. She throws that one in. Still Nasarawa.
Yeah, with an assist on the first day, I think that she'll also be one of those players that the Prosperity Babes should be very wary of. Talking about Alani Josephine, Jumoke, I beg your pardon, with her duties on set pieces and all of that. She is one that is very, very dangerous, and of course a very intelligent player, but you have to have a very quick eye to be able to spot your teammates in dangerous positions. So yes, the Prosperity Babes should be very, very wary of Alani Jumoke.
Well, Nasarawa Amazons, Amina Bello was brought down by Mushud Shukurat. Referee Carlo Dominion has spotted that infringement, and it to be a free kick in favor of the Solid Babes. Once again, our match officials for today would center referee Carlo Dominion. Our assistants would be Njoko Olive, Oben King Kinda, and Yusuf Bemisola, who's going to be the fourth official. But yes, it's a brilliant ball into the area. It was goalkeeper Omoni Mole who actually stopped that one out, and Precious Oscar will drive attack, but then to be stalled as there was an infringement earlier on, and the referee would also give that as a free kick. It was Zainab Olapode who was brought down. Captain Blessing Abiola will restart things with a free kick straight into the 18-yard box of the Amazon side. Shukrat Mushud was going to try to take a snapshot at it, but the referee said that is, and she was in an offside position. Her teammates, of course, were in an offside position. Shukrat Bakari, goalkeeper for Amazons, will take that free kick now, driving it into the half of Bayosa. Ball in the air. Bayosa reclaimed the ball. Start attack. No one seemed to be around. We talked about Omoko on match day one and how she struggled with that knee injury that she seemed to be nursing, and here she is again in the starting 11 for White Bunda.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it to you before we came live on air. I mentioned how I'm kind of surprised that there are no changes to this Prosperity Girls, especially Omoko Messi, who struggled the entirety of her time on the pitch. And of course, she was even taken out late, I think after the 80th minute in that first game against the Drill of Rivers. And I was not expecting to see her start, maybe on the bench, but you can maybe understand how important she is to Coach Obunda's tactical setup. Maybe this is why we are getting to see her start with this brace on her legs. Is that exactly how it was on match day one from the very beginning? So let's see what she has to offer, and maybe she'll be able to repair that that trust in her by Coach Obunda.
Shukra Mushud with a left-footed strike. We've seen her do that a couple of times with the national team, and she thought she could recreate that this time. But Shukura Bakari would snatch that one, send that team out for an attacking threat. Christopher Danjuma's girls have been really promising in the attack with what they've done so far. Adirami is finding it really hard to contain the pressure from Akekeromowe, Janet, as well as her teammates up front. But they will manage. We do know that the Prosperity Girls are solid in the back line. That seemed to be something that the likes of Rivers and every other person seem to be struggling against. Florence Alexander hit that one out for a throw-in, which was taken, and Nasarawa would try to attack again. Bayosa will clear their lines. Still Bayosa. Zainab sends the ball out to Bless Nabiola. Nabiola would push the ball forward. Precious Oscar loses it out to Nansarawa Amazons, and again reclaimed by Bayosa. The referee says Abila was brought down, and that would be a free kick for Bayosa Queens.
Free kick for Bayosa Queens. Like I said, this is a contrast to what both teams faced in their first game, where they had to see the other team sit back while they did the pressing. But this time around, we've had a very balanced game, if you ask me, with both sides. Whenever they get the ball, they are ready to go all out for it. So yes, we're expecting to see who will eventually get to draw first blood, because I mean, both of them are going to go bar for bar, aura for aura when it concerns attack. You're not expecting the other person to sit down, soaking the pressure like you did in your first game.
Well, no time for that. And Blessed Bunaya would take the throw in. Nansarawa will clear their lines, but the ball still in their own half. Nansarawa with the quality, with the control of the game so far, but then was dispossessed by, of course, Precious Oscar, who has been really solid on the right flank for Bayosa Queens. Nansarawa Amazons are standing on business to ensure that Bayosa will not control the game. Precious Oscar, we do know what she can do on the right side of the attack for the team. She's really good. She might not have the pace, but she seemed to be getting the job done from the right flank. Bayosa will deliver a cross in. Omokwa couldn't handle that. Ball now still with Nansarawa Amazons. Amazons still with it. So many infringements in the early minutes of the game, Joy.
And that's why I mentioned that this is what we expect from these two sides, seeing that I mentioned the match they won, that the Nassau Amazon side are a side who like to play with the ball and probably played some of the finest football we saw in the first, that's in the regular season. Talking about a very, very detailed tiki-taka kind of play. And you also want to remember that the Prosperity Babes are a team that like to press and of course want to hold the ball. So yes, it's going to be a battle of wits and a battle of grit, because both want to play with the ball. So yes, it's going to cause a lot of infringements and all of that we're going to see in this game. So yes, it's what we expect to see, but like I said, it depends on who to capitalize on each of those small slips from the other side, because the ball is going to be at the feet of either one at any point in time.
We talked about history in this very fixture. It doesn't favor Nassau Amazons at all. Bayosa have got the upper hand. Or could that history be changed here? Could they inflict Bayosa their first defeat of the season? They're currently on a 15-game unbeaten run. Straight on from the regular season. They did win their first Super 6 game against South rivals in Rivers Angels, a team they already beat this season as well in the regular season. But also we know what White Wonders team can do. Christopher Danjumo's team were late speakers in the second stanza of the league, but here they are taking the game on to Bayosa Queens. It is currently going to be a throw-in now for Nassau Amazons. Janet hasn't seen much of the ball, but we've seen deliveries from the flanks. But you would say that Mole Omoni has been able to avert those threats every single time the crosses have come into the 18-yard area.
Yeah, definitely. After a very solid game she had on match day one against Rivers Angels, you expect her to also be one of those players who the coach will be counting on to determine the fate of this game. Talking about Coach White, saying that she is someone who is very, very potent in stopping goals. I mean, that's why she's there. But I mean, the crosses have not been getting to Janet as much as you want, and you can see her right now coming out to actually draw some fouls and play the ball this time.
It is Janet's cross into the box. Finds the header by Bayosa Queens. A strike this time, but it's just way ahead of the goalpost. Didn't trouble the goalkeeper Omunimoli at all.
Looks like the captain of the side who took that particular one. Talking about Matthias Josephine. Yeah, she's the one who took it. And not, like I said, for Janet did what she did in the first half of that game against Nigeria Tales. When the balls are not coming to her, she drops deep to play with the rest of the team and, of course, try to drag the ball down into the final third of the opposing side. And that's what she's been forced to do because, I mean, this is a team that is definitely going to be a tougher nut to crack as compared to your your rivals, your regional rivals in Nigeria Tales. And I mean, we're expecting to see her maybe drop more in this game, as she have said doing in the first half. But I think maybe a goal, like we saw in the previous game, maybe a goal can just change it and get to.
Well, that is a poor ball from Alexander Florence. She was trying to send that cross in to her goalkeeper Monle Omoni, but then Janet will be quicker and will collide with the Bayelsa Queens goalkeeper, who is currently struggling with a certain pain. But what a lack of communication that was. It would have cost her team to go behind to National Amazons only if Janet would have gotten to that ball earlier.
I mean, I don't think Janet was expecting that particular mishap, but I mean, quick reaction from her, good reaction from her, is a striker's instinct. And if Omoni was also not really quick to that, to come save that particular one, or to come avert whatever was going to happen, putting her body on the line, which is why she is on the field right now, receiving medical attention. Maybe we would have been seeing the Solid Babes draw first blood in this game. And this is one of the things that Coach Obunda's side should not be doing in a game of this particular magnitude. Seeing that is not, so far in the Nwfl Super 6, we've not seen any kind of game where we have a very high scoring game. I think the highest scoring game we've seen was the first game between Rattles and Amazons with 3 goals. The rest of the games have been decided by lone goals, and if that goal goes in, that might eventually be what will determine the game. So yes, you have to be very careful not to make such very avoidable mistakes, because she was not under any pressure from any National Amazons player, so I don't see why she would make such a mistake. But it's happened, and for their sake, thankfully it's been averted.
Oh, Florence Alexander has been one of the go-to defenders for White Wonders Prosperity Girls, but today they seem a little bit shaky, and that might have just cost her team to trail Nassau Amazons. But then play will resume. Monley is up. Bayelsa now has the ball. A strike into the area, finding, of course, that wasn't exactly going to find Omokwo Messi. It was a strike, but it came off Omokwo, who wasn't exactly ready for that ball, and goalkeeper would reclaim the ball and restart things again. Nassau Amazons now would attack again. A little bit of nerves here and there. We haven't seen Bayelsa play like this before, defensively or in the midfield. Is it due to the fact that because they didn't meet this team in the regular season, they don't know what they can do or how they can hurt them?
Exactly. That's why I said this is the first time that these two teams will be playing, and I think National Amazons so far have been have been the side who maybe understand what it means to play a team with such intensity. But it's still early stages in this game, and the Prosperity Girls are struggling to kind of understand how this team play, talking about the Solid Babes, and it's going to be a long afternoon for them if they are going to continue to play like this, because I mean they have to understand that this is not a team that plays without the ball. This is a team that plays with the ball, and once you're meeting a team that also likes to play with the ball, one team has to be superior to the other. And I think so far so good. Coach Danjuma's side are getting more and more of the ball. Maybe when they start to convert it into the final third, maybe that is where the Coach Obunda's side will wake up to this particular threat from the Solid Babes.
Well, threats no avert to the air to free kick for Nassau Amazons. Just outside the penalty area, Mokwa focused. Ball delivered into the area. It is Nassau Amazons split it. Omonle would just stop that one. Another brilliant chance gone begging for the Solid Babes, who can't seem to capitalize on their chances, just like what we saw when Bayelsa took on Rivers. But it is still Bayelsa now But what a chance that was from a set piece. We've seen lots of set pieces from match day 1, and we've continued here. Another chance this time gone begging for Nasarawa Amazons.
A chance gone begging, but I think it's the response from that particular player that is quite not sitting well with me. I think she should have done better right there with the. Yes, would have done better right there with the ball right there. But you won't take anything away from Mole Omole, who is someone who has a very quick sense to threats like that, and saving that ball with her legs again. I mean, her legs was what stood right there as the
Well, it is still a very free kick now once again for Nasarawa Amazons. Goalkeeper Shukurat Bakari would resume things once again for the Amazon side. Play is, the ball is just around there and about to be taken by Shukurat Bakari. She takes that one straight into Biosa's half. Florence Alexander with Claire. And it goes out once again for a throw-in. Talking about Biosa being unbeaten during the regular season. Biosa also now unbeaten in 6 games at the championship playoffs, with their last loss being, of course, to Delta Queens 2 seasons ago. That was when Delta, of course, won the title that season, going unbeaten as well. Well, prior to that loss, they had been unbeaten in 9, winning 8 consecutive playoff games. A league title and a Nwfl championship as well. Also going on to the Champions League and winning the bronze medal. But here they go again. On the right-hand side, probably delivered into the area, dip crossing. Well, it's going to be the coming effect of Shukurat Bakari, who would ensure that that doesn't go into the back of the net. But what a way to get things off for Biosa Queens.
What a way to get things off, and of course I remember that they're a team who can shoot from outside the box, and I mean, it's going to be something that the Niger or the Nasarawa Amazons goalkeeper and defenders would be wary of, because they're not a team that waits for the ball to get into the 18-yard box. They can shoot from well outside the box, and with players who can get really good shots like Alaba, who got the goal in the game against Rivers Angels, and of course with a player like Shukurat Moshood on the pitch, you expect more and more of that if you give them the chance to take those shots.
Well, once again, communication not exactly working as Omoni Mole would expect. She was screaming at a defender, but she had to clear that one. No chances to be taken here. Biosa Queens struggling really defensively. They look shaky. I'm wondering what's going through the mind of White Tabunda right about now, because Janet seems to be a big trouble. She's big, she's bulky, she has the energy to fight off defenders of Blessing and Bless Ogbonaya, as well as Florence Alexander.
I mean, like I said, anything that we're seeing today is we're seeing it for the very first time this season. It's not like any of these players have met each other at all before this particular game today. So for a team like Biosa Queens, who are a team who were really, really solid when it concerns defense during the regular season, you understand that they need to get their footing in this game, because I mean, for other teams, that a team like Rivers Angels could understand that they understood where the threat would be coming from, and that's why they were really, really solid against them. But this time around, it is going to take them a while to understand how to play this Nasarawa Amazon side. And kudos to Nasarawa Amazon. So you don't take anything away from them. They are playing to their strength, and they know that their strength is Janet, and they are playing to Janet's strength so far in this game.
Absolutely. Florence Alexander now standing just to take the free kick for her team by Biosa Queens. Delivering to the box, headed away by Nasarawa Amazons. Still lingering around, it will be cleared, but this time for a throw-in in favor of the Prosperity Girls, who now seem to be asking the right question. But will they be able to take their chances after it being created? We haven't exactly had much from the Biosa Queen side But we've seen plenty from Nassau Amazons. Once again, another disappointing throw-in from Bayosa as play would be restarted by Shukurat Bakari, who has been the go-to when it comes to those long balls, the true passes, the true crosses, to try to find her teammates in the box. It is the confidence that they play with against Bayosa that makes this game what it is, because the weather isn't as it was on match day one. This is the perfect weather that the players would want to play in and enjoy their football.
Yeah, surprisingly, as opposed to what we saw on match day one, this is a weather that is quite
Conducive, you say, yeah.
conducive for the team playing right now. Maybe later we might see something different. But so far, so good. It's a very good weather right here in Ikene, and I mean, really good for the girls playing right now. And I mean, because I'm expecting some of our best football from these two girls today. So I mean, I'm hoping that the weather will stay this way, so we can enjoy the best of football, and the girls can enjoy themselves too. Because I mean, no one wants to be under that sun. And I mean, we've played almost 30 minutes and we're yet to see any call for a water break. Shows that, I mean, the weather is conducive for everyone playing right now, and including the referee that is officiating the game, referee Carlo Dominion.
Carlo Dominion, like we said before, is our center referee. Nassau Amazons now with a dip cross in. That was a cross, and the referee is saying that is not a corner kick. It is going to be a goal kick. Bayosa will restart. Oluchi Ohayigulam was indicating to the referee that that should be a corner, but the referee says no, it has to be a throw-in. She thought she saw that really well. Jennifer Oliver, where's her goalkeeper right about now? Omoni Monle. There's quality everywhere, familiar faces in this very game, and we've seen that quality shine bright in this game. Unfortunately, not for Bayosa so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, so far not for Bayosa. Maybe a glimpse of it from that shot on target they got from their highest goal scorer with 6 goals right now. I'm talking about Alaba Olabi. But seeing on our screens, the player currently shown, Alexander, I saw her really solid in regular season, and of course including that game against Rivers Angels on match day 1. But I mean, it is due to what has happened in the regular season, them not playing against each other. But as much as you want to make a case for Bayelsa Queens, you want to ask yourself that, I mean, the other side also didn't play them, and they're playing pretty well in the first 30 minutes of this game, or within the first 30 minutes of the game, talking about Nassau Amazons. So while we're making a case for Bayelsa Queens, you also talk about Nassau Amazons, who have been solid today, and of course not looking at the fact that historically they are a side who always lose to the side. They are playing like a side with intent, and a side that wants to beat and of course break that particular streak of Bayelsa Queens not losing at all in the season so far, and of course even from the last time they lost against Delta Queens in a playoff game.
Well, some are saying that Amazons are going to be party poopers for whoever is going to be crowned champions, but I don't think they look like that. Like Joy said, they have an intent. They have played like a team with an intent, determination. They've controlled this game as well. They are 2-time champions, and that's to tell you that they can also still win this. We do not have clear favorites so far from match day 1. And even if that's the case, they are playing against a team that also won their first game, albeit against one of the most difficult oppositions in the regular season and one of the most decorated sides in Nigerian Women's League, or football you want to say. That is Rivers Angels. But these sides, they are also their sides with history in this very competition. And here Mokwo goes, trying to get the ball off our opponents, to be sent out for a throw-in in favor of Bayosa. Mokwo seems to be nursing something, and we haven't seen what she can do. We know she's got the pace. We know she can play from the flanks. But nothing so far. Let's Nabila will deliver the cross in, or the ball in. Still Bayelsa now. This time it's going to go out for another throw-in. This time for Nasarawa Amazons.
Yeah, you can see that as opposed to what they did against Rivers Angels, they have only been able to operate from that particular flank, at the right-hand flank right there, and which actually corroborated what we said in the start of this commentary when we asked why Messi Omokwo is starting this game, saying that she doesn't look fit from the first game, or she didn't look fit in the first game, and she is starting again this time around. And I think that it's making that particular place a dead rubber, because we're yet to see balls from Moshood Shukurat, which comes from Messi's wing, and I mean that is one of those threats in which Bayelsa Queens should be pushing forward with and operating with and be asking questions with. I mean, when Shukurat is not making those shots, I mean, in the first game, she's with the ball right now.
It is Moshood Shukurat with the ball. She delivers it to, of course, Oliver, who would now send the ball back. She had options in front, but she opted to go back. But not a good one.
I mean, like I said, in the first game, we saw Shukurat take those very, very audacious shots from outside the box. But once her wing is not getting at those balls, you can see her drop back into midfield right there. And I don't think this is a game that will be won in midfield. It's a game that will be won from the flanks. And I mean, this is one of the things that Nasarawa Amazons is currently having a higher hand or a bigger hand over Bayelsa Queens. And I mean, I am thinking, or I'm hoping that Coach Ogunda is seeing what we're seeing right here when it concerns the fact that they are playing at a disadvantage despite being complete on the pitch right now.
Half an hour into the game. Still goalless between Nasarawa Amazons and Bayelsa Queens. A free kick finds Nasarawa Amazons. It is, of course, a header which Omoni Omole would clear.
Another save from her there. Very, very aware. Talking about Omoni Omole, and of course a really good reflex and reaction from her right there. But I think that was goal bound, yes, by the person who scored the winner for them in that game. And I'm talking about the captain of the side. That was similar to the goal. Okay, that was not the captain. Yeah. That was just number 18. Yes.
Kesiana Ojie.
Yeah, looks similar to their winning goal scored by the captain of the side on match day 1. But right now they have another set piece, and I mean, this is what Bayelsa Queens have been lacking at the other side of the pitch.
Well, corner. Nasarawa Amazons looking really dangerous on the attack. Delivered in to the box. Finds the head of a blue-green shirt. Jeanette would not let the ball go out for a goal kick, rather opted for it to be a throw-in for Bayelsa Queens. But wow, what a way they have started this game. They've shown intent. They've shown that they are here not to play, not to be, like you say, matter.
Leave matter for Matthias.
Well, these two sides are not taking anything. Well, maybe Nasarawa Amazons are taking the game head on. Taking the game to Bayelsa, who can seem to hold on their own. Omokwo still with the ball, trying to get past 2 players from Nasarawa Amazons. That will be a goal kick. She loses out to the Nasarawa side. I don't know what White Wonder is going to do with Omokwo, because I feel she's not at her very best. It's better to bring in somebody else that might be able to help the team on the attack on the front foot, because right about now they're pegged back.
That's what I'm saying, that it looks like they are playing at a disadvantage just despite being numerically complete on the pitch. And I mean, I wonder what he saw to have trusted her to start this game despite her fitness level. That's not taking anything away from her as a player, but I mean, you have to consider the fact that when a player is not 100% fit, the player cannot give you 100% on the pitch.
100% not from Bayelsa, but this time from Nasarawa Amazons. That will really make Christopher Danjuma really proud of what his team has put out here today. They didn't start this bristling, you would say, against Nigeria Rattles. But here they are against Bayelsa, one of the favorites for this tournament. and they have taken the game to them. But can they continue this pace in the second half? That will be the other question to be asked. But fabulous first 35 minutes from his side. Oh, Biosaka seems to hold on to the ball for longer. They lose possession. The turnovers is becoming quite worrying.
I mean, it's something we saw in, like I said, when they were playing the Rivers Angels in the first game. I think they just met a team who could not capitalize on their own chances, and the turnovers were similar to what we saw against Rivers Angels. And if this is how they want to continue, I think it's something that would come back to haunt them at the end of the day, because their teams, a team similar to the team they're playing right now, who are a team that plays with the ball. So once you're not, once you're under any pressure and you cannot keep down the pace of the game, or you cannot control the pace of the game, I mean, you're going to always have to be forced to make all those turnovers. And this team will capitalize on it in throw-ins, in set pieces, in corner kicks, I mean, in free kicks, because of the way you get to fumble when you're under pressure.
Jumoke Alani with a throw into the area. Jeanette Keromowe. Left-footed strike wasn't exactly precise. She gets better and better by the day.
Yeah, get better and better by the day. That particular one, you could see that was not her best effort at taking a shot at the ball, but you also understand that she fell under a little bit of pressure, which is very good from the Bayelsa Queens team. I mean, when they're not scoring, they remind us that they're one of the best sides defensively in the league. So yes, I mean, it's a battle of tactics in this game, and I mean, enjoying what we've seen so far from the two sides.
Two sides who are giving it all their all. Delta Queens, rather, Bayelsa Queens, still with the ball now, but being attacked by Nasarawa Amazons. When one Bayelsa player has the ball, we have 2-3 lemon green shirts around them, trying to put pressure and force them to make mistakes. It's been a foul, and the referee would say that is a free kick for Bayelsa. Well, not anywhere close to Nasarawa Amazons area, but then it is in their half, and I think Bayelsa will take that. We haven't seen plenty, or maybe in Bayelsa's half. Flores Alexander will kick the ball in, finds a teammate, Precious Oscar. Precious Oscar still with the ball. Still Precious Oscar. This time to Bunaya Amblest, who will bring down Nasarawa Amazons player, and the referee says it's a free kick for the Amazon side. I really do not think White Ogunda would be impressed with how his girls have executed his first half mission.
I mean, you want to consider the fact that for a team that has gone the entire season unbeaten, scored really good amount of goals, you would not be happy as a coach to see your team playing this way. But I'm not going to, like I said earlier on, I'm not going to kind of not also giving part of the blame for what they've played so well. But like I said, they look like a dead rubber team from the flank in which Omoko is playing, and right now they're forcing a lot of saves from Moli Omole. Yes, she is very good at making saves, but how much can she continue to withstand this pressure? When would this ball not go in if she's constantly put under pressure from the Nasarawa Amazons team?
Captain Josephine Matthias with a floating ball, but this time it is Omunimole, goalkeeper for Bayelsa Queens, that would stop that one. It wasn't anything to trouble her at all. It was easy peasy, as she would pluck the ball straight into her embrace. Bayelsa now, it is still in play, but referee says no, that is going to be a throw-in for Bayelsa Queens, who haven't found their rhythm in this game just yet. There's been a lot of criticism for Christopher Danjuma, talking about how his team has failed to go into championship playoffs like this and deliver. But this season, they look with an intent. This time, it is a drive into the area for Nasarawa Amazons. Courtesy, of course, of Bello. Bello passed the ball into a teammate. Jumoke Alani now sends the ball back. The ball still with Nasarawa Amazons, who are putting in different crosses. Matthias will try to find her teammate from the left side, but poor communication there would ensure that will be a goal kick for Bayelsa Queens.
I mean, you can see her trying to make beg for to be let off that particular one, because that looks like a very good build up of the ball, and it is something that I mentioned at the start of the game. We expect them to play the ball this way. They are one of the sides who like to play with the ball, who play the ball on the ground, who play a very possessive and of course beautiful build-up style. Talking about the side coached by Christopher Danjuma, and with that beautiful build-up, so unfortunately that it amounted to nothing, especially me hoping to see it being a goal chance. If not scored, I mean, a shot on target at least should be able to be the final result for that particular build-up from the left-hand side of Nassau Amazons attack.
Amazons are not relenting. It is still another wave of attack for them. But a right-footed strike from the right-hand side will come off the body of Florence Alexander, and straight out it goes for a corner kick for the Solid Babes, who was solid today, beat defensively and in the attacking threat. What a way they have started today.
What a way, beautiful defensive shift by Alexander so far, and very commendable from Nassau Amazons, who continue to press, and it looks like we've now had it swing the pendulum in terms of play.
Nasra will deliver into the box, but then Bayosa will take care of that. Still Bayosa now with the ball. Precious Oscar trying to get the ball on, but properly dispossessed by it. Nassau Amazons ensuring that they do not get past the halfway line. Precious Oscar, the pace was there, but couldn't get to the ball first. And it's going to be a throw-in for the Queens from Bayosa, who I don't think will be impressed with how they have executed the first half. Captain Blessing Abiola would take that throw-in, sizing our position, sends the ball out to our teammate. Back to Blessing Abiola, who takes the cross into the box. Quickly, it's going to be Shukurat Bakari, who comes out to collect so as not to trouble her defenders. But nothing good so far from Bayosa.
Nothing good from Bayosa offensively, we have to add. And seeing that, the defensive backline of the Amazons have done less on the ball, and of course been less pressure. And of course Shukurat is having a few days so far on her own part of the pitch as compared to her counterpart in talking about Molly Omole here, who has had to make several saves, and of course have had to come out to down certain pressure that is brought on by the Solid Babes. And I mean, if we're going to go by the run of play, honestly I am seeing them conceding first in this game, talking about the Prosperity Babes.
But Bayosa now, Mokwa messes with the ball. Mokwa still there. She was brought down in the 18-yard area, but referee says nothing to that. What a good interception that was from the defender for Nassau Amazons, which of course stopped Messi Mokwa from getting onto that ball early enough.
Really timely there, and very risky, but I mean, she's fortunate to have gotten the ball first. Talking about the defender for Nassau Amazons, because that would have been a penalty, and I mean, I would have forced Bakari to be, like I said, Bakari have had a very calm day in the first half of this game, but that might have forced her to be forced to make a penalty save in that particular one.
Bayasa seems to be in their rhythm now with Oscar Precious trying to send that ball in. Well, no white shirts in there. That is Bayosa now, who says they wouldn't be going into the tunnel, disappointed as they did start the game. But here is Nassau Amazons across into the box, headed off by Blessing Abiola. Bayosa, we can restart. But yes, 2 minutes added by the fourth official. 45 minutes already and 2 minutes to go for these two sides to try. It is Moshud. Shukura, we haven't seen plenty of her, but Precious Oscar still with it. She will now send the ball through to, of course, Olabi still with it. Alaba drives it in, but it goes out before it drops just on top of the net, but they wouldn't trouble Sugarat Bakari at all.
Nwfl Super, who has had a better start to her day as compared to the first game in which they played Nigeria. In the 13th minute, she had already conceded her first goal of the tournament. But so far today, it's been a really, really calm day for her. And of course, kudos to the back line, the defense line, who have intercepted every forward or offensive threat from the Prosperity Girls, and have made sure that their goalkeepers had little to do in this particular first half. First half, she'll be going into the tournament most likely with a clean sheet and coming back to continue to help our team and ensure that they don't concede. I mean, if they don't score, they will try as much as they can not to concede. And of course, if they don't concede, that means that they are not going to suffer 4 straight defeats by Bayelsa Queens in their 4 meetings.
Well, it looks like we are going to be heading into the break with another goalless draw. The first was Edo against Remo. Here these two sides are. Precious Oscar is back on her feet, so send the ball in. It is Abiola who will try to send the ball to Alexander Florence, who was struggling to keep that one. But fortunately, Janet wasn't around as early as she should have. Nansarawa now. Well, that will be all for the first 45, according to Carlo Dominion, who is a center referee. She has called a halt to the proceedings in the first 45 minutes. It's been chances for Nansarawa Amazons, as of course Janet had a couple of those. Bayelsa were not at their very best, but they will have everything to thank Omoni Monle, who has been very, very crucial and has made crucial saves for her team today, ensuring that they are still in this game as is goalless as they go into the break. Nansarawa Amazons will really, really cherish what they have done in that first half, and the half goals, Nansarawa Amazons 0, Bayelsa 0, and what will Christopher Danjuma do, and what will White Obundu do in the second half? Well, yes, it is half time here at this center in at the Remo Stadium in Ikene out here. Well, it is, of course, we're looking at the first half highlights with these two sides coming out. Game started quite well. Well, in the first couple of seconds, we did see Nansarawa Amazons starting really well with a beautiful header that Omonio Mole had to send up, punches that ball out. A brilliant one, you would say. Proper delivery from the far right hand side. The header, which of course was something that had to be from Ogiovie. But then we're looking at Omokwo's chance earlier on, but was a timely interception at that point in time to ensure that the game remains goalless in the first 44 minutes. Omokwo was brought down, but the referee says there was nothing to that. It was all that the first half would see. The two sides fighting, going head to head, ensuring that they will be able to draw first blood. But that wasn't the case, as two goalkeepers today done well. But halftime it will be Nansarawa Amazons 0, Bayelsa Queens 0. And back to the Remo Star Stadium here in Ikene, as of course the second 45 minutes is resuming. It was a first half of pure dominance from Nasarawa Amazons, which of course saw them have 4 shots on target compared to 2 for Bayelsa Queens. Proper dominance from Christopher Danjima's side. Will that still be the same in the second 45, or will it be the cliche of 2 halves of different plays as it is? Will Bayelsa find their way back with the first half ending goalless, and play will resume? Center referee Carlo Dominion, of course, starting play in the second 45. Bayelsa will kick us off. No changes so far for either side. Coaches are thoroughly impressed with what they witnessed in the first 45 minutes. What are we expecting during this second 45?
Well, I'm expecting still something really cagey, as we saw in the first half. But I'm expecting Bayelsa to come out and play the ball better. I mean, their side who also know how to play with the ball, but I expect them to play better in the second half, and of course relieve Mole of soaking in so much pressure and having to make a lot of saves, because I don't think if she's continuing to make so much save or allowed to continue to face those shots, if eventually she will not crack under pressure in the second half.
Well, it has started, and right about now Florence Alexander is struggling on the ground after being tackled and or fouled by an Nasarawa Amazons player. The first half, like I said, did see Nasarawa Amazons dominating. They did have 4 shots on target and 5 off target. They had 2 corners. Bayelsa had none in the first 45. No yellow cards to report yet, nor a red. No offsides as well to report, but in the second 45 minutes, all is at stake here. But these 2 sides will ensure that they will be able to put themselves in a good position to win their first 2 games of the Super 6. Florence Alexander now will take the free kick, delivers it into the area, gets to Precious Oscar. Oscar will lose it. It is now a throw now for Bayelsa Queens. Still Bayelsa now with the ball. Throwing about to be delivered. Precious Oscar with the header. Falls kindly to Alaba Olabi. Olabi to Precious Oscar. Oscar with the ball, change direction. But to be an interception from Nasarawa Amazons. Captain Abiola is running to get on the ball, which she does quite well. Sends it to Shukurat Moshud. Moshud will lose it. Ambles Bunaya will get the ball and has won her team a throw in as well. It's a quick start for Bayelsa Queens, but changes will be made. Yes, it is Tanum who is coming in. She is going to be replacing Zainab Olakwade, who hasn't been in the game. She hasn't been in the game at all. It is Doshima Tanum will be coming in for Precious Oscar. Precious Oscar is coming off. And of course, it will be Tanum Doshima who replaces her. Earlier on, Olakwade was taken out. Zainab Olakwade was, of course, taken out. And Kindness Ifeanyi comes in to replace her as well. Kindness Ifeanyi comes in to replace Zainab.
Yeah, this is the second game in which Kindness is coming in as a substitute, and we saw flashes of brilliance from her in the first game against the Jewel of Rivers, and hopefully
that's the Amazons are in the area, but delivered in. Oh, but Nasarawa just couldn't connect with the ball. That was really close, a chance to see themselves, but it's not averted yet. It's Janet that can come away with the crossing, finds a teammate. Oh my, a header now. Still not cleared. Bayelsa in trouble. They're in 6s and 7s in their 18-yard area.
I mean, scrabbles of defending right there, and Nasarawa Amazons are still pressing. I mean, you have to ask yourself, what happened right there. Maybe the new guys who are coming have not yet settled. I mean, one of those players right in the defense is Tatno, who just came in for Precious Oscar, and I mean it's already them taking in pressure, and surprisingly, it's still Omoko still on the pitch. How is she doing this? How is she not among the double change made by White Wonder in this game? But like I said, he must have a reason why he trusts her so much. And I mean,
oh, another tip cross in.
Like I said, she will continue to soak in so much pressure until she can't at some point, if they allow her to continue to get under so much pressure from the Amazon babes.
If you cannot get the balls on the ground, you float it in, which is exactly what Nasr Amazons have been doing in the last couple of minutes. Fabulous football they've played in the first 3 minutes into the game, or make that 4 minutes. It's been attacking verve after attacking verve for Nasrawa Amazons. I don't know what Chris Badanjuma told those girls, but they came out flying in their lemon green shirts and shorts. It is exactly what it is. Great game. Well, Bayosa now in the area. Just still a very feisty effort out here. Bias not at your A game, but who cares? As Nasr Amazons, of course, will try to go. But it is Bias Sequence now, trying to do something out of the blues, but it wasn't accurate enough and did in trouble. Shukurat Bakari, goalkeeper for the Amazon side. Doshima trying to do something out of nothing ever since our introduction into the side, into this very game. Wow. Nasr Amazons are not relenting. It's been great display from the girls, who are looking to win their first 2 games in this very competition. The last time that Nasr Amazons, of course, secured back-to-back wins in the playoffs was in the 2021-2022 season. In fact, that is their first consecutive appearance qualification, of course, for the playoffs in 6 seasons. Usually in recent times, they've come this year and they'll miss the next one. But here they are, looking like title favorites with how they've displayed against Bayosa today.
Yeah, look like a team with more intent. Look at it like a team who wants to win it more. And right now, they have the opportunity to go.
Oh!
That is something. That's a handball.
That is something. That is something.
She took out the ball with her hand. I mean, she forgot that she's not a basketball player right there.
The referee would have a lot to look at. Oh, and it's Oliver Jennifer. Well, the throw-in came in, and then Nasr Amazons, of course, got past the markers. Janet Akakamori sent that ball in.
Oh, that is a straight red card.
Absolutely red card.
A straight red card, a penalty. I mean, there's not like a double jeopardy in this situation. There's no, I mean.
Oh my God. Monley wasn't on her lines because she had to rush out to take that, but then.
That was goal bound.
That was goal. It was already in. Damn. It was already in, and she had to go in with her hands, with her right arm, and you could see how frustrated she is. She's about crying, but if not crying, because she might have cost her team something here.
She has cost her team something. That is a penalty.
Definitely a penalty moment.
That is definitely a red card. I'm waiting to see if she's going off already or she was given a yellow card instead.
That can be a yellow card. It's red card straight up.
With the adjustment to the game right now, we're seeing
definitely
situations in which,
Well, I talked about no red cards yet.
And of course, we're getting our very first red card.
Oliver, Jennifer.
That's quite unfortunate there.
Wow. Well, you cannot blame that. You cannot blame
Like I
her. The
said,
pressure.
I mentioned it. If they continue to allow Omonle to come under so much pressure, now Omonle is up for another penalty, second in 2 games, and this time around, waiting to see if she can save again or she'll be the one to actually save her team like she did the last time out.
Well, it is, of course, a penalty, and
She's up against Janet.
Akaramaway is standing to take it. Will she make it? Can she score, or will it be double saves of penalties in the Super 6 for Monle Omoni? Omoni has done that. She has saved 2 penalties this season against Rivers Angels, 1 in the regular season and 1 in the Super 6, which was, of course, on Saturday. And here she is against one of the top goal scorers in the league this season. And she's vying, of course, for her 11th goal. If she scores this, of course. Janet Akakamore stands just ahead. She's getting ready to take that. And she does take it. And oh my word, a Camley taking penalty gets past Monle Omoni. And that will be the first goal of this encounter. Yes, second half is just a charm. Janet Akakamore gets her 11th goal of the season after, of course, getting her first in the same Super 6. Her 10th and 11th goal of the season in the Super 6, and she has done so first against Nigeria Rattles and now against Bayelsa Queens, a team that lots of persons touted to be favorites coming into this one. Brilliant penalty that was taking joy, and what a way to make a statement out here that they might just be in it all.
I mean, they are here for it all, to win it all, and I mean, like I said, they made this intent from the very first half when they decided not to play like a team that is playing against title favorites, title contenders, and of course, I mean, they're showing that yes, they might have qualified as the last team in their group behind teams like Remo Stars and of course table toppers in Edo Queens, but they have so much intent, and now they're going for the ball again with Janet on the attack and looking for a second goal. And I mean, it's quite unfortunate for Moni Omole, who has had a really solid game today. But I mean, when you are made to make so much saves, made to be so much under pressure, at some point you would crack under pressure. And I mean, what else than conceding from the penalty spot? Unfortunately for her, she couldn't make it 2 saves in 2 because she considered they considered a penalty in the first game, and she saved it and ensured that they went with all 3 points. And right now, she couldn't keep this particular one out. And with them down to 10 women, it's going to be a very long morning for her, because it's still in the morning, very long morning for her. And with this team that continue to press in the solid babes, we might get to see a whitewash in the final minutes of this game.
Well, call it what you may, but it's been a thorough performance from the girls from Lafayette, Nasro Amazons. Well, this very goal from Janet Akakamore for Nasro Amazons, of course. It's if she scored that, which she has done, it will be their 10th playoff goal in 6 years for the team in general. And in that same frame, Bayelsa Queens have had 27 goals scored. So a big difference, you would say. 10 to 27 goals in the playoffs for this 2 sides in 6 years. And she has done that so well. We talked about them being giant slayers. They did that against Edo Queens, and now they are against Bayelsa Queens. Corner kick delivered in. Well, yet another poor delivery into the area. Straight on, he goes out for a goal kick. Bayelsa aren't getting the job done, and I can imagine what Coach White Wonder will be saying in his mind. What can he do to change the scoreboard?
I mean, looking at the fact that he has already made 2 substitutions in this game, at the start of or at the very early stages of the second half, and right now looking to make any change, right? And I think he would be looking for a change that would kind of control the pace of the game, seeing that more of the ball has been with the Natural girls. And I don't think he'll be making any attacking change, because that would be very audacious from you, seeing that Natural Amazons are a team that are not relentless and can break forward at any point in time with the girls like Janet right in front of goal, hungry and looking around for any drop balls, and that is what they capitalized on in that position that got them the penalty. So I think if he's making any changes right now, it's just to ensure that they do not go past this margin and manage the game till the end of it, and maybe come back in the next game. But or any opportunity they get, maybe go on a counter. But right now, I don't think he's going to be making any changes that would reflect in the attacking phases. Maybe in the midfield to calm the ball, to reduce at the pace at which the girls go forward.
Bayelsa Queens will deliver a free kick, but she went straight on to Shukurat Bakari, who would clear that one out. It's Bayelsa again who will try to restart. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the first match of match day 2 of the NWFL Super 6 out here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. Nasser Amazons are currently leading Bayelsa Queens by a goal to 0. It was Jennifer Oliver who handled the ball with her hand in her own 18-yard box. Referee spotted that one, and of course it's a handball and straight red card. So right about now, Bayelsa Queens are down to 10. Can they get themselves back in the game, or will it be Nasser Amazons who will be able to win back-to-back games for the first time since 2021-2022 season? For Nasarawa Amazons, they have not lost the game where they got the opening goal this season. And in contrast, they also haven't been good at making comebacks, losing all games in which they have considered first as well. But Amazons' comeback win against Nigeria Rattles in the playoffs on Saturday is their first comeback win this season.
First comeback win, and that is a statement of intent from them, saying that they are a relentless side. And I mean, like, we came into this game with the starter saying that they had always lost to the Prosperity Girls whenever they come up against them, including the one in which they lost the final of that championship that Bayelsa Queens went on to win. You will remember, I remember saying that the fact that this is a new set of girls, and from the way that they've played from the very first minutes, they are playing like a team which is not interested in history. They want to write their own history right here in Ikene, and that they are doing because they might be the very first team to inflict defeat on these Bayelsa Queen girls this season.
Absolutely.
And that will be their first defeat in 15 games.
Not Rivers could do it.
Even Rivers could do it, yeah.
Not Robo Queens could do it in a regular season. Not even Nigeria Raptors could inflict that loss on this White Wonders team. And they were some of the best teams we had. But a break into the area, a free kick ball. What a fabulous free kick to have leveled things out here in, of course, Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. It is substitutes Doshiba Tanum, who came in earlier in the second half and far away from the goalpost. Straight on it was. Goal ban it got. And that will be a leveler out here. Quick response. We didn't see that coming, but eventually it did. What a way to make a statement, as of course, coming in as a substitute.
A statement there from Dochima right there. And yes, you can understand why maybe she came in. Unfortunately, not coming in when the game was, or came in when the game was still goalless and level. I mean, that's...
What was the goalkeeper thinking?
I mean,
because look at the free kick, straight on it goes. Doshima plays that. He didn't get close. The Kindness was close to it, yes, but goalkeeper did nothing to stop that.
She didn't even move, and I mean,
1-1 it is out there.
1-1 in very beautiful fashion, and finally we're getting the goals going in. I mean, first half went on goalless, but with the second half starting, we're starting to see really good goals, both from set pieces, one from the 6-yard box, a penalty, and the second one for the leveler for Bayelsa Queens from a free kick, a beautiful set piece. I mean, since very beautiful set piece goals in this tournament so far, and we're talking about Nasser Amazons going on to probably be the team to sting that record of Bayelsa Queens, but Bayelsa Queens are saying nope, this is not how we're going to start, or this is not going to happen in the Super 6, especially not against these girls who know how to beat. Right now, they are going up, looking to actually
Kindness
go ahead
is the
in this
ball,
game.
delivers the ball into the area. Oh my world! Her teammate should have just relaxed. Moshood had time on the ball. She had time, and no player was onto her, but she opted to take a first strike at the ball, immediately touched her feet, But then it was a disappointing one. I'm sure she'll be disappointed with that try.
Disappointed, and you can see his face, or the aura of dejection on Bakare, who is the goalkeeper of Nasser Amazons, who is really, really disappointed that she let that particular lead slip just minutes after they got it. And I mean, maybe this is what Bielsa Queens will capitalize on eventually to go on and get all maximum points, because despite being a player down, they are going with so much intent after conceding. I mean, did you have to concede? You actually played the ball. They will ask me, but yes, that's how it happens. And maybe
the motivation
to actually go, because they know that their record is at stake and they don't want to lose that particular one against a Nasser Amazons team.
That is exactly what we're witnessing here at the Remo Star Stadium. The two sides are taking the game on to each other. It was Janet Akakeromowe who shook things up here. She drew the first blood, courtesy of scurrying from the penalty spot, the 12 yards to this. And then a fabulous, fabulous free kick taken by substitute Doshima Tanum. Put things leveled out here. What a game we're witnessing, especially in the second half. The tempo of the game and the trajectory of this game has changed a lot. We didn't think first that it was Nanderatos who were, or rather Nasser Amazons, who might be inflicting the first defeat of the season to five-time champions themselves in the Bielsa Queens. And almost at the same time, Bielsa responded with a fabulous stunner of a goal. And here we are, 65 minutes in, and it is what it is. Changes now being made. Chiamaka Eziogo is coming in for, of course, Shakirat Moshud.
If you ask me, Moshud has had a rather poor start to the Super 6. Disappointing, especially what we know what she's capable of doing. And I mean, to be called off this early, but I mean, you can also consider the fact that it's a tactical change, seeing that they are a player down. Like I said, Obunda will be looking to how to manage this game, and seeing that luckily for him, his player have been able to equalize despite going a goal down. I mean, yes, going a goal down, they've been able to equalize.
By us now,
10 women.
I had to cut you there because I thought it was goal bound, but it wasn't. Joey?
Yes, you have to consider the fact that you also have to make changes to be able to manage the game. Now that they've gotten a goal, you're looking for players who can keep the ball, who can soak in pressure and ensure that the team is able to see this particular one out if they cannot score a goal. But you can see that from what we've seen, the girls are not relenting. They will be going forward. But as much as they can, it needs players who can keep the ball in possession for Bielsa Queens. Because, I mean, if Nasser are not with the ball, they will not be able to score goals and they will avoid defeats that they're trying to avoid in this particular encounter.
But the game is getting feisty out here. The two sides now taking the game to each other. Brilliant game we're seeing here and witnessing out here. Fantastic weather, I must confess, today. It's not that sunny.
And quite windy, if you ask me.
1-1. 67 minutes on the clock. Two fantastic teams going head-to-head. Nasser Amazons now, a delivery into the box, headed out by Bielsa defense. Still Nasser Amazons will turn that over to Bielsa. Mock corner with it. Sent, of course, our teammate Kindness Ifeanyi off. Ifeanyi on the right-hand side. Ifeanyi trying to get past Amaka. Can she do that? See with the ball, Kindness Ifeanyi, but is that for throw-in? Perfect interception, you must say. The fans are getting rattled here. We're seeing fantastic screams and shout motivation from the fans who are here to witness an amazing game of football.
Definitely, and you have to ask questions of this Nasser Amazon side. I mean, despite conceding, you can ask those questions on why suddenly they are falling like a pack of cards. It's just a goal. You're just conceding your first goal in this game. You went ahead and you're numerically at an advantage. So why are you playing absorbing so much pressure from 10 players or 9 outfield players against 10 outfield players? So yes, disappointing from them the last 5 minutes. And I mean, if they continue this way, they might somehow let loose this lead that they got in the second half.
Isn't that the fact that Bielsa are pressuring them into it? It's not about disappointing, you would say, because we've seen teams go one man down, and that's when they strut their stuff. And that is exactly what Bielsa seemed to be doing right here. Bielsa still with the ball in the 18-yard area of Nasr Amazons. Well, that will be a corner kick. I think it's the first of the game, the first corner kick that Bielsa will be seeing. Was the first half, Bielsa had no corners, but 2 for Nasr Amazons in the first half. But here we are, the first corner for Bielsa.
Okay, I mean, it's game on right now.
Game on.
Game on. And like I said, Nasser Amazons are now the ones taking on the pressure that was the other way around in the first half.
Ball delivered into the box. It is still in and around, not cleared. But now it is still. Now we're throwing.
I had to look keenly to ensure that someone else is not repeating what we saw at the other side of the pitch.
Absolutely. It was very fantastic what we saw earlier. Or maybe comically, you see, comically fantastic, because we rarely get to see an outfield player use their hands to stop a ball due to the fact that the goalkeeper wasn't there to do her job. But yeah, you have to do one for the team, right?
Definitely.
You have to do it and take one for the team, which she has done.
I don't think that. I mean, you could see that they came back and of course scored a goal. I don't think that that was needed. Goal bound if you cannot clear it on the line, because they did some clearances on the line in their last game, talking about Bielsa Queens, to ensure that they kept their own lead.
Against
you
Rivers.
know that your team is a team that can come back in games, can score goals. So why would you? I'm not sure she actually intended to do that, but that's happened.
It was the only option.
It was not her option. Just watch it go in. Defenders watch balls go in when they cannot do anything. Now your players are playing at a numerical disadvantage.
Is it instant? Because you
like
feel
I
like
said,
you have to save it, yeah?
You could see it once it happened, that she was so regretful, so remorseful, so sorry that she did that. But the game is a game, the laws are the laws, and that's why they are there to guide us. Because, I mean, if not, everyone would claim that they didn't intend to do something like that.
Well, it is what it is. This game is filled with emotions, and we've seen that earlier on with Oliver. Jennifer being sent off by Carlo Dominion, the center referee, after handling the ball in a box. She acted like the goalkeeper on the day, which is rather funny. But yeah, you do that. Reflexes here and there, it happens. We've seen it multiple times. The game is on now. It is currently leveled. If it ends this way, it's going to be the first draw we'll be seeing in the Super 6. Because the first game ended in favor of Nasr Amazons 2-1. That was on Saturday. With Bielsa winning theirs against Rivers 1-0. And Remo winning defending champions Edo Queens by a goal to 0. So if this ends this way, it's going to be our first draw in the Super 6.
Yeah, first tie in the Super 6 if it ends this way. But I mean, we'll continue that particular streak of having at least a goal in every game, as we've seen 2 goals in this game already. And I mean, shows that this is a keenly contested tourney, as every team that's playing in this competition is playing with so much intent and showing that yes, they deserve to be in Ikene for the edition of this particular Super 6 that we're witnessing.
We talked about how windy it is out here, and I'm sure you can hear it if you're listening to us. You can go to the NWFL or YouTube channel to listen to and watch this game. You can also watch on Start Times, as well as Team 33 production. On that substitution, this time for Nasr Amazon 16 is coming in for 30. It is, of course, 16 outs. Omosuyi is coming in for 30. Confidence Unwoha. Confidence Unwoha is coming in as well. Couple of changes being made.
And then Yina is in.
Yes, we would bring that up to you shortly. But we're seeing substitutes at this point in time. 2 quick changes for Nasr Amazons, which of course will confirm to you as the game proceeds. But a throw-in now into the box. It is Nasr Amazons still in and around there, headed out by Alexander Florence, being taken care of by Blessing Abiola, the captain of the side. Nasr Amazons now still with it, controlling the midfield now. The ball still there, cleared out by Bielsa Queens. Sends it out. The floating ball drops kindly. Omokwa trying to get that delivery, but then it is still Nasr Amazons, of course, who has won themselves a throw-in, courtesy of Janet Akikomawe, putting pressure on Oliver. I'm blessed Bunaya, I must say. Still Nasarawa now with the ball. Nasarawa sends it out to the attacking third. The delivery in. Couldn't be sent out, couldn't clear. Barca couldn't clear, and that will be a throw in for Nasarawa Amazons. Oh, looks like another change or something is about to be done. Okay, referee is indicating that it's going to be a throw in for Bayosa instead of Nasarawa Amazons. I will see 2 changes, but we can't confirm what the second change is. I think earlier on, Faridat Abdul Wahab came on, but I didn't see who she comes in to replace. 2 quick changes at a time.
Yeah, the next change for Nasarawa Amazons is jersey number 28, talking about Krishna Ojiwive, who went out for jersey number 13. Talking about, yes.
Ayatsi. Hembafan. Tongue twisters, you would say.
Yeah. Really interesting names.
Yeah. Kasiana off. Hembafan comes in to replace her, which is the other change as well. But here we are, Bayosa in it. Amakwal doesn't have the pace, and Shukura Bakari would clear lines.
Yes, clearing our lines right there, and like I said, Bayosa somehow got the motivation to play this team after conceding, and Coach White will be quite impressed with what you've seen after them going behind in that game. Like I said, going behind and losing a player to a red card incident right there. But players like Dojima, who is walking off with the referee, I think for a water break, would be yes, for a water break right there, would be really impressed with her performance. And of course her coach will be so impressed, and of course thanking his stars that he trusted her to come in at the time she came in, because I mean a set piece taker like that should not be sitting on the bench. And finally we're getting to see our first water break in this match day 2 encounter. I think in the first game I'd seen at least one when we started the first game in the very first 30 minutes, but right now we've played about 76 minutes into this game and we're getting the first one. So yes, it's way past noon already, so minutes past noon, and we're still in the second half of match day 1. Really interesting encounter. Some say comical because of how we've seen the second half play out, but currently, if you're just joining us, it is the match day 2 production and match day 2 game 1 commentary for the game between Nasarawa Amazons versus versus
five-time champions
Bayosa Queens, who are looking to defend their unbeaten streak this season. And of course, so far so good, they've been able to do that because they went behind in the 55th minute. A goal courtesy a penalty by Janet, who got her 11th goal of the season today, and of course happily frog Mary Moses in that chase for the top goal scorer this season. And right now she's just behind Bolaji Olamide, who has 14 goals so far. So yes, the other goal came in from substitute Doshima Tano, who got that free kick in from I think 20 to 30.
I think it was more than that.
I think 20.
It was more than 20.
30 to 35.
I think so.
35 yards out, and of course we're all with mouths dropped, jaws dropped when that particular goal came in. Yes, some will say that that was not a very good position for Bakari, but it's a goal for Doshima, and of course Bayosa are thankful to her for that, because of that. With that, they're still staying in this game, they're still hanging on in this game and looking to actually push maybe for a win if possible.
Well, it is Bello for Nasarawa Amazons, who has been adjudged to be offside. Aminat Bello, and that is the correct call. That is going to be our first offside of the day. The 1 minute water break over and done. Play resumes, and of course Amina Bello has been adjudged to be offside, but then
As against the so many offside traps that we saw Rivers Angels set for Bayelsa Queens, and that they just kept having offside upon offside upon offside. But today, like I said, both teams love to play with the ball, and while National Amazons were the ones with the ball most for the first half, and of course the first part of the second half, Bayelsa Queens have responded really, really solidly after conceding that goal. And right now, you've seen them also try to come out despite being a player down, to actually try to hold the ball and ensure that they don't keep more of the possession in the hands of the solid waves, because with more possession for them, more threats for you, and it makes your goalkeeper under so much pressure. And that is one of the pressure in which she cracked it anyway, considering her first goal of this tournament. She didn't concede on match day 1, but she has conceded already on match day 2, so no clean sheets for her today, even if they go to win.
Well, it is National Amazons now who are mounting the pressure. Ball still in the half of Bayelsa Queens, but cleared out. Bayelsa Queens are not taking nothing this time out. We do know defensively astute, how defensively astute they are. They might not have shown that today, a couple of times of course, but they are still in it. 80 minutes right about now, and it's 1-1 between these two historic sides in the NWFL game. It's been a fantastic game of football out here at the Rainbow Star Stadium, which of course has triggered some of the fans screaming and cheering for what we've seen. Carlo Dominion calling for Omoni Monle to be attended to. She is struggling with something, probably fatigue. Mozupo either. But then it's been a proper game out here. We've seen them strut their stuff. And Omoni Mole has done quite a lot for her team today.
Done quite a lot. I've been called upon a lot of times in this game. And also, you also want to remember that she has been the one to have kept them in this game so far. Despite conceding from the penalty spots, she has stopped so many goal-bound chances for National Amazons, and of course is the reason why they are still in this game and still holding on to their unbeaten record streak so far this season. And of course the reason why National Amazons might not be running away winners, because we are 9 minutes away from the end of regular time in this game, and maybe when we get to some minutes extra time, and she'll once again be the one who stood really, really solid for the Prosperity Girls today in this game, like she did for them against the Jewel of Rivers on match day 1.
Well, 9 minutes, 8 minutes is plenty of time for the scoreboard to change and in favor of any of these two sides. Omoni Monle is up. It is more changes being made. We are getting to see movement in the box of Nansarawa Amazons, which of course we will take a look at shortly. Well, yes, the referee is having a conversation with some of the players. Jennifer Oliver as well, she was earlier on sent off, but Jumoke Alani. Changes, yes, like I said, about to be made, and Shibawale is coming in place of Josephine Matthias, the captain of Nansarawa Amazons.
Another time in which Josephine will not be playing the entire 30, but you have to understand that with them chasing for a win in this game, they have to bring on players with more attacking intent and threats as against a player like Josephine. Yes, Josephine is very good at dead ball position, the set piece positions. She scored the winner for them.
Well, Florence delivered the cross in. I'll come to you shortly, Joy, but the ball is now back to the end. Oh my, a goal was scored, but before that goal was scored from a beautiful header, the referee has already blown for a foul, so that will not count. That would definitely not count.
I was wondering why they continue to head the ball, because the whistle was clear and the referee had already blown before the two ladies who jumped for that particular one. And now we have medical emergency. But I was saying before then, Shola Shobowale scored really, really important goals for National Amazons in the regular season. Started the first game, and I mean, you can understand why Coach Christopher Danjuma will be throwing her into the ring in this game. Not the ring, but I mean, you understand what I mean. Into the fight to get yes, to get a winner for them, because I mean they've had to score 2 goals. They had to score 2 goals in the previous game to be able to win. They conceded first in that one, but despite going up first in this first one, they are also at a position of leveling or at a draw right now. So they need a winner, and who else to call upon than a player who has scored really important goals for Nassau Amazons in the regular season. So yes, Shola Shobowale is in, and the captain of the side who scored the winner for them against Nigeria Raiders on match day 1 is out, and of course done with her shift for today.
Well, there is quite a lot to be done. Kindness is not... There's a lot. Kindness is in a dire situation. Kindness is... She needs lots of attention in there.
Looks really serious, because
it's very serious.
Quite serious, because I'm seeing them running with a stretcher right there. And
ambulance is also on
their way. Oh dear.
It is really serious. I did see a bandage to her eye, a right eye, and straight on she goes to the ambulance.
She's wheeled off into the ambulance right there. Really hope she's okay. And I mean, Bello is also on the pitch, but the person who took the more of the heat is definitely Kindness, who came in as a substitute in this game.
Yeah.
And right now, Coach Wunda White, despite I mean, forced to make such early saves due to his girls going down by a girl. You can see him. Yeah, you can see the coach right there.
And Kindness is, she's so young.
Yeah, really.
She's so young.
Really.
Well, we're looking at that again. It was collision of heads. Collision of heads.
Yes, and that's why Alani is also on the pitch. Well, Alani seems to be okay right now.
Yeah, I think it's from here. So Kindness took it to her face. So you're looking at it. Oh wow! It's not good at all.
Eye on the head.
Yeah, yeah. So she is being carried out now by the ambulance, and I hope that she is good.
And that's Bielsa Queens, yes, down to 9 players on the pitch right now, because I mean they had a player sent off in Olivia Jennifer earlier on in the second half, and right now Kindness, who came in as a substitute, have not really had a very kind end to her game today, as she's been, and we all hope that she's okay, because that is what's really important. But looking to see how Bielsa Queens would be able to hold on for the rest of this game. I mean, they have an opportunity to make another sub right now, but I mean, just waiting to see if.
We're seeing pictures of Edo Queen's contingent, the coach as well, having a say or two. This game has been very amazing.
Really amazing, really feisty. Like I said, they've gone bar to bar, part to part, aura for aura in this game. But I'm sure everyone has had shivers down their spine after seeing the way in which Kindness landed on the pitch, and that's what everyone is conversing about in the stadium right now. But players resumed.
That's why Amazons will continue again.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many players you have, make your changes when you have to. That's why Amazons still with the ball now.
And they want to capitalize on that particular one.
Switch of play, but handled by Omoko. Sends it out for a throw-in.
Omoko looks to be playing rather strongly than we thought she would.
Looks that way. Well, still answer of Amazons now. Amazons, the referee has called that as a free kick. 88 minutes and still 1-0 between Nassau Amazons and Bielsa Queens. Two sides that have entertained us today. What changes? 7 is coming in right about now.
And Omoko has finally made her final contribution for the day. So Omoko is okay. 33. That's Kindness, who is off in an ambulance is in for jersey number 27. It's off on jersey number 27.
24 Rose Ekong.
24. Beg your
Yeah.
pardon. And then Vera Samuel is the one who replaces Messi Omokwo. So yes, Vera, jersey number 29, replaces Omokwo, jersey number 7, while Kindness, who came in as a sub, jersey number 33, is replaced right there.
Well, it is, we saw quick changes out there, but we'll get to you. Nasser Amazons trying to play. Well, for Nasser Amazons, it was, of course, Faridat Abdul Wahab who came in for Amina Bello. Amina Bello is out. For Bielsa, Kindness Ifeanyi, who was a substitute earlier, was replaced by Rose Ekong. There was also another change as well, which would also confirm for you. That's
yes, Omokwo off for Vera Samuel.
Vera Samuel,
Yes.
who is joining from Edo Queen. She did win the title last season with Edo Queen. She also went on to win the WAFU B qualifiers with the same Edo Queens. Also went on to play with them on the continent as a CAF Women's Champions League. But this season, in the mid-season, she did join Bielsa Queens and has already scored 2 goals to her name. She's also brilliant in her own right. She's also brilliant in her own right, we know that. 5 minutes added to the 90.
Yeah, I mean, with the stoppage to address that particular incident that happened, in which we saw Kindness Ifeanyi taking off the pitch in an ambulance, stretched out the field, of course, straight into an ambulance, and of course, straight to the hospital. We definitely expect that amount of added time to be added right there. And of course, it's back to 11 versus 10, with Nasser Amazons having more numerically due to the red card that Bielsa Queens considered that led to their first goal, or led to the first goal we saw in this game.
This is top-tier women's football. It is the top-tier women league as well, the NWFL Premiership. The second tier, we do know it as the NWFL Championship. Well, here we are, the Super 6, where the top 6 teams and the best 6 teams in the country will gather and fight for one crown, which is a title. Right about now, no clear favorites. These two sides, like we said earlier, did win their first games against tough opposition, especially for Bielsa against Rivers and Nasser Amazons against Niger Rattles. And here they are, up out a 1-0 draw, which, if it ends this way, will be the first score draw and fact first draw of this very Super 6. But Nasser Amazons, here they come. Bielsa will clear their lines. Still Bielsa now.
Goal scorer right there, but dispossessed.
Nasser Amazons through Faridat Abdul Wahab. Sends the cross in. Cleared up by Monle. Now, still Nasser now in their own half. Encroaches to the half of Bielsa. Ball still in play. Bielsa would clear. But I thought she would have sent that one in for a team, but it has gone out for a throw-in.
Well, she kind of was late in responding to that. And of course, with an attacking threat coming your way, you have to be sure that, I mean, you clear the ball first to ensure that the entire team will group, to ensure that there's no mistake. Because any slight mistake right now, that would be their record of an unbeaten season up in flames. Yeah.
Up in flames. Right about now, we have about 2 minutes more to play. 2 minutes and some seconds to play before Carlo Dominion, the center referee, will be calling time. But until then, there's still 1-0 between these two sides. Nasser Amazons up against Bielsa Queens. 2-time champions versus 5-time champions. So they have 7 titles. We have 7 titles in this game.
And when you combine both, that gives you what
Rivers
Angels have.
Well, it is now a foul. You could hear the shouts and screams. Bielsa player down there.
I mean, the central referee, Carlo Dominion, has been really able to control this game, and she has been quite lenient in her foul calls. I mean, with only one card in this game, and that card being a straight red given to Jennifer Oliver for that particular handball in the goalpost, in the net itself.
What was that from Florence Alexander? You had your teammates in the box. You opted to play to the right, to the left-hand side, and you had no member of your team there.
That's a chance wasted.
Absolutely.
And I mean, might come back to haunt them if Nasser Amazon, with this particular attempt, go forward to get a goal.
1 more minute and some seconds still to go for these two sides to see who will be getting all 3 points here in the first match of the Super 6 on match day 2. Right here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene. Well, it is Bayelsa Queens now through Florence Alexander who would clear lines. Out for Otroin. Coach White looking on, wondering, looking at his watch. We have no time left. Right about now, it is Ambles Umunaya who has it. And it's about to send that ball in a throw-in. Couple more seconds to go. Maybe should have a couple of minutes because of what happened to Kindness if I
I mean, I think because we got to the added minutes after that incident, I think that is the only incident that ensured that we spent, and I mean, it was swift response from the medical team, so I don't think we spent so much time right there, and game continued almost instantly. So yes, I think 5 minutes is enough, and maybe we've seen just enough of these two sides today. And yes, Carlo Dominion has seen enough.
Well, that is all that we can get in the first 45 minutes. It has been a keenly contested fixture between Nasarawa Amazons versus Bayelsa Queens in a game where none of them could be separated. It was Nasarawa Amazons who drew the first blood through a penalty kick that was taken perfectly by Janet Akekwawe, who ensured that she got her 11th goal of the season. What a contest, I must say, we have witnessed, and almost immediately was a quick response and a fantastic free kick from substitute Doshima Tanum. Bayelsa Queens might not continue. Of course, they continue their unbeaten run. Now we're 16 and proving once again why they are top contenders for the 2024-2025 crown. But you will not let this one go, because Nasarawa Amazons gave this game their all. Nasarawa Amazons gave it everything. But the Prosperity Girls had a say as well. They couldn't edge them. Plenty of drama, of course, still to come in this very competition in the second game. But Bayelsa and Nasarawa Amazons might just have taken big steps towards yet another title. Unfortunately, an injury to Kindness Ifeanyi might not be exactly what they wanted, and we really hope that she'll be okay. But right about now, this time, it is Nasarawa Amazons 1, Bayelsa Queens 0-1.
I mean, that was a very interesting and to what was an interesting game. I mean, goals both coming in the second half. Seeing these two sides finally, Nasarawa Amazons averting what would have been 4 losses in 4 for this for their team against the Prosperity Girls. Talking about Bayelsa, that's Bayelsa Queens. Bayelsa Queens heavy sigh of relief right there, despite going a player down and of course conceding from the spot kick right there in the 55th minute. Goal by Janet right there. They were able to fight. Shows why they are currently unbeaten. Went on to fight, and this is the highlight of the first half in which we saw, or the second half in which we saw that particular penalty incident, and of course that was Jennifer Olivia who somehow wanted to keep the ball out, but opted to use her hands, and of course, you know,
very funny whenever I watch it again.
No part of the pitch is an outfield player allowed to use their hands, and there she was automatically sent off. And that was where Nasser Amazons got the opportunity to get their goal, courtesy of Janet, who is getting her 11th goal of the season. And that was quite a very interesting, but of course goal-bound, goal-scored penalty by Janet, the jersey number 19, and of course the leading goal scorer for Nasser Amazons, now just behind Bolaji Olamide in that one. And that was the free kick, the equalizing goal for Bielsa Queens right there by substitute substitute who came in the second half, talking about Doshi Matatom. A very sweet cross in there, or a very sweet free kick scored right there. Some would like to blame Bakari Shukurat for that particular goal conceded, but that was definitely a goal in. And yes, that one that you saw went in was of course not going to count because the referee had already blown, but why it is being replayed is because we had an unfortunate incident right there where substitute Ifeanyi Kanines had a collision with Alani Jumoke right there, which ensured that she was immediately stretched out, and of course taken into an ambulance and straight to the hospital because I mean, looks like she was bleeding, and I mean, so much pain, they had to take her off. And that was how we'll end this game. The first draw we'll be seeing in the Super 6 for 2025. Full time, we saw these two sides, Nasser Amazons play a full-time draw. Nasser Amazons won, Bielsa Queens won, and that's game 1 for match day 2. And it's a welcome back to the Remo Star Stadium right here in Ikenne, southwest Nigeria, where we have the home side or the host, talking about Remo Stars ladies, hosted Wet National Amazons, and of course Biosar Queens played out a 1-1 draw, and of course we're getting to the next game, Remo Stars versus Nigeria. So before we have the final one for today, Rivers Angels playing against defending champions Edo Queens.
That's exactly what we were seeing. We have seen match day 1 and then match day 2. Like you talked about, we're about to see Remo Stars take on Nigeria. So these two sides do know their stuff. So we're about seeing the players come out the tunnel. And I think we're expecting a fantastic game of football here today.
Yes, it's a fantastic game of football, seeing that Remo Stars will champions on match day 1, talking about Edo Queens. While Nigeria Rebels, who were just looking at glory after scoring first against National Amazons, would want to put that disappointing defeat on match day 1 behind them and see if they can be the one to shock Remo Stars this time around, because of course coming into this game they are the underdog, and of course we're getting set for handshake from the players to the referee and of course their opponents. And of course, if you're just joining us, this is the broadcast for the Super 6 second game of match day 2 of the NWFL Premiership Super 6 right here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikenne. And of course, my name is Joy Ojablu, and I'll be your lead commentator for today, bringing you of course, we have Remo Stars starting today with Charlotte Ajay, beg your pardon, Okoyemi Sunday, Hannah Ibrahim, Akudo Obona, Immaculate Ofyong, Olashubomi Ogundele, who got the winner for them in that game against Edo Queens. Blair said Isugo, Aishat Animashaun, Bolaji Olamide, and of course we have Simisola CJ and Bolaji Olamide. We can see the toss of the coin by the referee to see who gets us underway in this game, and of course looks like Remo Stars got that particular one, but to confirm that, let's give it team sheets for Nigeria Tales with Doris O'Hare in goal, Jubiga Chibodi in that particular one. Goal scorer for them in the first game, Sibe Rita, is with the team this time around. We'll also be starting Nora Davis. Oladeji Oluwabomi is also on the pitch. Jumaya Debayo, that solid lady from the under 17 side, mainstay on the 17 side, is going to be starting as well. Janet Ipe, Adana Wanchuku, Olua Tokpe, Alayode, Sofiat Bankole, and finally for Nigeria we have Grace Salio. Doctors, what are you expecting in this particular game, the second game we're having today?
Well, I'm expecting quite a lot. You can hear the fans, they are shouting at the highest of their voices because, of course, Remo Stars are involved in this very encounter. I'm expecting these two sides to do their best. We saw Nigeria holding their own against Nansarawa Amazons, but that wasn't the case at the end of the day after they lost 2-1. Remo Stars coming off a fantastic victory against defending champions Edo Queens. So I'm expecting quite a lot from these two sides. Coach Remo Matthew, we know what she can do. So I just want fantastic football, and I do think that we'll get to see that today.
Of course, expecting to see really good football today. We can see camera on the coach of the Remo Stars ladies, Coach Webimo Matthew, who has led her team to their debut NWFL Championship or Premiership, I beg your pardon, Super 6 in their second season of existence. And of course, the other side is Samson Keshi, the coach of Nigeria Tales, who is popped as he comes into this game looking for his very first win in this competition. Remember that both sides qualified from different groups, with Nigeria qualifying as the third team from Group B, right behind Biosar Queens and Rivers Angels respectively, while Remo Stars finished second right behind defending champions in Group A, talking about Edo Queens. And yes, they have a point to prove, talking about Nigeria, seeing that they're the last team to qualify for the Super 6, where they qualified on the final day, and of course at the expense of FC Robo, who are of course a regular to the Super 6. So yes, they have a point to prove, and they would want to prove it against the side who is also one fresh to this encounter when it concerns the Super 6. Well, this is not their first time playing the Super 6, and they would want to play against a Roma side who looks solid despite them being debutants in the Super 6. And yes, kickoff in this very first game, and that would be from Nigeria, starting us off in this game. So welcome once again. If you're just joining us for the second game of match day 2, it's Remo Stars versus Nigeria.
A game where I would expect to see better things to happen.
Expected to see plenty of things happen, and I think Remo Stars would want to start on the front foot in this particular game. And of course, we saw that particular ball go right the way of one of the most little strikers, or one of the little forwards we have in the NWFL this season. Talking about Kafayat Bashiru, who has 6 goals to her name so far. Of course, partnering up front with Bolaji Olamide, and of course, Remo Stars are on the front foot with this one. And across into the area, but that would be a wayward one, and that would be from Immaculata Offiong, who is a solid stay in this side, coached by Coach Wemimo Matthew. And center referee is Coach Dina Ejiro James, who will be presiding this particular one for us over the 90, and looking to have a really good game as we saw in the first one.
Oh yes, Remo Stars started quite well with good attacking intent. We just saw that earlier on. They do want to make a statement. They don't just want to host, they don't want to host and win, but they have to continue that winning streak here against Nigeria Raptors, who are returning to the Super 6 for just the second season. This is also the first time that Remo Stars ladies will be in the Super 6, so they want to make a statement. They want to make a statement, and let's see if they can do that today, getting off with 2 victories in the Super 6 this season.
Yeah, while they want to make a statement, they also have to be very wary of this Nigeria side, who are very good with set pieces, and of course scored their only goal of this tournament from a set piece. And the goal scorer of the day for them is the one who is going to be proceeding over this corner kick, talking about Sibe Rita. Rita takes the corner, and of course it is ineffective, and yeah, she's back to her position because she's most likely going to be called upon several times to make such decisions of taking the corner. And that is the foreign goalkeeper, the Ghanaian, who is in between the sticks for Remo Stars, talking about Charlotte. Let's call her Queen Charlotte, after the very popular Queen Charlotte of the Bridgerton story. And yes, Remo Stars are back with the ball, looking to go forward. Bashir Kafayat with that particular one, center forward. Remo Stars with the ball, a pause right there, and straight into the center. And I mean, it is safely collected right there by the goalkeeper of Nigeria, Ohia Doris.
Well, this is a better start than we saw in the game against Edo Queens. That game was rather dropped the first 45 and even the second 45 until the game picked up when the coach, Wimo Matthew, showed that presence, which of course got the game into gear. But right about now, the Remo Stars leaders have started quite well. They are attacking with an intent. They are showing that they can play the ball on the ground and on the feet as well. So it's been quite interesting. The Nigeria Raptors are also a team that are quite good on the ball as well. So let's see what these two sides can do. It's just about 4 minutes in, and it's goalless. These two sides are promising sides, and are quite young when it comes to playing women's football in the country.
Yeah, promising. Goalless, you mentioned. But we have to remember that Nigeria scored the fastest goal in this tournament than they did against National Amazons in the first game. But that would be a throw-in to Remo Stars ladies. Another throw-in forced by Nigeria, and of course it's still Remo Stars to take the throw. Throw taken. Back to the feet of the captain of the side, talking about Olabumi. A foul right there, but Olamide, the highest goal scorer in this competition, talking about the NWFL Premiership this season with 14 goals, is the one who would keep the ball in for Remo Stars. But right now, Immaculata Offiong has been called upon to get them off a little bit away from danger, and forced in the throw-in right there. And that's Chukwudi who would throw that particular one. Nigeria Tells trying to make something out of that, but it will be counted as a chance way offside.
Well, they've started quite brilliantly as well, Nigeria Rattlers. A team that, you know, in the regular season fought until the very dead before they could qualify for the Super 6 with Samson Keshi, the coach of this side, who knows his stuff. He has coached men's football. This is his first time in women's football, so we've seen how his team can play. They have fantastic players as well who also play in the national team, and they've started quite well here against Remo Stars leaders.
Yeah, of course, talking about players who have played in the national team for Niger Rattlers, the only second club. I mean, this is the battle of the privates, as they are the only two sides that are owned by private owners. Talking about Niger Rattlers and Remo Stars, and I mean, talking about mainstays in the national team, players like Jumai Adebayo, who is a major stay in the Flamingos, who went on to do really good in Dominican Republic at the World Cup, Wafu. And of course, even the qualifiers for the World Cup that will be going on later on this year. And she's starting for Nigeria Rattlers. Now Nigeria Rattlers with the ball, looking to press forward, but of course Remo Stars will give them no breathing space for that particular one as they get the ball back. And yeah, Ikpa Janet, I beg your pardon, is the one who lets off possession there. And yes, that is Immaculate Aofiong, really known for her shots.
She was quite poor against Edo
Quite
Queens.
poor, yes. This time around she will look to make amends for that. But I mean, she's a mainstay in the defense for Coach Wemimo Matthew. And I mean, I said she would go on to take that throw in. And her signature launch into the area right there. But the ball is back in possession for Nigeria Rattlers, who will look to capitalize on that one. But goal scorer from the first game, Shubomi Ogundele, who is a very, very huge internet sensation in women's football, making her debut at the very first time playing at a club side in the NWFL Premiership. And Remo Stars were the team to put their trust in her. And she had a dream debut when it concerns her first game in the NWFL Premiership, where she played against Confluence Queens and scored on that day. And a dream debut at the Super 6, where she scored the only goal for Remo Stars against Edo Queens, the defending champions.
But nothing beat that feeling, because that's the rather the moments that you will cherish your entire life.
Definitely.
But then if they end up winning the title, that is going to beat it, I think. And if she scores on the final day that leaves the title for her club, that's going to beat it for me.
I mean, a fairy tale finish for her if that happens. But she had a really, really solid season with providing very good assists starting from the bench, and also to mention that she is still a student, as she's currently a student of the University of Lagos, but giving her all whenever she's called upon to play for Coach Wemimo Matthew led side.
That's a big statement, because we are clamoring for you know, young bloods to be brought into the league. And I must also add that our women's league, we do have really young players playing in the league. I do remember Rivers having, you know, PSF Young as well. A couple of young stars as well.
Yeah, we also mentioned the fact that from the previous game, the lady who was injured, talking about
Kindness
in Fines, quite pretty young, and we're having players like even the person that we were talking about having a height disadvantage in the game. Yeah, she's starting again today. Talking about Simisola.
Okeseji.
Yeah, Okeseji is also very young. She's also one who is charged to play in the under-17 side of Flamingos too. So yes, this is well, we're not to be a selling league, so of course we are also a league with really young players, and really interesting to see them come against each other for the crown right here. Remember that this is the start of the journey for whoever would get to represent Nigeria at the WAFL.
That could be qualifiers.
When you play the WAFL, you get the opportunity to represent Nigeria, win that particular one, and qualify for the Continental Showpiece, which is the Champions League. And peradventure go on to win that, might represent Africa at the very first edition of the Women's Club World Cup later on in the year. So yes, that is definitely, and that's the lady right there, Okeseji, as she is called, and she's the one that was fouled right there by Rita Sibe. Quite very audacious tackle, but she's up right now. And yes, going on in this game, Sibe, goal scorer from the first game for Nigeria Tales.
She's got the first goal of the tournament.
First goal of the tournament also, yes, made history that day, scoring in the 13th minute against National Amazons. And yes, the ball is back in possession of Ohia Doris, who takes that one in, sends it in, and just a deflection, and it's back in the hands of her counterpart at the other end of the pitch, Charlotte. Yeah, just sends it in. I mean, this time she's not waiting for Ofiog to take her goal kicks for her today. She's taking them herself.
Probably she had a knock or she was suffering something on that game.
Yeah, that particular day, not to be able to take it. But the captain of the side, Olubomi Oladeji, is leading the charge for the attack. But yes, quickly, Charlotte Ajay is out to quickly collect that particular one. And Charlotte had a really impressive start to her life at Remo Stars right there. Very young lady, you can see also. Had 6 clean sheets in the regular season. Add the one against Edo Queens, making 7 so far this season. Really impressive from her for the ladies who have played the very first time in the Super 6, talking about Remo Stars ladies.
Well, she wasn't at her very best when she joined the league with Rivers Angels. And then her move here must have helped her with confidence, must have helped her game. And like you said, 7 clean sheets already this season. With that one guy, with the 7s coming against Edo Queens, that tells that she has grown, and the team has done her quite a lot of favors as well, ensuring that she gets better. So it's been a great time for her, and let's see if she can as well get on the clean sheet with this game against Nigeria Tales.
Yeah, definitely. Just like I think the game plan for Remo Stars so far in this tournament is, if you're not going to win, just don't concede, don't lose. And I think that's worked so fine for them in the first game, and eventually they got their winner late into the second half. I mean, minutes away from the end of the game, the 88 minutes, with that corner kick going straight into the back of the net. Ball that looked to be an own goal, but credited, of course, to Shubomi Ogundele in that particular one, because looks goal bound. And yeah, Remo Stars will continue with that particular streak, or looking to continue that particular streak. And yeah, that ball is back in the hands of Charlotte.
Well, the winds are back, and the weather is calming again, and the players, I'm sure, will enjoy their game. It's not as hot as they would have thought it would, because by this time on Saturday, we did see the players suffering when it comes to the heat. They had to...
I mean, it was the turn of Bielsa Queens and Rivers Angels at this time of the day, that particular day. And Remo Stars also actually tasted a bit of that sun when we had about 33 degrees around about 4 o'clock when they were playing their own game against Edo Queens. But right now, calm weather, really good for the football we're seeing on the pitch today. And I mean, Remo Stars, what's that particular chance right there, but cleared out by Captain Olubomi. But back with the ball, and that's Olamide. Olamide will take a shot. She takes it, and she scores it. That is her 15th. That is by, not Olamide actually. Olamide did score the goal. A brilliant stop, take her time, a pause right there. And she has finally gotten herself a goal in the NWFL Premiership Super 6. Bolajo Olamide looking to break the record, or meet and break the record set by Amarachi Odima in the 2014-2015 season. And right now she is on her way, as she scored the 15th. Looking to go on to score 17 and, of course, meet that record and break it. What would you say about that particular goal set for her by Subomi right there in the midfield, who got that ball and, of course, cross it in for Olamide? And Olamide, of course, a calm and a pause finish to get us started in this game. It's 1-0 in favor of Remo Stars. goal scored by highest goal scorer in the league this season, Bolaji Olamide.
That was a beautiful goal, and the way that she sold the dummy to, of course, our two markers in Jumaya Adebayo as well as Adedeji Oluwabumi, of course, ensured that she switched the ball from her left to right and took a strike with that right-footed one. Got past Doris here, and that will be, like you said, her 15th goal of the season, her first so far in the Super 6, but of course, she has already gotten the job done in the regular season. It's not like it's over yet. 15th goal and counting so far in this tournament. Well, it did not exactly beat the timing of Nigeria's first goal in this very competition.
One, but they'll take it.
Yeah, this came in the 15 minutes, but she will take it. They will take it because it was a fantastic, beautiful, beautiful goal that was from Olamide Bolaji. She's also in the score sheet now, and great things to come for Remo Stars.
Great things to come for them. I mean, a very good start as compared to what happened in that game against Edo Queens, where they had to wait late to get a goal. But this time you will say that maybe they are playing against a less dangerous or fancy side as they played the defending champions in their first game. But a good start for them. Do you think that this will continue, or this would lead to what might be a whitewash for Nigeria Rattles in this game?
I do not know. I don't think it's going to be a whitewash. I do think that Nigeria Rattles are quite good in their own rights as well. They do have attacking-minded players. They know how to defend as well. So I don't think it might be a whitewash, but I do see this game being much more contested for quick goal that might end up becoming the winner for Remo Stars. We don't know that yet for sure. But as we have seen, Nigeria Rattles also have players that can hurt the Remo Stars in this very game.
They have players that can hurt them in this game. I mean, like I said, they have the deadliest combination in attack, talking about Remo Stars, with Bolaji Olamide with 15 goals and Kafayat Bashir with 9 goals, making a combine of 24 goals for their two forwards right there. And that is Olamide being fouled right there as they look to go forward for another goal. And of course, she's on the floor, wincing in pain, waiting to see if she can continue. I mean,
she was saying the dummy again, but she was caught this time.
I mean, she was not going to get past that particular player there, but that would be a very, very dangerous foul. That, of course, was called by the center referee in the game, Dina Ejiro James.
She was at the right place to have seen that tackle, so yes, it was a very bad one, and she saw that. So Remo Stars will take the free kick.
Free kick taken. And Nigeria Rattles are clear a bit to get themselves, but I mean, somehow they found themselves on the break for an attacking move, but quickly stopped because bodies fell on the line. Of course, Hannah Ibrahim, who is one of the home favorites, a very young and solid defender, a mainstay at the under-17 side.
Another young player again
with really, really great character. I mean, we talked about her in the first game against Edo Queens, mentioned the fact that she was an internet sensation last time out, or early part of the season, when she played on this very ground on the very day she lost her dad and dedicated that particular game to her father. And of course, right now she's pairing with an experienced centre-back in the person of Ubona, who is the standing captain of the side.
Well, it was almost an equalizer earlier on for Nigeria Rattles, but then it was the goalkeeper and the players weren't sure that it went out for a corner kick, but that was taken quickly, and now it is a goal kick that will be taken once again by Immaculata.
Immaculata is back to her goalkeeping, or her goal kick responsibilities, as we saw in the game against Edo Queens. That is back in possession of Nigeria Rattles, who are looking to quickly make a comeback in this game and a little bit late on. Remo Stars are back to defend, and there's a good change. Quite a shock. We have jersey number 12, who is out for jersey number 11.
We got Chijoke and Chigodi. He's being taken out.
I'm trying to understand if that is a tactical change or that was forced by maybe an injury or a fitness issue.
I think so. I think it's like a fitness issue or
Yes,
something.
Chikodi is off.
Or
and I mean,
or the game plan is not working. So the best way to do it is to ensure that you bring someone quickly who can manage the pressure, who can ensure that they can defensively hold your own as well as assisting in attack as well. I think that's what Samson Keshi is looking for in the game.
that's, I mean, a lot of footballing fans who are watching currently will be questioning if that is not too early in the game. I mean, just 20 minutes played. If it is for tactical reasons, that is quite interesting to see. We'll wait to see if that will eventually pay off, as they would be looking to avoid back-to-back defeats in this competition. Talking about Nigeria Tels, the girls from Abuja. They're originally from Benue, but I mean, they make Abuja home. And I mean, are the second or the only club apart from Remo Stars who are privately owned in the NWFL Premiership. And of course, that means they are the second only private team playing in the Super 6.
They were actually, one of the first privately owned clubs before Remo Stars were brought in last season as well.
Yes, definitely.
And it's good to get to see that happening in the league.
And to see that they're
more
both,
of that.
yeah, more of that. To see that both of them are also in the highest stage, which is the Super 6, shows that yes, returns are definitely, or investments are paying off for their owners, who are putting in so much and competing with the other girls who are, of course, state-sponsored teams.
Either way, it's going to be very difficult to win in titles here, so you have to ensure that you are at your very best. You're playing against the state-backed teams, and you know that their pockets do not go dry. They have the deep pockets out there to sponsor the teams. But here they are in the Super 6, fighting alongside those other teams. Can they snatch that title away from Edo Queens? Out with the question. Some are saying Remo Stars do, but I do know that they might have a chance, maybe because they are home and their fans will be supporting them all the way through. But then you talk about Bayelsa, you talk about Rivers, talk about Edo Queens. They are no mean feat when it comes to this very competition.
Definitely, they'll be looking to be the first side since Bayelsa, or since Delta Queens, I beg your pardon, hosted and won this competition in Asaba there. I want to go in the footstep of other teams like Bayelsa, who have also hosted and won, and who missed out by a very thin margin last season in front of home fans in Yenogwa, where Edo Queens came and snatched that one. Remo Stars ladies will be looking to host and win. I mean, their men were crowned champions on this ground. They will be looking to walk in the footstep of the men and be crowned on this very ground also, as they are hosting the competition right here at their home ground, the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikenne, Ogun State.
If you're not a fervent follower of the Women's League, you would actually think that CB Rita looks like Shakira Moshuda Bayelsa.
Yes, they have a very striking resemblance right there. But maybe the hairstyle is what is different.
They mostly do the same style sometimes.
But today, I took note of it. I mean, I was thinking about it during our commentary in the first game. The first game, Shakira Moshood was wearing a zigzag cornrow style, while Rita is putting on a straight all-back cornrow style.
The difference.
Yes, it's different. But same skin tone and everything. And of course, the audacious shots from outside the box.
True that.
Very similar. Well, Remo Stars are the one with the ball right now. A free kick to be taken just outside the box right there from the right-hand side. Into the box, into the area.
Oh.
And that just came slightly over the head of Hannah Ibrahim.
That would have been a stunner if it had gone in.
I mean, she always gets in very dangerous positions like that. And with her height, she looks to capitalize on that and get goals for this team. And I mean, would have further dampened the spirit of Nigeria Tales, who would have considered 2 in this first half. But I mean, so far so good. The assist railing by a lone goal scored in the 14th minute by Olamide Bolaji of Remo Stars.
But we've seen that, 2 of the top goal scorers are scored here in the Super 6 with 1 is left. Mary Moses, she is going to be playing much later today.
we should be also getting on the score sheet because we've seen Janet score twice now in the tournament, and in the Super 6, I mean to say.
And that's an opportunity for Nigeria Tales to capitalize on that slip from the defense of Remo Stars. But quick reaction right there from Charlotte to collect the ball and ensure that they have nothing to worry about. And still yet to consider in this competition, Remo Stars. And that is a foul blown against Nigeria Tales, and of course foul against Immaculata Offiong. Offiong is still on the floor, and we can see on our screens Coach Wemimo Matthew quite unpleased with something and complaining. I'm sure she's not unpleased with the goal, the score line right now, but I mean, maybe at the way at which her girls are currently being treated by the other team players. Offiong, the latest victim. But Coach referee Dina Ejiro James believes to have a hand of this game and has given a free kick in the half of Remo Stars. Free kick taken. And I mean, unlike the first game in which we saw the girls liking to hold possession and keep it for a while, this is not yet a game in which we've seen either side hold the ball as much.
Well, just do what you have to do. Ensure that you don't lose it at a very dire position for your team. Ensure that when you lose it, you're chasing after it. So win the second balls. Ensure that you keep the pressure. You keep putting that pressure there, which is what I think both sides have done.
Well, that looked to have been a break for Remo Stars, but I mean, the referee will call it back for an infringement right there on Ikpa Joy. Ikpa Janet. I don't know why I keep calling her Joy, because we have an Ikpa Joy. Yeah, we have an Ikpa Joy in Edo Queens, I think. But it's Ikpa Janet who got that particular foul, and fortunately for her team, they weren't able to capitalize on that one. And yes, play continues. Isigo is going back into the field, and now it's getting quite sunny
and shiny because of the confettis on the ground.
Definitely. Yeah, if you're just joining the broadcast today, all of this is due to the leftovers from the confetti from yesterday, where this ground hosted the current champions of the male league, talking about the MPFL, where they were crowned yesterday after defeating Ikorodu City by 4-1 for the very first time in their history. And their women are currently looking to imitate the boys, and so far with one win in their first game, and looking to go on to win this one, because based on the scoreline they are currently leading, and if it ends up this way, that will be 6 points in 6 for Remo Stars, Dockers.
Absolutely, that will be exactly what they are looking for, because that those screams are because the referee, the fans are shouting and screaming that the referee should give a throw-in to Remo Stars. The referee gave that to Nigeria Tales, and now she has changed her mind again and giving it to Remo Stars.
Well, I'm wondering what the fourth official is doing right there, because I mean,
Yeah.
she's supposed to be in constant communication with the referee right there, but if you're allowing the home fans dictate what you do, then you're not in charge of the game as much as you should.
I agree.
Well, it's officially, rightfully a throw into Nigeria Tales this time around.
No shouts, no screams.
Yeah, everybody's happy. Throwing done, and of course Sibe Rita takes that, shoot that in. Yeah, Remo Stars, after the goal, we're here to see their forwards much with the ball. Bolaji Olamide is still quiet up front right there after her goal. Kafaya Bashiru with 9 goals, also not seeing so much of her, despite early glances or flashes of brilliance in the first 3 to 5 minutes of this game from her. Remo Stars would be looking to get another goal in this game. because of things like this, as Ranger Returns are back with the ball, looking to take a shot from there. And yes, that particular one is scored as a foul against Niger Returns, and of course flagged offside by the fourth official right there. If someone is on the floor, definitely going to be a goal kick for Remo Stars there. Free kick and a goal kick, but looks like Hannah is on the floor.
Yeah, there was a little bit of tussle on the ball.
That was a tussle on the ball, and I think a stamp on the feet from her own teammate, Hannah. But she's okay now. I think she's up.
It's not been the very best of games when it comes to the final third, but I must confess that was a brilliant goal from Balaji Olamide, who ensured that would be the first goal of this encounter, the opener. But then ever since then, it's been, you would say, lackluster ness from the both teams in front of goal.
Yeah, but I think I've seen more of Nigeria Tails come forward into the final third after conceding that goal. Remo Stars not doing much to get back into the 18-yard box of Nigeria Tails.
Too many fouls being called already in this very first half. In the first, 31 minutes? Oh, we're already in 31. Looks like time is running.
Yeah, time is flying in the second game, as opposed to their first one. And, yeah. Free kick taken. Still with the ball, looking to take a shot right from outside the box, similar to what she did to get that goal for the first goal of the tournament. Talking about Siwe Rita, but she was blocked brilliantly by the Remo Stars wall. Referee James is back with the ball, and I'm calling for decorum, and she's trying to ensure that yes, everything is in place accordingly. But the ball is back in play quickly for a throw in for Remo Stars. Throw in taken. Now a throw in for Nigeria Tails. So we're yet to see the teams play the ball on the ground as much as the other teams from the first game we've seen today. Another throw in this time around, but this time is back to Remo Stars, the home team, and the host team. Yes, they are home on this fixture, and they are also the host, as it's been played in their stadium, the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene. And that will be a water or a cooling break, the first one we are seeing in this game. And I mean, it's back to default setting Dorcas. We have a cooling break in 30 minutes play, as opposed to the first game in which we saw the first one, I think, in the 76th minute. It's back sunny in Ikene, and I mean, it's 32 degrees right here, the home ground of the Remo Star Stadium.
But yes, it's back to business as usual, because you're looking at the fact that the sun is rising as it usually would. That's why we're getting cooling break. 1 minute usually we do get them at least to cool off. Don't drink too much of the water, just to, you know, catch your breath, because we don't want heat strokes here. It is quite important that we get our players fit and they get the job done. So yeah, take 1 minute break, get the water to cool you down, and let play resume.
Yeah, waiting for the players to get their heads, their minds, of course, and their body cool. Yeah, showing the Remo Stars players getting instruction also from their coach, Wemimio Matthew, and of course assistant coach, was standing in the first 20 minutes of their game against Edo Queens, talking about Adeni James. And we're back onto the pitch, waiting for a start to the game. And yes, let's remind you that this is the second time that Nigeria Tails will play in the Super 6. And they are yet to record a win in both the first time they were qualified and, of course, so far in the second edition in which they'll be campaigning at the Super 6. So far, 6 games played, 6 losses. Might be the 7th today because they are currently trailing Remo Stars by a lone goal. And with what we've seen after they conceded, do you think that they can stage a comeback in this game, Dorcas?
The funny thing is, they haven't won a game yet, and it is only that goal against Nwfl Amazon that was the first goal of their Super 6 history.
Imagine.
Yeah, so in 4 years.
In 4 years, in 6 games played, they've only scored a single goal courtesy. So, Siberita is history maker in a lot of rights. First goal for them in the tournament, first goal in their history in the Super 6, and of course, first goal of this tournament.
Quite a lot of history.
A lot of history for her right there. And she'll be looking to make history too if she can help them to get their first win in the Super 6 in this competition and ever. And she's still on the pitch, still doing her own duty. But this time around, Remo Stars are back with the ball, and Shubomi will take a shot with a right-footed shot, a weak one at that, and that would be on bordering for Ohia Doris, who would take goal kick in the 36th minute of this game. Well, decided to play it short to her defender. And ball launched into the Remo Stars half. And somehow, Nigeria have been able to scrabble that one out. But final third decisions still falling short, as that is safely in the arms of Charlotte Adjei.
I talked about how lackluster they are. It also involves the fact that they lack decision making in the final third. Because I don't see any reason why you have that ball, you're making really good runs, you're prancing really well into the 18-yard area, but you opted to shoot the ball when it lacks the power to ensure that it troubles a Charlotte Adjei, and then your teammate wasn't even there to have a part of their body on that ball, at least to get the equalizer. So I think that was really poor decision making.
Poor decision making from Nigeria right there. But right now we're seeing Charlotte Adjei, who is complaining of some pain in her thigh, and it's been attended to by the medical team. We talked about Charlotte earlier, who is looking to get her 8th clean sheet in this season's proceedings. Play stopped currently, and I mean, for the second game, we're getting to witness on this ground today, match day 2, game between Remo Stars ladies and Nigeria FC of Abuja. Still 1 goal that separate both sides. Goal scored in the 14th minute by the leading goal scorer of the league this season, talking about Bolajo Lamide, and assist provided by Shubomi Ogundele. Well, she's up now, Charlotte, and the referee is waiting to continue play and ensure she's okay. Yes, she's okay, and is going to take that goal kick.
She just had muzzle pull that needed to be attended to. You could see her struggling with something at that point in time, and it is clear now she's already up and going. So here again, and the Raptors will try to see if they can get a quick equalizer. Maybe not quick, but at least before they finish the first 45, let them see if they can try to get something out of it.
Looking to get something right there. Shubomi looking to make a run with that ball. Shubomi right there. Shubomi looks like Blessed.
That is Aishat Animation.
Yes, Animation Aishat. Aishat somehow got her team throw in, and another throw in right there, because the first one was played out by jersey number 11 for Nigeria Tales, who came on as a substitute in the 20th minute, by the way. Talking about Paulina Oshio. And that is back safely in the arms of Ohia Doris. Takes it quickly as her team is chasing in this game, being behind by a lone goal. Ball still in possession of Nigeria Tails. Ball lost, and Remo Stars ladies will look to go forward. Bolaji sends the ball forward, and Bashir Kafayat still with the ball, but unable to connect to any of her teammates. And of course, you can hear the shouts of frustration from the fans, who wants more goals in this game despite leading already.
That's a chance for a goal.
Very good chance actually, and a very good play from Olamide Bolaji, who spotted her in a very, very juicy position to go forward and took it. But Kafaya wasn't able to finish the work right there, or at least get it to someone who could finish it. That's a challenge by Hannah, or a collision by Hannah. But
yeah, I think it's in favor of Remo Stars.
Yes, Hannah Ibrahim will get the nod for the foul against the other side. Ball back in play. Nigeria Tails look to calls for a free kick there, but Remo Stars will go forward with Simi. Simi still playing despite being, and that is a very good way to win the ball by Blessed. Blessed goes forward, but Shubomi would lose that, and you can see Isebo getting hugs from Immaculata. A very good play.
Yeah,
the hustling of the ball right there.
She wasn't the best in the Edo game.
Edo game, yes, she had a really poor game.
Yeah, very poor game. She was also substituted in that very game as well.
Yes,
but here she is today doing some very fine footworks.
Good footwork, and then you can understand why the coach of the side, Wemimo Matthew, would decide to put her trust in her. But someone is being stretched out right there. Unsure what happened to have led to that particular one. Oluwatemi Tokpaya Lion just number 28, is stretched out. The play continues with Immaculata right now with the throw-in. Throw-in done. Throw-in to Hannah Ibrahim. And throwing this time around will go to Nigeria Tails, where Siberita will take that one for our team. Throwing done. Ball quickly won by Remo Stars ladies, who would be back in possession right there, courtesy of a play from Simi Okesiji. Played on. Nigeria Tails will cross that one deep into the half of Remo Stars. But yet, we are yet to see any of the side hold possession for as long as 5 to 6 passes, as each team tried to cross the ball deep into the other half or straight into that's the 18-yard box.
It hasn't been smooth transitions for the two sides. We've seen some of the best coming from
the first game.
Yeah, the first game, and also Nigeria has also had a couple of tries as well, but not the best we've seen in this very game. National Amazons were almost seamless with their transition.
Well, there's going to be a yellow card in this game from an encounter with the referee. I think the referee spotted something, trying to talk to Sunday there. Sunday, in a response to the referee, has ended herself, Sunday has ended herself the first yellow of the game due to her attitude right there. The referee will have none of that, referee James, and get a corner for Nigeria Tails. Corner taken, and there on top of the net again, the second time in this game, from a corner from Siberita. which will have to do better with her deliveries from corner. She did very well with her free kicks, but from the corner, it's not been really good delivery to her teammates inside the 8-yard or 6-yard box or even the 18. She's been crossing it on top of or playing it on top of the net right there. She needs to do better with those opportunities. And we have 3 minutes added there to the remaining proceeding in the first half. Remo Stars now with the ball looking to increase their lead, and that would be brilliantly cut by Ohia Doris, and of course applause from the home fans for that brilliant run from Simisola Okesiji.
Yeah, that was a good one, a good prancing run into the 10-yard box of Niger Rattles. But then the cross, the delivery didn't get the power enough to land on her teammate's head or legs, and that is how Ohia Doris had to come collect into safety.
Yeah, collected into safety for Doris, but someone is unsafe right now. I'm talking about Charlotte, as the ball is in a very dangerous position for Rattles, who would have that very beautifully defended. And again, try their luck with this time. Hannah who heads off. And Remo Stars would heave a sigh of relief right there, because a foul is called against Niger Rattles. But 2 players are down on the pitch. And first player, Remo Stars player, Okeseji, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. And Sibe Rita of Niger Rattles. Remember, she's the only one to have scored in any game that Niger Rattles has played in the Super 6 ever, and that goal came in the first game of this particular edition of the NWFL Premiership Super 6. That was against National Amazons, I beg your pardon. They went ahead in the game, actually, scored the first goal, but I mean, National Amazons came back 2-1 to win that particular one. The first game of this tournament on Saturday, right here on this the home ground of Remo Stars FC. We're hosting every one of us here for the Super 6. And there she'll take a bandage to the head, but thankfully she's okay.
Did the referee give her a yellow card for not leaving, or that was the yellow card that she had before?
Looks like for not leaving, maybe. I'm not sure she got the yellow.
Probably was from before.
She was, I don't think she was carded.
Yeah, the referee brought a card. I don't know who she gave it to.
Okay, that will be confirmed, the broadcast, because the only person who hasn't carded so far today is Sunday. That looks like a foul, but that will not be called against Shubomi, who continues play. I mean, that will be stopped as we're seconds away from the end of this half. And I think the referee has had enough. She will see out the 3 minutes, see out the 3 minutes. And I mean, that is Charlotte saying a prayer of thanks as she has finished this half with her clean sheet intact. And you can see the players right there, some on the pitch. Okeseji, one of them, and of course the referee going back into the tunnel right there. I mean, she's looking like getting comfort from her teammates after what looked to have been a yellow card issued her in the very final minutes of the added time. And it's halftime at the Remo Star Stadium. Match day 2, game 2. Halftime, Remo Stars ladies 1, Niger Rattles FC 0. Score by Bolaji Olamide. I mean, if this is your first time watching this broadcast, this is the live broadcast. And of course, we are halftime into the second game of the day. Remo Stars ladies took on or are taking on Nigeria Tales, and you could see them right there at the start of the game, which was started by Nigeria Tales FC. And of course, we got that particular one, which looked to be the first chance at goal that was definitely stopped. And that looked like the goal. That was the goal from Bolajo Lamide. A rebound from the chance of Kafaya Bashir. And of course, an assist by Shubomi Ogundele. A dummy right there by Bolajo Lamide. And of course, the very first goal and the only goal of this second half. And we saw chances also for Nigeria Tales. And that would be the entirety of the game for this first half. Yeah, first half. Bremer Stars ladies 1, Nigeria Tales 0. Yes, we're back for the second 45 of this encounter. The second game of today, match day 2 of the NWFL Premiership Super 6. And of course, to kick us off with this one is Remo Stars, as of course Nigeria just kicked us off in the first half. Welcome if you're just joining this broadcast. My name is Joy Ojablusudo Euphoria, and of course I am doing this alongside
Dr. Skoki, who is here to, of course, see how this very fixture is going to end. Remo Stars already lead by goal to nil. A brilliant, beautiful goal scored by Bolaji Olamide in the first 15 minutes of this encounter. In the first, so I really couldn't wait to see the final results. But I do think that these two sides still have a lot to show us and to showcase this lovely afternoon.
Of course, lovely to showcase. From the 3 games we saw on match day 1, and of course what we saw in that first game, Dorcas, it looks like we always have the second half deliver something better than whatever we see in the first half. The first half was brilliant. The second half is going to be as splendid. And I mean, we saw a lackadaisical start to, apart from the goal we saw in the first half. Are we expecting fireworks in the second half, Dorcas?
In this game, I'm not expecting fireworks. I haven't seen the two sides blown us out of proportion in this very game. They have the quality, we do know that for sure, but they haven't exactly used that to their favor. So right about now, it's not what we expect, or I'm not expecting anything more than what we've already seen in the first. But I do think one more goal might just go in. I don't know where it's going to go in, but I do think one more goal might just go in.
Okay, if you're just joining us, starting lineup for Remo Stars remain unchanged. Oh, that looks like a rather interesting way to concede that corner. Remo Stars are going to have their first corner of the second half. I think this first corner of the game, I didn't see F Young play any corner. Yes, this is the first corner.
First corner was taken by Makuleta, but then it was really a poor one in the first half.
Now she's playing her first corner of the second half. Makuleta F Young to take. Corner delivered into the area, but another wasteful corner right there from the right back, and of course going to be goal kick taken quickly for Nigeria Tails.
Talking about Immaculata Ofyoung, she has been playing set pieces for a very long time, but I haven't seen as much improvement as I would have liked, because she seems to waste opportunities that should be converted into goal.
Waste opportunities, but it's Remo Stars that wants to capitalize on, or would want to, Nigeria that want to capitalize on this one. And Remo Stars defense, we almost caught sleeping right there, and should have been punished if Nigeria Tails were more precise with their play. And I mean, you can see that after taking that shot, she realized that that should have been goal bound for her, and she is not pleased with herself right there for not at least making it a shot on target.
Well, yeah, she should be disappointed, because the goalpost was pretty much open for her to convert that chance into something that would help her team bring them into this game. But she opted to take a very flagrant shot, and that was what was quite disappointing with how she managed that very situation.
Disappointing there, but they would quickly gather themselves as they've gotten another set piece, this time to be taken by Captain Olubumi Oladeji. And of course, telling the girls to come together. Set piece set into the area. But that set piece is not properly cleared by Remo Stars. Nigeria is unable to get their legs behind that one. I mean, that was looking as if the clean sheet of Ajay will be up in flames in this competition. Remember, she did not concede in the first game in that their win against Edo Queens. But somehow, Nigeria Tails have unable to convert that one, and they would have to wait for another opportunity, which will come from a corner taking right now. And this time around, Ajay is still struggling to gather the ball like she would want to, despite making jumps at it. And it would be another corner
in quick
succession for Nigeria Tails. Ajay right now talking to our defense line to be at alert, as they've been under pressure in the last 2 minutes from Nigeria Tails. Nigeria Tails taking, but that would be a very horrendous corner
Well,
taken.
It's what it is. It's what it is. I have Nigeria have started quite well. They had multiple chances earlier on, but Charlotte Ajay came out rushing to get that ball. She was quite lucky that Nigeria did not pull that one into the back of the net. That would have cost the team quite a lot because, of course, herself too, like you said, her clean sheet record might just have been taken away from her as well. But here she is, and her teammates keeping the lines as neat and tidy as possible. And Nigeria will try again to see if they can continue to fight to get that equalizer before full time in this encounter.
Yeah, looking to get an equalizer, and of course, she's still the only goalkeeper in this competition yet to concede a goal. Talking about Charlotte Ajay, the other goalkeeper was Moni Mole of Bielsa Queens, but she conceded from a set piece or a penalty that was scored by, and that's a change, the first change for Remo Stars in this encounter. Jersey number 20 in, jersey number 25 taking out for jersey number 20. I was about to read out the changes or read out the starting 11 for both sides, but Aisha is out, and she is replaced there by jersey number 20. Jersey number 10, I think. Yeah, that is Neka Julius Eke, and that will be the first change for Remo Stars. Different team for both sides now as against what started in the first half. For Remo Stars, the 11 players on the pitch: goalkeeper Ajay, Sunday Hannah, Ogbonna Ofyong, Ogundele Isigbo, now Eke, Bolaji, and Bashir. Those are the 11 ladies proceeding to do the duties for Coach Wemimo Matthew. Now Wemimo Matthew has seen her side win their first game in their first ever Super 6, and she'll be looking to make it 2-2 with this team, but she is up against Samson Keshi-led side, and of course we had a quick change in the first 20 minutes to the starting 11 of Nigeria Tales. So for Nigeria Tales, the 11 currently proceeding or prosecuting the game are Ohia, Ojek Biga, Sibe Rita, Davis, Oluwabumi, the captain of the side, that's Oladeji, Adebayo Jumai, Ipa, Janet, Wanchuku, Tolu Lokpe, of course, Bankole, Saliu, Edward, Saliu, beg pardon. And for that particular one, we had jersey number 12 taken off early in the game. Talking about Chikodi Ajibiga was taken off for Priscilla or Paulina Oshiao. That's jersey number 11. And those are the 22 players on the pitch. But looks to have been collision of heads between two players of the opposing side, but Remo Stars will get to continue the game, and Ofyong sends that one into the area. That's punched out, or that's headed out by the captain Oluwabumi for Nigeria Tales. Their turn, but Hannah will quickly clear. Well, not Hannah, that looks to be Akubo Ogbonna. Yes, the captain or standing captain of the side was, and that is showing us the owner of Remo Stars Ladies, Honorable Kunle Shoneme, here to watch his girls as they take on Nigeria Tales. We mentioned earlier in the first half that Honorable Kunle Shoneme is the second man to own a private club in the NWFL currently with Remo Stars Ladies being the only team aside from the opponent right now, Nigeria Tales, to be owned by private individuals.
What are these poor corners we're seeing today, though?
Poor corners, poor set pieces. And
It's been so poor.
to imagine that Nigeria Rattles were very brilliant on their set pieces in the first game.
Absolutely.
Scored from a free kick from Rita. Really good corners too that had to take the brilliance on that particular day of Bakari Shukurat to keep them from equalizing. That's when they went behind in that game against National Amazons. But today it looks like maybe Remo Stars have rubbed up on them or something.
To be honest, the game lacks the quality that we're looking for. I just saw the goal kick now taken by, what's her name now, Isibo. And it was also poor. I don't know what is going on, but the coaches need to speak to their players because the set pieces are quite poor. The dead ball situations are not being utilized to the fullest, and that might cost these two sides and also give us a ball fest of a game. So they have to ensure that they get better with the final thought decision makings, as well as those marauding runs that they're making to the 18-yard box to be able to get themselves on the score sheets.
Well, while we're at that, there's a battle of wits right there between Bashir Kafayat and, of course, captain of Nigeria Rattles, talking about Olubumi Oladeji. And Kafayat has been able to earn her side a throw-in that situation. She's to a toe there. And so for some confusion right there, Captain Olubumi undecided on what to do with the ball, but I mean, she's been able to clear lines. But Remo Stars are back at the attack, still pushing the ball, and that play is applauded by the fans. But Remo Stars will take that particular throw in right now. Throw in taken deep into the area and will be converted to a corner, which I think will be taken by Immaculata Ofyong. Yeah, that's Saliu.
Ray Saliu.
And this time around it's taken by Shubomi, who scored or was given a goal directly from a corner position. And yes, another opportunity right there for Remo Stars. But that will be gathered into the arms of Ohia Doris, the goalkeeper of Nigeria Rattles. Nigeria Rattles looking to do their own damage at the other side of the pitch, but Hannah and Akudo combination of experience and youth would stop that from going anywhere close to the lines of Charlotte Ajay. But Nigeria Rattles are back with the ball, relentless pressing, a good run right there, but they're stopped by Remo Stars. But the referee will call back play as there's a foul, and the main someone's on the pitch. Bankole is on the pitch, and shoots.
That is not. I like the referee handled that situation. It is exactly a foul.
She's been really, really on top of her game today.
Except when she let the fans make decisions for her in some situations.
Yeah, the first one actually, I think that's been all. The rest of them, she's been really solid. And I mean, take no nonsense from any of them. Remo Stars players, two of their players have gotten carded from positions that could have been avoided. The first being Sunday for attitude issues, and then the other one from Oteseje Yasimi. But Remo Stars look to continue that play, but the referee says play on, despite fans in the stadium thinking that should have been a free kick awarded to Remo Stars ladies. Play continues, and that is Nigeria is going forward right now. Remo Stars ladies with Claire, and that would be a throw-in for Nigeria Rattles. Nigeria Rattles are looking to avoid a 7 straight defeat in all Super 6 games played. They've played in 6 other games. The first one from this tournament also, where they were defeated by National Amazons by 2-1 despite going ahead. And mind you, let's remind you that that was their very first goal in 6 games played also in the NWFL Premiership Super 6. But Remo Stars will look to double their lead right now, and that is a shot that or a cross that would disturb nobody and would end up being, looks like a goal kick, but I mean the thing looks like it touched the head, but was headed out by Paulina. Yes, that's the shot there. Okay, Paulina connected with the ball.
She had no reason to hit that ball. Just
it was
guided.
going out, definitely.
Guided.
But now they are in a position to defend a corner kick. Oh, to take. Looks like it's going to be in Immaculata. Waiting to see. See me in the area. And that is a corner kick from Shubomi, but could not be kept in by Hannah Ibrahim. Hannah Ibrahim had a solid game in the first game against Edo Queens. A very present face in the Flamingos team that have qualified for the next under 17 World Cup. And whenever called upon by Coach Bankole Olokere, she is always present. Whenever called upon by her coach right here in Ikene, Wemimo Matthew, she always gives her 100%. And today she'll be looking to give her 100% to ensure that she don't concede, or her team don't concede to this Nigeria Tales team, who would be looking for something in this game if they would have to keep their hopes of maybe winning this NWFL Super 6. But before they win, they have to at least score a goal in this game first of all. Maybe look for a win after that. But 62 minutes played. Remo Stars ladies 1, Nigeria Tales 0. And there is a foul right there. That will be called against Nigeria Tales. That is jersey number 20, who got something much of an elbow. And I mean, play had to stop to ensure she's okay. Of course, play would continue with that free kick for Remo Stars. The goal scorer out, the only goal in this game right there. They get to keep play, but that would go out for a Nigeria Tales throw in. Throw in taken. Remo Stars now seeing less of the ball, and that is Immaculata Ofyong returning back to defend that free kick. Free kick taken. Free kick headed out by Ofyong. Shubomi would punch that, or would kick that one way out. But Olamide Bolaji is currently pleading that particular play was dangerous, and I mean she was not happy with what that particular Nigeria Tales player did right there.
Yeah, she was brought down. It was a chance to go on goal, but the Nigeria Tales did something sneaky, brought her down, and the referee spotted that, offered, gave a free kick to Remo Stars.
That free kick taken and unable to clear. That would be an opportunity for Remo Stars. Unable to convert that chance there. That would have been a very, very terrible goal to concede for Nigeria had they conceded in that position there. Because I mean, the ball was in the hands of Ohia, but she dropped it, and 3 Remo Stars players looked to pounce on that particular one. But Captain Olubumi was there at the right moment to also help out and ensure that they keep that particular margin by a lone goal to ensure that they get something in this game. The referee has called for a foul against Remo Stars. Saliu is brought down. and that is going to be a free kick for Nigeria Tails. And I mean, that is Sunday.
I thought the referee gave a free kick.
Looks like she gave a free kick, but this time a free kick is given to Remo Stars, and you can see Captain Olubumi furious at that decision because she thought it was her team who should have gotten that free kick.
And she opted to give a drop ball situation, so the two sides, or Remo Stars, are going to play that in. I thought it was a free kick, and I thought she gave that as a free kick.
I actually thought it was a free kick decision too. Well, play has continued. Play into the area. Shubomi sends it back in. Remo Stars with some heading ball there. Ohia would calmly gather cleanly this time around, avoiding to drop the ball like she did earlier on, some seconds ago. The Remo Stars are back in possession of the ball, and that's a very smart play from Simi, but I mean, unable to chase that one, and quickly back in the arms of Ohia Doris, who would take that goal kick quickly. As we've seen, 67 minutes played, about 7 minutes played in this second, or in this encounter. I mean, way past the hour in this game. The referee signals for play on right there. Play on still, or boss in the possession of Nigeria Tails, looking for the perfect opportunity to take it. But I mean, their sequence of play have been interrupted by Remo Stars right there.
Well, once again, it was a smooth, like you said, transition of attack for Nigeria. So they have an idea of what to do with the ball, but the execution seems to be the problem. They had those chances, tried to run into the 18-yard box, the penalty box off Remo Stars, but they don't utilize all of those chances. And once again, they'll try, but let's see if they can get the equalizer here any moment from now.
Looking to pass that very stubborn defense of Remo Stars ladies, which once again have cleared the ball out of their own half. But Nigeria Tails will continue to press, continue to push, and very smart play there, but called off for offside there by the assistant referee, who would call that back. As I mean, that was way offside, was slightly offside there, but I mean, brilliantly caught by the fourth official there to ensure that play was called back, and I mean, Remo Stars would continue play for us right here. 68 minutes gone. Remo Stars still lead by a lone goal scored by leading goal scorer in this competition, Bolaji Olamide, with 15 goals now. Remo Stars back with the ball, and the men unable to get a fellow blue shirt right there inside the 18-yard box. And Nigeria Tails would clear for safety and look to go forward on their own, but Blessed, the Seagull, is brought down, and rightly a foul is called against Nigeria Tails. And there's a change as number 28 for Nigeria Tails is taken off, and number 14 is brought on. Oluwatomi Tokpa is taken off for Azizat Obadun. And Remo Stars would look to capitalize on that one there. And a deflected shot from Shubomi Ogundele's strike would ensure that Remo Stars would get a corner for their efforts in that last sequence of play. What have you seen concerning the change in personnel who takes corner for Remo Stars this time around, the second half? We've seen more of Shubomi taking them right now.
It's becoming more accurate than what we got from Immaculata Offiong before.
And that's taken in the area there. Remo Stars will look, and that is a chance for Hannah, a chance begging. But I mean, Olamide also looking really hungry right there, and that's Olamide Bolaji looking to capitalize and get the first brace in that one. But Hannah was the one who would finish with that ball off target in that one. Here you were saying something about the corner situations in which Remo Stars have replaced the personnel to take them from Immaculata to Shubomi in the second half.
Well, it wasn't the best with Immaculata Offiong taking them, but it also isn't any better yet with Shubomi taking all of those. But Haas has been a little bit properly delivered into the area, still longer than they usually should. But it gets better from here. Shubomi seems to be more precise with her corner kicks more than Immaculata Offiong. So I think they spotted that and decided to make a couple of changes, but they need to work on their set piece takers. They need to do better from here on. You're playing at the highest of levels, and then you have to be almost flawless if you're getting to meet some of the biggest teams in this very competition.
Of course, they're going to look flawless, but so far they have the lead, and of course Nigeria is still chasing this one. Currently with the ball, Remo Stars win it from a tackle by brilliantly done by Immaculata, but it's quickly back in possession of Nigeria Tails. Still with the ball, still moving forward. Can they do anything with the ball right there? But safely guarded for goal kick right there by Hannah Ibrahim. It was done brilliantly today in this game.
Well, good one for Hannah because that was a perfect way to guide that ball out for a goal kick in favor of her team. But I felt like the player for Nigeria should have done better. She had that run made before Hannah came to her. She should have sent that ball to her teammate, but she opted to go for it, make a couple of runs, hold on to the ball for longer. But kudos to Hannah Ibrahim for ensuring that didn't go as planned for the Nigeria Tails.
That didn't go as planned for Nigeria Tails, and Remo Stars are still in the lead right here. Still yet to concede in this competition, and the ball is back on their feet, and they will send that one back into the half of Nigeria Tails, who would send it back in a very desperate way to play, as they are desperate for a goal right here, as their season or their campaign right here in Ikene. That is a shot, something brilliant from, or something to remind us of what she can do. Talking about Bashiru Kifayat, who has 9 goals in the campaign, yet to score in the Super 6 anyway. But Nigeria Tails on their own end committed a foul while they look to go forward.
Well, another chance again. You talked about Kafayat Bashiru. I thought that was a very beautiful one. If only it had gone in, it would have been one of a stunner in the league generally this season. But then it was Ohia Doris who came out collecting that one. And we're looking at my screens again. Once again, it is Ikba Janet whose tackle on Immaculata Offiong will ensure that it's a free kick for Remo Stars. She needs to do better. She needs to be clinical. She needs to make better decisions when she is with the ball, but that isn't the case for them. I haven't seen plenty from Davis today. I think she also is a fantastic player. I love Davis Nora. I've seen her the entire season when she plays, but today she hasn't exactly shown that she can hold on to the ball.
Well, they need to hold on to the ball more and make good their chances. One which they might get right now, but won't be able to go on as Ajay Charlotte came out to quickly diffuse that situation, but was holding her head in pain there as she looks to have taken a hit to her head from the boots of Obadu. Yeah. And medics have been summoned. As Ajay is still on the pitch. Still yet to concede, by the way, in this competition. Still the only goalkeeper, let's me mention, to concede out of the 6 teams. Of course, Ohia Doris, who is our counterpart in this game, have conceded 3 already. 2 from 9 Nassau Amazons game, 1 right here, right now today. Edo Queens conceded against Remo Stars. Bielsa Queens considered today. They didn't consider match day 1 because that's day. Mbechi of Rivers Angels considered of match day 1, and that leaves only Charlotte Ajay as the only goalkeeper, and also means that Remo Stars are the only team yet to concede in this competition, and they've seen 75 minutes go by and they are still keeping that particular thing going for them, which is them leading with just a lone goal in this game also. Although they scored their winning goal in the 88th minute, as opposed to today where they scored an early goal in the 14th minutes by leading goal scorer Bolajo Olamide. But Ajay is up, and play will continue, and of course waiting for the referee to signal. Look, the referee is running towards the two of them. Looks like somebody's going to be giving a caution there. I thought she was going there with a yellow, for intention of a yellow for time wasting or something, but she would. And we're back in action. Remo Stars in possession of the ball. Offiong stopping, a brilliant stop right there. Remo Stars still in, but they wouldn't be unable to keep that one in as Simi Okesiji is unable to keep the ball in play for Remo Stars. Back in action, Remo Stars back in position. Remo Stars still on. Kifaya Bashiru will try from a distance, but that would be brilliantly stopped also by Ohia Doris. Should they continue to take this outside shot if they want to get anything in
The
this
best
goal?
way, because it's not working going into the
On the
area.
ground.
So Ogundele with that
Or the crosses.
brilliant right-footed strike was just what they needed. Keep that fresh, keep it coming, put more power behind the ball, and I promise you that it might just go in, because the goalkeeper, Ohia Norris, we've seen her spill some of those crosses that have come in from Remo Stars. So if they continue to do that, it might just work in their favor. But for now, it hasn't worked yet, but you have to give credit to also Ohia Doris for ensuring that she keeps the lines as clean as possible and not to concede as much as possible here. It's still 1-0 in favor of Remo Stars, and as we speak, it is Nigeria Rattles player who is on the ground.
Yeah,
But
Ekpa Janet.
yeah, for me, keep going on with those long-range strikes, and it might just work for Remo Stars.
I just work for them to double their lead and maybe finish this one with more than a goal. And that is Coach Sam Simkeshi, who is really furious at the decision on the pitch.
He said some damning words when he came to Port Harcourt, and I'm wondering what he's saying. That was in the regular season. I'm wondering what he's saying, because I think he was furious to the referee, towards the referee's bench. I do not know, but I'm guessing that was the situation. So I think Charlotte, just to deviate a little bit from what I was saying, Charlotte needs to be changed if she's going to be going to ground this often.
Yeah, I think that particular challenge, when she had to quickly come out to save that ball in the previous run of play, might have affected her today, and maybe might just see her play her final minutes today in this game. And she's back on the floor with no one close to her, but medics are back to attend to her right now, and I'm waiting to see if Wemimo Matthew, the coach of the side, would signal to the backup goalkeeper to start warming up, because that is her head. You can see Wemimo Matthew right there, considering what to do, thinking about what to do if she's going to take off her trusted goal stopper, who has had 7 clean sheets this season, including the one against Edo Queens in the first game of this Super 6 competition. But she's back on her feet. She wants to continue. She wants to fight with her teammates to the very 90. And the referee has signaled continuation of the game. Free kick by Captain Olubumi Oladeji, Remo Stars clear. Ball forward, Olamide looking to break, but ball has not been in possession of Remo Stars just yet. But this time around, it's going to be Immaculata of Young with a throw. Looking to get Simi. But Simi will have to try some other time because that was cleared for yet another throw-in for Remo Stars. And Immaculata is walking right there to take that particular throw. Looking to take what might be a long throw. Simi coming close to her to receive it. Long throw right there into the area, to the box actually. But Nigeria will clear. And the ball is back in possession of the visiting side. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful way to get the ball into the area. Nigeria Tales unable to capitalize on that beautiful sequence of play. Remo Stars are back with the ball and they will look to press forward this time around. And it's back in the arms of Ohia Doris.
All good sequence of play. I'm thoroughly enjoying whatever Nigeria Tales are doing with the ball. Their inter-switch of passes seem to be quite engaging and quite attractive to watch. And then when Olamide Abalaji is not with the ball, you could see that she drops deep to collect the ball. I think we talked about this on match day 1, where when she's not with it, she drops to help the midfield or help create something out of nothing. And she's doing that so far in this game. So brilliant, brilliant play. Besides the sequence of passing from Nigeria, I've enjoyed that. Unfortunately, they can't seem to do that in the final third, where it is absolutely important that they do. It's been great watching them too. Yeah.
Great watching them. But the referee is having to jog from one end of the pitch to, or the end of the half to the other to get play to restart. And play has restarted. Remo Star somehow almost with the ball. That is a break from Remo.
It will cost them. That's if they were playing against the others. Or Remo Stars.
It did cost them against National Amazons in the first game.
Exactly. So they need to
and
be better.
Almost a slip from captain, but luckily she was able to recover in time. And now a foul has been blown against Remo Stars player. A Remo Stars player talking about Blessed Isigbo. She's the culprit there. And the captain of the side, the other opposing side, who I just spoke about, what we're taking. And that's headed out by Remo Stars. Cleared properly by Ogundele. I mean, everything that she did brilliantly in the first game. She has tried today, but I mean, it's not just her day yet because she's still on the pitch, and I mean, something can happen before the end of the game. Goal kick has been taken, and another foul blown against Remo Stars. They've committed a lot of fouls in this final 10 minutes of the game as we are into the 86th minute. And that would be Osheo Paulina, just number 11, who takes that free kick. Free kick taken into the area. Out for a foul on the Remo Stars player. Looked like Hannah is on the pitch. And that again is the owner being shown there, the owner of Remo Stars. I mean, man in a very good mood if you ask me. Watched his team, his male team, lift the trophy right here in front of him yesterday on this ground after they defeated regional rivals Ikorodu City by 4-1. And today he's watching his girls as they look to get 2 wins in 2 as they are gunning for a maiden title today or this season. Their second season in the NWFL Premiership, that's the top flight league, and also that debut in the Super 6. Can they make it 2 in 2? When I mean I mean 2 wins in 2 games as they've defeated Edo Queens in their first game, and they are currently leading in their second game. Leading and still in possession of the ball, and that will be Simi to cross, and she do it, and that will be cleared or stopped, and she would have to make do with a corner kick. Simi has been better better played today in terms of going head-to-head with the players as against what she suffered against Edo Queens players that day, where she suffered a lot of bullying on the pitch. But this time around, she's going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with players from Nigeria Tales.
Yeah, today, like you said, is working.
That's a free kick taken and dropped again by Ohia Doris, but they would clear that one. And that would be throw-in taken quickly. Keeping play, but won't leave anything for chances there. Akodo Ogbonna, the standing captain of the side, with all her experience right there coming to play. And the final minutes of this game, Nigeria Tales want to leave with something. Can they? Will they? Left to be seen right now. A throw-in by the captain, Olubumi, headed out by Sunday Okpeyemi. Another throw-in for Nigeria Tales. They're into the final minutes of regulation time. And Nigeria Tales will cross that one in, but that will be headed out and cleared properly by Remo Stars, who will look to counter, but that ball will be sent to the goalkeeper, Ohia Doris, who would ensure that Remo Stars do not get anything from that intent to go at an attack. Ball back in possession of Nigeria Tales shortly after Remo Stars had the ball. But Nigeria Tales still pushing, still pressing, and with 3 minutes added, they want to ensure that they get something out of this game and prevent a 7th loss in the NWFL Premiership Super 6. 7th loss because before this competition started on Saturday, they had lost 5 games in the Super 6, played 5, lost 5, scored none. They scored the very first goal against 9 Sarah Amazons, scored the first goal of the game, by the way. But Nasser Amazons staged a successful comeback and defeated them, which meant that they suffered their 6th defeat. And today, they are just 2 minutes away from suffering a 7th defeat. And Remo Stars are trying to see this one out. To ensure that they get 2 wins of 2 for their own very first attempt at playing at the Super 6. Can they do it?
Well, we're waiting for that. We're waiting to see, because I haven't seen much more in the final third. I will say that again. I haven't seen much more in the final third, but they do know what they are doing. Executing it seems to be the problem.
Where there's agitation and, of course, panic as the ball is back in possession of Nigeria. So whenever they are with the ball going forward, they look as if they know what to do. But
when they get there, they're clueless.
They're clueless. Exactly.
It doesn't work, and it's a problem. I don't know what Samson Keshi can do to bring his team back, because it's becoming quite annoying to get to see that you have the idea, you know what you were doing with it, and when you get to where it matters the most, you lose it. You tend to forget what you were doing, and that's what has kept this game in favor of Remo Stars.
Also, what we saw in the first game against National Amazons, because whenever they get the ball forward, they eventually do not execute it properly. And Dorcas, if you would say, do you think that maybe FC Robo would have been a better opponent if they had qualified? Because they qualified at the expense of FC Robo on the final day.
FC Robo Queens are considered quite a lot of goals as well, and scored quite a lot of goals.
Well, they score goals. I'm talking about them. They are the team with the least amount of goals scored in the season.
The undoing of FC Rebel Queens was the fact that they could not hold their own against Bayelsa Queens, against Rivers Angels, especially on the road.
On the road, yeah.
Totally
They
on the
were
road.
very terrible on the road.
Very terrible. They had a brilliant first stanza. The second stanza was nothing to go by in the regular season, so the better team eventually came. Yeah, so that's how it worked. Last season as well, FC Rebel Queens were the same. They had a fantastic regular season and only narrowly lost that. Maybe not narrowly because 11 goals is quite massive. You can score 11 goals against
Well,
your
there's a
opponent
set
in the
piece,
NWSL.
maybe the final play today. Ogundele will take, and that would be somehow gathered by Ohia Doris, who will take that goal kick. And back in possession for Remo Stars as we wait for the final whistle by the center referee. But Remo Stars will want to double their lead right there. And that would be a free kick. Or that will be called offside for Bolajo Olamide. Are we going to be seeing the final whistle and the second win confirmed for Remo Stars in this competition? Waiting seconds now. The fans are calling. And yes, the referee, Dina Ejiro James, has answered and has brought this game to an end. Remo Stars have won their second game, making it 2-2, the first team to do that in this competition. I will be the only team to do that eventually, because the final games would be between the two teams that lost on match day 1, and that is Ofyong saying a prayer of thanks as they've won their second game in this competition and they have 6 points. A very, very dogged display by Wemimo Matthews' team. Remo Stars full time 1, Nigeria Tails 0. And yes, this was the second game of match day 2 on the Remo Stars home ground here, which is host to the NWFL Premiership Super 6. So we saw Remo Stars come up against Nigeria Tails in this game, and that was a chance that came begging to be scored right there by Remo Stars when Shubomi in the second half looked to have sent the ball brilliantly into the area. And that was another chance that was stopped, which looked to have almost caused a head injury for Ajie Charlotte. And of course, that would not go in. And that will ensure that she will get a clean sheet in this game. That was another chance by Kafayat Bashiru, who tested Ohia from distance, but Ohia was on par to stop that patron from going in. And that game continued right up onto the 86th minute with that chance by Obadu, who tried that lock from distance, but that would be off target for Nigeria Tails with 86 minutes of play. And of course, went up. That was another opportunity for Remo Stars, but they would see this one out with just that goal scored in the 13th minute by highest goal scorer of this competition so far, Bolajo Olamide, with her 15th goal. And full time, it was Remo Stars 1, Nigeria Tails FC 0.
you might not be able to see the screen.
That's why.
Okay. I told you. Oh, you are not the one I told. No, I just wanted to get something to. Yeah, that's the one to do now. Oh, and they should even move them from this place. Hey. Sorry. Yeah, come and help me. How do you do?
We've not called for entry, but you're calling cameras. So
Okay.
So I'm thinking we can. Where do you want to put it? So we attach this to what I'll get. Actually, we just have it at the back.
There's nothing to put it with.
You want to use this as well? Is it very long? I'm going to put that in shoe. So we are going to pop this. How about in this one? Knock down this other side. Let's stop it. Try where you go. So that you can put the other side. We're still going to attach the water weights. So that
The girls are coming out.
yeah. First, then cut. I think you have to cut first. Cut it. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Well, welcome to the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene for what promises to be a fierce and defining clash of the 2024-2025 NWF Premiership Super 6. It's the second South-South derby of the tournament, and it's a heavyweight showdown between two giants of Nigerian women's football, Rivers Angels and Edo Queens. Both teams suffered opening day losses and now coming into this fixture with one goal, which is redemption. For Rivers Angels, this is more than just a derby. It is about restoring pride and reigniting their title hopes. With 7 league titles in the bag, they know what it takes at this stage. But standing in their way are the reigning champions, the Edo Queens, a side that has built its identity around grit, structure, and ambition. They too were stunned. It's a must-win match. It's a derby, and it's about to get real. I am Doki Skoki, your lead commentator, strapped in, and this is the Super 6 drama as it continues. Joining me as well is Joy. Well, before we get to Joy, this is how they would line up. Marufa Ademola as the goalkeeper, Deborah Ajiagbe, Miracle Liseni, Valentina Uroko, Happiness Tartus, Kafayata Mafishere was the captain, Chioma Moses will also be there as well, and for Edo Queens, Ijoma Uzoma is the goalkeeper, Marvelous Akbobaro as well as the substitutes for Edo Queens, and this is exactly how these teams will be lined up. For Rivers Angels, no changes to two changes to the team. That's Agbaji in the starting 11, and for Edo Queens, no changes to the sides. These two sides will fight for pride, will fight for everything. They have history in their side as well. Well, Joy, welcome to the last game for match day 2 in the Super 6. It's going to be another amazing clash, don't you think?
Another amazing clash, another potentially tied to deciding clash, as the two teams suffered defeats on their very first outing right here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene right here. Edo Queens, a defeat to Remo Star's ladies, and of course Rivers Angels suffering another defeat at the hands of rivals in Bielsa Queens on Saturday. But two of them would want to take that past them, and of course can see Edo Queens in their all-red jersey looking to bounce back and of course continue that particular talent or that target of them going to defend their title and becoming the first side after the same opponent, Rivers Angels, who have done it for the last team to have done that particular feat successfully.
Well, yes, we're looking at coach of Edo Queens now, Moses Aduku. He is properly seated. His side did lose out the first game against host team Remo Stars leaders. And right about now, they are against the creme de la cremes of this very competition, Rivers Angels. We're waiting for the center referee to lead us into this attack, which he has done. And Rivers will start. And Rivers are on their white shirt, white shorts, and white socks. While for the Edo Queen side is a red shirt, red short, and red socks. We'll barely get to see them here, but what we do know that they are forced to be with. Well, Joy, your expectation in this one, two sides who are yet to win so far in this competition, and we know that the title is at stake, so these two sides will have to get better and have to get points here.
Yeah, have to get points and have to capitalize on any opportunity that they get. Especially for Rivers Angels, who are currently with the ball. You want to remember that they got a lot of chances in their first game against Bielsa Queens, but their inability to capitalize on those chances, including a penalty that they got in that game, ensured that they suffered their first defeat, and they wouldn't want to repeat that against Edo Queens, who are looking to get their second title and of course retain what is currently theirs and take it back with them too. I mean, they went away to Yenagoa the last time out and won it. They will want to leave Ikene with the trophy once more, but they will have to go past the Rivers Angels side, who are looking to get their hands on the trophy for the first time since 2021, when they last tasted victory in an Ogun State town of Ijebu exactly. At that last time out. So yes, it's all to play for in this particular one, and I'm expecting to have a very good game, a very, very solid game this one.
Well, can Rivers come to Ogun State and snatch it all over again? A victory. Just like Joya said, the last 4 editions Rivers will get to win it again. After they lost it to Bielsa. Bielsa did lose it, of course, to Delta. Delta now to Edo, and here we are seeing who would eventually get the best of each other, Edo Queens or Rivers. Right about now, the referee says that play continues. Edo now on the front foot. Edo started quite well and in good shape as well. Zadiabwe, who sends that one in. It's still Edo Queens now in the area. But Sandra John would ensure that would not get past her. Is out again. This time it's off to Imemesian, who is dispossessed, back again to Imemesian. And once again it's a throw-in. The tempo started quite well.
Started quite well on both sides, especially for Edo Queens, with Imemesian getting more of the ball and of course trying to keep the play within the half of Rivers Angels. And Moses Aduko would expect that his girls would have gotten over that defeat, because I mean it was a shock defeat to a lot of football fans, seeing them lose to Remo Stars, especially because they kept their hold on the game until the 88th minute. It was a late goal considered in that one, and I mean players like Ademola would be looking to put that behind them and of course go forward in this one and get something out of this game. Maybe get something early, because I mean they tried to leave it out late and that way it didn't work well against Remo Stars ladies on match day one. Talking about Edo Queens.
Yes. A free kick now, straight onto the arms of Adeline Ingbechi, the goalkeeper for Rivers Angels. It's upbeat out here. If you're just joining us, it is of course the NWFL Premiership Super 6 out here at the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State. This is the last match of the day. The first did see Bielsa and Nostradamus will share the spoils in the 1-1 draw. Up came a host team in Remo Stars, who has gone 2 for 2 now, 2 wins after 2 games, this time against Niger Rattles. And right now, the two sides who lost their match day 1 game are head-to-head. Talking about the head-to-head. Post the COVID era, which is 2020-2021 season, it is the 4th straight meeting for Rivers Angels and Edo Queens at the championship playoffs. And Rivers Angels, they are victorious in their last 3 meetings, with Edo Queens at the playoffs winning with an aggregate of 6-1. That's how good they've been against Edo when it comes to the playoffs.
I mean, that is one very solid thing that they have going for them in that particular one, talking about Rivers Angels. And I mean, you won't want to bet against the Rivers Angels side no matter the crop of players that they brought into that game. But you also want to consider the fact that, talking about the crop of players, Rivers Angels have had a pool of both youth and experience in their ranks this season. And I mean, they went par with Bayelsa Queens in the regular season, finishing 2nd, just behind their rivals there. And I mean, they're playing Edo Queens right now. So yes, it's going to be one clash in which Rivers Angels will want to look at that piece of history, and of course, maybe think that it will go for them if Edo Queens let anything slip like they did let against Remo Stars ladies.
It's a big game. Rivers Angels up against Edo Queens. Former champions. 8 titles shared between these two. 7 for just one team in Rivers Angels. They are the Crippler Crims. At least Pelicans are the only ones who can boast at the expense of that, but they are not here as we speak. Pelicans Stars are also a team that's got plenty history in this very competition. Right about now, the girls from Rivers, the jewels of Rivers, are the ones who are bossing things, but unfortunately they haven't won the last 3 auditions and will be looking to do so. Tosan Blackson, who is now the new head coach of this team, he left Delta Queens to here. He's yet to win the championship, and he marshaled his girls out to do that. Well, it is Colin Sikoma now. We threw the ball from a throw-in. Loses out, send it out to Edo Queens, who now has the ball. Edo Queens to float it into the area. Rivers will clear. Still Rivers now. Miriam Saweda there. Informa will send that to Edo. Edo would try to attack, but then it will be cleared. Sandra John ensure that that wouldn't get past her.
Yeah, today we're going to have the battles of the Marys, as Mary and John for Edo Queens will be looking to increase her tally this season and make it, I mean, for Edo Queens, she'll be looking to have 3 goals for Edo Queens, because she've had 2 after joining the mid-season, while Mary Moses, who is also going to finish this season as the leading goal scorer, has 10 goals to her name already, and we're looking to have her first in the Super 6 competition. So yes, 2 players who can strike the ball on either side would be some of the players to watch out for today. But for Edo Queens, as they try to defend this particular one,
we're looking at that replay again. That would have been an own goal. It was a really good cross from the left-hand side of the attack, which is
unexpected for Maruf
Ademola. Yeah. All right, about now it's a corner kick. Rivers will take their corner kick deep into the area. Nasigoma Pauline is a header from Rivers, wasn't high enough, and Edo will clear their lines. Still Edo now trying to attack Rivers. Edo still with the ball. Yes, it is going to be Joy Michael who clears that one, and it's Taiwan Pulabi turning it back to Joy Michael. Joy Michael flicks it in, but wouldn't find any of our teammates in white. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Fast-paced game we've seen here in Ikene.
Fast pace, and of course both teams trying to play the ball on their foot. Both teams are trying to execute one or two things that they have up their sleeves, but at the same time both teams being wary of the other because they know that they know of the firepower that either team possess in their ranks. Edo Queens with a star-studded team with the likes of NFSian, Mary, Goodness Usigwe, others players in their ranks, and of course players that took them, although Mary joined them mid-season, but the rest of the team took them to the Nwfl qualifiers, won it, went on to get to the semi-finals of the CAF Women's Champions League, where they lost out to eventual winners. So yes, you can understand why, despite being the most successful team in this competition, Rivers Angels are very, very wary of playing Edo Queens. But yes, both of them have started really well. No team is playing less than the other, I would say. It's still looking really at par. And we're waiting to see if we're going to have the fastest goal that would beat that of Nigeria yet, because I'm always looking out for that.
So Rivers Angels around the corner. Well, that wasn't just good enough. It is, of course, not a brilliant right-footed strike. Number 8 for Rivers Angels. We do know where she comes from and how good she is. She can be on her day. We're talking about general head-to-head between these two sides. We do know that they are elite forces when it comes to Nigerian football, especially Rivers Angels. But historically speaking, the Angels from Rivers have dominated this fixture, because in the last 7 seasons, or 7 encounters in all of these competitions, be it the regular season and the playoffs, Rivers Angels have won 4 of it. Edo has won just 1, while they have both drawn twice in this very fixture. Their last meeting was last season, 2023-2024 season. That was a Super 6, which saw Rivers Angels emerge 2-1 winners. And the goals were scored from by Florence Alexander, who is now with Bayelsa Queens, and an own goal by Valentina Oroko, who is still with the Edo Queens right about now. Nwfl was the one who got the consolation for Edo Queens that very match. So yes, there is quite a lot at stake here. That match was notably the Edo Queens' only loss during their title winning campaign. That was in Yenagoa Bayelsa State, but here they come. It is of course a ball put in through to the left-hand side of attack for Edo Queens. Ball still remains in Messian. Send it out to the midfield. A cross deep into the area, finds nobody, and it is Adeline Bechi who comes out to Claire. Bechi will send that out for her teammate in Chioma Wachuku, who starts today's game. In the game against Bayelsa, she came up as a substitute. But here it comes again. Edo this time with Chioma Moses. Chioma Moses with the ball, a deep crossing, finds nobody, rather was just too heavy. They didn't trouble in Bechi at all. But several chances, but not, you would say, clear-cut in the game?
Not clear-cut chances yet. But you see the intent of the two sides, especially the girls in red, who are looking to draw first blood. Talking about Edo Queens right there. Mentioning the fact that the last time these two teams met was at the championship playoffs also. That was the Super 6 in 2023-2024 season encounter. That was in Bayelsa State, where Edo Queens eventually went on to win despite that defeat to Rivers Angels in the playoffs. Yes, you also want to remember that this Edo side and Rivers Angels team had yet to meet this season, and this will be their first encounter, their first meeting. Absolutely. But looking at the team, you remember that a lot of them were in this team when they faced off during the Super 6 last time out. So yes, they know each other, might have not met this season.
Oh, that was a mistake from the goalkeeper, Morufa Demola. She was trying to send that one out, but it came off the feet of Mary Moses, who was trying to get it, but it was too heavy for her, and it went back into Morufa Demola's embrace. Oh my, that was a shaky moment for Edo Queens.
That would have been a very big howler for Morufa Demola, who is also taking some of the heat for conceding that goal. which her team lost out in the first game of this encounter. A lot were expected that she could have done better there, but helped guide the ball. And this time around would have helped guided Rivers Angels to a lead.
Yeah.
Had Mary Moses been more sensitive to that ball. But man, she was spared her blushes this time around.
It's better blushes, you would say, but that is not the end because Rivers have the ball now in the 18-yard box. Oh, Biosa, right for the crossing, but couldn't find the header of her teammates there in the far right-hand side. That was a brilliant, brilliant cross into the area. Beautiful one it is. From, of course, Patience Otubo. Otubo with a perfect delivery, but then our teammate just couldn't position herself to get that one into the air. Taiwa Jibode, of course. Maybe height didn't do her any favors.
I was about saying that. I think that is where the height of Mary Moses would have played it better had she been the recipient of that one. But it also shows that this is a team that knows how to cross the ball very well into the area, talking about Rivers Angels. And Eddie Opens will have to be very of that and, of course, try to stop anything that will come from the wings, because it looks like this is where representatives are going to prosecute their play from, coming from the wings and cross the ball, because you know that their runners will run into spaces in the box and try to convert it. Runners like Mary Moses, who is also right now, is going to be one of those persons you don't want to see in your box, and if you're letting such crosses come to her, it's just a matter of time before we see her first goal in this Super 6 encounter.
Talking about Mary Moses, she is good aerially, she is good on the ground of the ball, she is good everywhere else. She also drops sometimes to the midfield to assist. And here, Igoma Ikanakwalo will send a cross into the box, but directly to an Edo body. Edo will now start attack with captain Mafishere. Fishery trying to find a teammate up front, but Rivers would intercept. Taiwa Polobi now to Otubo. Otubo will lose out. Edo will snatch it. Now a deep cross into the box. Finds no Edo shirt. Bichi will kick that out to be safe. Edo will reclaim. Too many things happening all at once. Edo now still with the ball.
Definitely offside
the ball wasn't. The ball bounced, which would have assisted in her teammates if only she was onside. But that wasn't the case here. But to add more narrative to this very game is that Rivers Angels, of course, went on to still defeat the champions at the time when they did win the title in the 2023-24 season 4-1. That was in the 2024 President Federation Cup round of 16. That is to say, like we said, Rivers do have the upper hand in this fixture. The coaches know themselves so well. But tactically speaking, like Joy said, they haven't met this season, so it could be getting to know each other once again.
Us renewing past. And you guys can see on our screen, the ladies who have already done their job and looking to study their next opponents in Rivers Angels after defeating the ones on play right now.
Well, it's Edo Queens who we're about to take the lead here. It is Adeline Wechi will declare that one. That was a really, really sharp. In the Messian, you would say, was in that. Oh, a brilliant, brilliant delivery from Mary Andrew there, but Messian just couldn't capitalize on that corner, taking really fast and will yield no fruits for Edo Queens. Edo Queens are way better than what we saw against Remo Stars.
Way better. Like I said, that first game looks like both sides were being really careful when the game started, and we had to wait until the second half for to see glimpses of what both teams could do. And I mean, Remo Stars ran away winners of that particular encounter, especially because we were playing on this home ground of Remo Stars. Maybe that would have been maybe what would have inspired that particular attitude on that day. But today they are playing. It's like a neutral ground for them right now because they're not playing Rivers Angels in a neutral venue for both of them. So everybody's out to play the best of their football. But that particular last chance we saw a goal that was goal bound by NMS right there. Was a very beautiful chance, a beautiful sequence of play from Edo Queens right there. And I mean, on a usual day, you'd be expecting that NMS, who has scored 4 goals this season, should be converting from that particular distance. But Bechi also, thinking about it, SN has scored 4 goals, yes. The highest goal scorer in the team is Goodness Osigwe, from the bench today, if she will eventually get to play. But yes, you expect her to be doing better. They're talking about NMS because the chances might not be as much as you think today. Something similar to what happened against Remo Stars ladies. So once you get your chance, use them, capitalize on them, because you're also playing a side who is going in for their first 3 points in this competition. So yes, any chance you get, capitalize on it, else you will be made to pay dearly for it at the end of the day.
For Mike and Aqualo had a discomfort. She did bring down MMSC an earlier run, but she came out heavier hit. Right now it is Mafishere and Jamira who is standing up to take that one. The free kick in favor of Edo. On your live pictures, of course, we'll get there. Free kick taken, but it was just too far. Didn't find Mirianja, who has played against Rivers for a very long time when she was a Biosa Prince. And now she's playing them again, this time in a different shirt. But still a South derby for her as well. It wasn't really great. We're looking at fan base of supporters club, you would say, of Edo Queens. Maybe that's all they needed. They didn't get that against Remo Stars, but this could be what is pouring them on to take on Rivers the way they have started this very game.
Looking to for them to get a first victory in this competition, and of course get the first win over Rivers Angels in about 5 meetings now. This will be the 5th meeting in which they have not won against Rivers Angels. Their last win still not from last season, in which they went on to win, and I don't think they can afford another loss today. Talking about Edo Queens, with 2 games in, and another loss today will be really dent on their hopes to retain the title. So yes, whatever support that they need to get, I'm sure that that's what they are being provided with. Talking about the Adabendel girls, talking about the Benin Arsenal.
There's Rivers now with a throw-in. Throw-in to be taken by Sandra John. Sandra John delivers the ball. The ball will come off and then nobody. Once again, it is Rivers who would stick that straight onto the body of Edo. And this is a throw-in for the Benin Arsenal, as they are fondly called, or the Ada girls, whichever. They have so many nicknames. Just like the men, Benin Arsenal can quote it as well. The referee has spotted an infringement, and that will be called in. Both sides are taking the game to each other. Edo have had some of the fair chances in this very game. Well, referee for today, we have Samiat Mustafa, who is our center referee, and assisting her we see Patience Azi and Stephanie Tissé, while our fourth official is Peace Bonaya, who refereed Rivers' first game this season against Bielsa. But Rivers will get a free corner kick taken. Was a ball too high, and Edo Queens will clear. Edo Queens are looking like in the driving sit, where Tawa Pulabi collects the ball, sends it up to our teammate Sandra John. Sandra John now trying to find Patience Ifoma, or rather Pulabi Sufoma, who is in a rush, sends that one out for a throw-in favor of Edo Queens. Paulinus, we talked about her, she is really good on the set pieces. Captain on the day, assistant captain as well. When Kenneth Catherine is involved, she is the captain of the team, but Paulinus Ifoma, whenever she plays as captain of the day for the Jewel of Rivers. Engaging fixture it is. Edo Queens still with the ball, sends it out. Rivers will restart things all over again. but then it's going to be a goal kick for Edo Queens.
Well, Rivers Angels have taken this game out to Edo Queens in this encounter so far, the first 24 minutes of this encounter, and so far, despite not getting a goal yet in this competition, they are looking like a side with intent and the side looking to grab all 3 points and maybe another smash and grab against Edo Queens like was done to them. And of course that's okay, that looks like they had gotten possession. I can see Coach Blackson really furious at that particular call back by the referee to give a free kick to Edo Queens, because it looks like his girls or one of his girls had gotten that ball and was going to press from a very dangerous position, but play was stopped and they will have to build again.
Now both sides are yet to score in this Super 6. They're yet to score, but then it is a foul. Edo Queens still have a chance now, somewhere close to the area. Close to Rivers 18-yard box. Joy Michael was the one who the official says fouled Marianne Jaw of Edo Queens. A free kick has been awarded to Edo Queens, and Adeline Mbechi is setting up her line, setting up her wall to ensure that they cannot be penetrated. All possession, but no penetration so far. The first 26 minutes is still goalless between Rivers Angels and Edo Queens at the Rumble Stars Stadium in Ikene. This is the NWFL Premiership Super 6. The place where the title will be decided. And that free is about to be taken. It is taken straight on into the goalkeeper's hand, but then it's parried. That will be the goal. That will open the lead here today. A free kick from give or take 25 yards. Well hit by Marianne just straight on to the goalkeeper, Adeline Mbechi, who spills. And as a rebound, it is Essian who will put that ball past Mbechi and straight on it goes into the back of the net. Draws the first blood in this game. And that will be Rivers 0, Edo 1. What a way to start this fixture, Joy.
What a way to start the fixture. And I was talking about how she was supposed to take a particular shot earlier on when she was faced with such an opportunity. And this time around, she was not going to lose 2-2 at getting that rebound. And a beautiful shot, a beautiful free kick from Mary Angel out from outside the box right there. And very, very great awareness from the girls from Edo. You could see that all 3 of them were ready to pounce on that spill, and it was Essian, who has now gotten her 6th goal of the season, who was fast enough to be able to get that. But a very questionable way to spill the ball right there from Ngechi, and right now she's conceded her 2nd of the tournament, and Edo Queens have scored their very first, and of course it's very way to respond after their loss the last time out.
Not a good start at all for Tosan Blankson and his girls here in Ogun State, a place where they last won the title. Ever since then, it hasn't been easy for them. Last season, they narrowly did lose out to the title against Edo Queens out there in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. These two sides are here again. Rivers have considered yet another goal, this time against another South-South opposition. Teams that they have met repeatedly and they have the upper hand against. But right about now, in the first 27 minutes, it is Essian who gives her team the lead over Rivers. The Jewel of Rivers have only lost 4 of their last 21 games at the playoffs. And they have not suffered back-to-back playoff defeats in almost a decade. So will that day be today where they will lose back-to-back playoff games? I know it's early days, but do you think it might just happen? Is there a chance that it might happen? But before that, it is Rivers, but she wouldn't meet up with that.
I mean, it's early days or early stages of this game with about 29 minutes played already. but you want to remember that this has been a very low-scoring Super 6 we've seen so far, Dorcas. From the very first day, we've been seeing just slim margin wins, and like I said, any side that takes their chances might just be running away with all 3 points, and that's what teams have been doing: snatch your goal, grab it, and get out of the game with the lone or the slim chance at goal.
Usani sends the ball in. It is, of course, number 7 strikes the ball into the area. Oh my world! It was Ngbechi not connecting with the ball, and straight on Essien thought that she would get a leg to it, but then she falls straight into the back of the net. I wonder what Adeline Ngbechi is going to tell to the coach, rather the official there. Oh, a touch from Essien just wasn't good enough.
Wasn't good enough, and that will be her third in that right back position. Although she converted one, which is the lone goal we have right now, she would be looking to actually do better in that position. But you can also consider the fact that at the pace at which the ball was coming, she just had to put in her body right there, and which is lucky not to have considered the second from the boots of Essien right there. But someone has been carded right there.
Ngbechi is quite lucky that in the matter that goal didn't go in, but then she wasn't lucky when it comes to going into the referee book, because she was screaming at the referee for whatever reason. I wonder, but Edo is not finished yet. A deep cross in by Gemma Moses. She's been quite efficient in the right hand side of the attack. As a winger, her crosses have been precise in this game. Proper delivery. But then Rivers and just can't seem to contain them at all. Another foul committed. Just in and around the 18-yard area. This time, Mary Anjor again. Anjor is struggling. Looks like she was stamped. Yeah, that could be the case. But it's funny because it was her leg and then all her hand again. It's confusing.
National ready for them.
That tells us a lot.
Is up. And I mean, Rivers Angel started really well in the first 10 minutes, but right now they look to be soaking on so much of pressure and committing needless fouls right now, which will continue to mean that Edo Queens will have opportunities of getting into the box like NM has done tries now.
But Fisher will take a strike. Oh, it's just too wayward. Wayward. It was moved over the goalpost. That wasn't inches, it wasn't centimeters at all. But too wide, and wouldn't be good enough to give Edo the double that they're looking for here. It is 32 on the clock, and Rivers are trailing once again, like they did against Bayosa. In a decade, they haven't lost back-to-back games in the playoffs. Could this be the first time that White Wonder, or rather Tosin Blackson and his girls, will be putting another history to their name, which is not a pleasant history for that matter? Edo with Anjo. Anjo sends the ball through to Essien. Essien is dispossessed. Rivers are in 6th and 7th right about now. They're all over the place, trying to clear their lines. Not neatly, you would say. Right about now, Marufa Ademola would collect the ball and restart play all over again for the Edo side.
I mean, the two goalkeepers have looked shaky in this first half, with Murphy being the one who almost conceded the first goal after that particular spill, or that particular pass that landed on the foot of Mary Moses. And the second one was that of Ngbechi, who had a spillover from a free kick that she caught, but I mean the spill led to the rebound that was caught by Essien. So yes, the goalkeeping has not been as fantastic as it should be from such highly rated goalkeepers from these two very, very strong sides.
Well, it's a free kick now in favor of Rivers Angels. The Jewels might just be missing Peace Effiong, whose crosses from the area quite efficient when it comes to the final third. Right about now, it is Taiwa Jibade who was down earlier on. A free kick just around the corner kick. This is the specialty of Captain Ivoma Polinos. We've seen her do this repeatedly. Oh, she's about to take it. We've seen her score from this position as well. And she delivers, but not to the heads of her teammates. Straight on into an nobody towards Claire. But then Rivers will reclaim the ball. This time, Paulinus would hit the ball and it's out for a throw-in. Paulinus will take. Rivers will resume attack. Still Rivers. Still Rivers for Ajibade. Dispossessed. Edo will try to attack again. Edo still. Fishery. Sent across into the air. Finding even Messi and Messi now. Choma Moses. And Moses heads the ball in. She's in that area, but oh, she wasn't quick enough. Was dispossessed by Ifoma Kanakwalo, who ensured that the scoreline will be as respectful as it is now. But a corner has been won for Edo Queens, who will look to double their lead here in the very hot day as it is. Will this just be when Edo will double that lead? Joy, will this gonna kick?
Edo Queens are asking all the questions at the very right spaces. While Rivers Angels have gotten chances on the other side, they've not been as clear-cut as that of Edo Queens. And Edo Queens were looking to double their lead right now, make it really comfortable for them to play the ball.
Remember, Seni Connor delivered into the area, but comes off the feet of...
I'm sure that's not what she meant to do right there.
Absolutely not. I'm sure the target should be the goal post. The nets shake it, ripple it a little, but that wasn't the goal. As it went out, it's just a goal kick. Rivers, oh my. So many turnovers here. Turnovers, this time from Choma Nwachiko. But then Choma Moses has the ball to Memesian, this time to Anjo. Anjo sent it to Memesian. Where is he marked at all? Memesian with the ball. The delivery was quite poor, wasn't good enough. Memesian has become a ton on the flank of the defenders. But Bayosa,
her quality was never in doubt coming into this game, and while she had a very poor game by all standards against Remo Stars ladies, she had come here to make amends. And I mean, she is one of those players that Rivers Angels are definitely supposed to be wary of. Seeing that she has sting them once already in this game, and seeing that she has gotten really clear-cut chances before and after her goal, you know that she will always come knocking, and she is never scared to take those chances, to take those shots right in front of goal, and of course try to create chances as well, as she is also one to have had really good number of assists both last season and this season for Edo Queens.
It is an entertaining encounter, and time flies as it's already 37 minutes on the clock. Rivers now with the ball, still Rivers. This time it is with Taiwo Afolabi. Afolabi trying to find a teammate who has the ball now back to Taiwo. Taiwo still with the ball, but has been fouled as the referee says that's an infringement, and will be awarding a free kick to Rivers Angels, who are looking for their first goal of the Super 6, the 2024-2025 Super 6 out here in Ikede. Tulsa Blacks and Girls have done it before. Can they do it again? Against all odds, this is. Can they do it again? Ball delivered by Paulinus Ifoma straight on into the area. Fires of course a teammate, but oh my world! It goes into the back of the net. A proper delivery it was. And this time, it is of course the lady, Taiwo Ajibade, the substitute who makes a start in the Super 6. Will put that ball into the back of the net, getting past Morufa Adebola.
That was shabby defending.
Shabby defending.
Edo Queens right there.
How about delivery of the ball? Oh, I think it's an on goal. It's an on goal.
It's an on goal. Guarded in. It was guided in by the player right there. And I mean,
that's definitely an on goal. It's currently Rivers Angels 1. Edo Queens 1, quick equalizer here. It is quick response. Finally, the two sides get their first goal.
Yeah, both have scored for the very first time in this tournament, and it's coming against each other. And I mean, we talked about the shabbiness in defense for Edo Queens, while they look really, really solid going forward, back home, in defense, they've not looked really solid, and they've not been able to keep the house together, and that has finally paid off for Rivers Angels, who capitalized on that defensive howler right there, get their own share. Because I mean, it's been goalkeeping errors from both sides that have led to eventually had hands in playing in both goals for both sides. So yes, Rivers Angels have gotten their own, and they've gotten their very first goal of this competition, and also ensuring that they are not going to, so far so good, it looks like they're not going to be getting back-to-back defeats for the very first time in their history in the Super 6.
Well, the goal was scored by Valentina Oroko. She actually did score an own goal one time last season against the same team.
Definitely. That was in the Super 6.
Yes, Super 6 again.
In
But
that
they lost 2-1
win. Yes.
But here is
defeat,
Edo Queens again. This time, Rivers will clear their lines. Yes, Valentina Oroko was an own goal earlier on. But we'll talk about the two sides getting their first goals. It looks like Rivers are yet to score a goal because their first goal came from an own goal position. Well, it's a free kick. Referee says no, that will not be. It's a goal kick. Mary Angel thought she had won her team a corner kick, but that wouldn't be the case. Center referee Samiyat Mustafa says no way. Play will continue. Well, it is 5 minutes to regulation time for the first half. But here we are again. Entertaining clash. We've had amazing fixtures today. Maybe not the second one, but the first and last seems to be quite entertaining. Is it because of the quality of the teams that we have here and that played earlier today?
Yeah, quality of the teams, and maybe what is at stake in both games. The first game, where we had National Amazons and Bielsa Queens, both teams looking to go 6-6, and of course National Amazons also looking to avoid another defeat by Bielsa Queens played out in that game. And you could see that the Prosperity Girls were looking to avoid their first defeat this season, went all out after conceding a goal and of course going a player down due to red card. And then for this one, both teams yet to win in this encounter, both looking for their first win. And I mean, it's quite really interesting that it has to come against either both teams. Either Edo Queens looking for their first win and wanting to be against Rivers Angels. Rivers Angels looking for their first win and wanting to be against Edo Queens. I mean, if they had won their previous game, maybe they would have maybe want to like play out this one calmly. But right now, everything is at stake. Everyone wants the 3 points all for offer in this encounter. So yes, that's contributed in the feistiness of this game. They've contributed in us seeing the grit from both sides. And I mean, contributed in not seeing the pressure from both sides, because this pressure is what has been leading to those defensive mishaps on either side for Edo Queens. But they have to score that particular rebound that NMSN scored after the ball was spilled by goalkeeper Mbechi. And of course, for the own goal that was scored by Edo Queens by Valentina Oroko in the 38th minute of the game.
Those two sides have quite good quality on the bench. Quality after quality after quality. Right about now, it doesn't matter who's on the bench. It matters what the first 11 are executing. Rivers will go this time with, of course, Taiwo Ajibade. Oh, wow, a good course there, but then the finish wasn't exactly desirable, if you ask me.
Definitely, but you can see that there's quality in both sides, and I mean, it shows that both teams can hurt the other when the opportunity is allowed them. Really beautiful play right there from Rivers Angels, but not being able to capitalize. Talking about quality, you mentioned quality on both sides. There's quality from both sides for Tosin Black's inside. Looking at his girls right there, he'll be looking at the names like Aminat Folorusho, the likes of Catherine Kenneth, who is the captain of the side, with what she can offer him when time is up for these players to put in they are all, and of course, don the shirt of the Joel of Rivers. And on the other side, you can call names like that of Goodness Osigwe, who has 5 goals this season already. He's on the bench, looking to come in and do something, of course, and try to help this team get maximum points in their pursuit to retain the title. Mention other names like Amarachi Okonkwo, Amarachi Odima, the likes of Olanike Olanipeku, all these players ready to wear the red and red of these girls from the ancient city of Benin.
Well, Chioma Moses was going to do something magical again, but this time it is the defender Jerry Marco, or rather even Mike Kanokpalo, who stayed in sync with her. Delivery once again. Chioma Moses. Rivers, we tried to reclaim, but that wouldn't be it. Togo just couldn't go past Udiegbe. Udiegbe would now take the throw-in. Chisamuachuku was trying to keep in touch with Udiegbe. 1-1 it is out here in Ikene. 2 minutes has been raised by the fourth official, who of course is ensuring that this game will be fully executed. 2 minutes is quite a lot of time, and it is Peace Obonaya who is our fourth official, and I've said, signified that 2 minutes will be enough to see these two sides for the first 45. So far, like I said, an engaging encounter out here. I'm sure Jerry and myself we're having a fun day with this very fixture.
Exactly. Saying that this is another fixture in which we're going into the half with at least a goal scored. I suppose what we saw against Bremer Stars Ladies and Edo Queens, I think that was the only game in which we had to go into the half without a single goal scored for every other game, including this one, which has given us 2 already. And maybe might give us another before going to the half. Of course, has produced goals before halftime.
There's 1-0. Quick goal in the 27th minute for Edo. Courtesy of Imam Essien, capitalizing on Adeline Ngbechi spilling her ball. And an own goal earlier on in the 39th minute. 40, you would say, by Valentina Iroko, but this time it is, of course, Edo Queens going on. Still Edo Queens now. Oh, what a beautiful
steal of the ball
there. It was beautiful. I don't know
from behind.
I don't know if steal is beautiful, but that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, steal, because we have steal in basketball, and I mean, it's allowed.
Oh yeah, the goalkeeper is not on her lines, and it's gonna be a true ball into the area this time from Chioma Wachuku. When there was a defender there that said, no way, it wouldn't get past me. And she will clear that one courtesy of a header. But that is all that the first half would see. It is Samiat Mustafa who says, that is enough. You've given us your all. In the first 45 minutes, it's been engaging. It's been total display of not just quality, but a glimpse of what we can see in this very fixture. It's our time here in Ikene, and this South-South derby. It has lived up to its billing, a fiery, tactical and physical contest between these two sides with everything to prove. But whether it is Rivers showing urgency and purpose after their match day 1 setback, or Edo Queens, of course, responding with the composure of champions, both teams have brought intensity to the pitch. But there's still all to play for in the second half, because 1 goal for Rivers 1, Edo Queens 1. Well, yes, we've seen a very fantastic first half there. Right about now, we would, of course, take a look at what has transpired in the first 45. Rivers Angels up against the Edo Queens out here at the Ramo Star Stadium. This was how it eventually started. It was Rivers who started pretty well. But then chances here in the first half, almost seen us get the first goal earlier on in the 7th minute, make that 8. It was, of course, Chioma Moses, or you would even say Valentina Rocco, who almost got an own goal there. But then we're looking at this a very encounter that showed we thought it was going to be a goal from MMSN, proper delivery from the left-hand side by Useni. But that was Adeline Mbechi who had to clear that one. Useni with a brilliant left-footed strike. What a free kick here. A spill by Mbechi would see MMSN pull that one into the back of the net, and that will be the first goal of the game. MMSN getting there first. Got the ball past Mbechi, and that will be it. 1-0 for Edo Queens. Beautiful delivery from Mary Anjo. Mbechi spills that one, and it was Messian who was there at the right time, at the right place, and with a right-footed strike, it went straight past Mbechi. That will be the first goal, and here they go again. Edo Queens with Chioma Moses, but this time it was still Messian, but she wasn't fast enough this time, unlike she was with the first goal of the game. It was just a little touch at the ball, and it went wide. Not a chance at all for her to put that one into the back of the net. This was exactly where we saw Mbechi getting the yellow card by the center referee. But a delivery from Eva Mapolinos will see Valentina Rocco spilling the ball straight into her own net, making the game a 1-0 at this point in time. It was exactly what Rivers wanted, quick response, and that was what it was. The goalkeeper, Morufa Demola, had no chance. Valentina Rocco with her own goal, but that will be all the referee says will be it for the first 45 minutes. And it will be Rivers United who would go into it. Was Rivers 1, Edo Queens 1.
Okay, there is a wire behind it. Yeah, you gave me the reverse. I think that's it. Reverse now, right? You gave me reverse.
Hey. I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh yes, so we are back for the second 45 minutes out here at the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene, where Rivers Angels are taking on Edo Queens. It is the last match day of match day 2. There's two sides who are yet to win the game and still here are battling it out, with Rivers playing out a 1-1 draw against Edo Queens. 1-1 it currently stands. A lovely weather. An own goal from Morocco ensured that Rivers Angels would see themselves level just before the break, after Messian had given Edo Queens the lead, courtesy of a spill by Adeline Ngbechi, the goalkeeper for Rivers. But here's the second half, with all to play for these two sides. And Samiyat Mustafa, the coach, center referee, is about to kick us off again for the next 45 minutes that will see either of the sides go home with all 3 points. Joy. Right about now, it is of course a game that everything will be given and changes are about to be made. It is Ifa Mike Nakwalo that has been replaced by Captain Catherine Kenneth. Catherine Kenneth comes in. It is also changed as well. Osigwe will be going in, and goalkeeper Morufa Demola comes out.
Understandably, after a very, very questionable performance there. She've had a very, very bad afternoon, and of course, Uzoma is going in.
Uzoma will change out, of course. She's also the goalkeeper. 1-4-31. And Vincent will come out for
Goodness
Osigwe.
Yeah.
Who is also attacking minded.
It's 5 goals already this season.
Well, it is kick-off again. And that is how we'll resume play here. Precious Vincent comes in and plays off, or rather goes up for Goodness Osigwe. And goalkeeper Morufa Demola replaced by Ijoma Uzoma. Well, Rivers continue to push it up now. Mary Moses yet to score a goal in this very Super 6. She is currently tied, or rather she's alone with 10 goals of the season. Olaji Olamide scored her 15th goal today. And it is Janet who scored her 11th goal today, separating herself. Oh, that was a kick straight onto the chin. Mary Moses was brought down by Edo Queens, and the referee would go straight on. Oh, Mary Moses is probably going to be seeing a yellow card. That she came out hit as well, but the referee has given Mary Moses the second yellow card of the game.
I mean, second yellow card, yes, and saying that we're talking about her getting, not getting on the score sheet yet in the Super 6 encounter. You will not be expecting that what she'll be getting for the very first resume of play in this game will be a yellow. But that was a very, very dangerous tackle right there. And I mean, she's lucky that it was not more dangerous than that. Else she would have been getting maybe the second red card of this competition, since we saw the first one earlier on today, and that was gotten by
Okay, yeah,
that was
red
by
card.
yes, red card by
Jennifer.
Jennifer, yes.
Edo Queens has the ball now. Bayosa, Rivers, you put Bayosa in my mouth.
I mean, Edo Queens have understood, Moses Adobo has understood that it might be a bad day in the goalkeeping department that might cost him this championship, and they decided to go with a very bold call right there to take off Adebola Morufa at the first start of the second 45, and of course place her with an experienced Ijoma Uzoma there to ensure that while they're doing good work in front, behind is also safe and he doesn't have to worry so much. about his number one? Well, literally right now, number one is the person in goal. Talking about Uzoma.
Well, it is Edo again. But this time, Adeline Bichi would set aside up for an attack. Nwfl Super will send it to Taiwo. Taiwo would send it back. See Joe Marco. It is now with Edo now. Edo still with it, getting past the defenders and shot on into the hands of Ngbechi, who almost spills again. Why is she so shaky?
Spilling today. That's a seaway, and that's what she can do.
Yeah.
Really, really potent in front of goal, really dangerous. And I mean, that was not the best of shots from her, but I mean, testing the goalkeeper right there. And I was just imagining if we had an LMSN maybe in that position, maybe we would have seen it. And SN was not far off from that ball when it spilled off, but I mean, it was not fast enough to get the rebound. And I'm talking about SN, she's back on the ball.
It is the Queens again. Oh my world, they are running. Rivers United, Rivers Angels defense ragged. MMSN once again trying to get past all four defenders. But it is Adeline Ngbechi who comes out quickly to collect that one. She's been done with before, she's been dealt with by MMSN before and says not this time. So I'll be the quickest to get to that one. And so she did. It is getting feisty out here, just like the first half. The second half has lived up to expectations. Joy.
So far, so good. Yes, we're getting the best of the two teams so far, especially Edo Queens, who are starting on the front foot. And of course, I'm looking to get back in the lead after taking the lead through NMSN in the first half, and of course, before that own goal was scored. So yes, they will be looking to quickly run Rivers Angels rugged right there. Maybe that would lead to them making further mistakes. That might lead to them getting back into the lead and of course getting their second goal of this competition.
It is still 1-0, but a quick and flying start for the Benin Arsenal, who have made it really easy penetrating the back line of Rivers. But Polino was that attack. Rivers, here they come. It is Polino sent the ball through to our teammate, but it was intercepted by Mappy Sherry.
That was Valentina Ruko.
But then they put my delivery into the area. Oh, it was another, again, Taiwo Ajibode's height, so we didn't do her any favors. As her head wouldn't get close to the ball. She's petite in nature. And that seemed to be one of the reasons why she couldn't raise highest to get the ball to the back of the net.
But what she doesn't have in height, she makes up for it in goal sense, in also dictating the play in the middle of the park right there. But play will stop right now because someone's on the field. Jersey number 33. That would be Fetoluko. Okay. Jersey number
Taiwo.
That's Taiwo.
32.
32. Okay.
Taiwo Ajibode.
Ajibade, yes.
There are two Taiwos, just so you wouldn't be confused. One is number 8 and one is 32. That is number 8 is Taiwo Apolabi. She's also petite as well.
Yes.
And 32 is Taiwo Ajibade. That is also quite petite. We have them plenty when it comes to our women's league. But then it is Ngbechi who spills the ball to MMSN, and it is of course a poor delivery to Goodness Osigwe. She sends the ball out to Anjo Mary, but Anjo Mary's right-footed strike was intercepted by the defense of Rivers Angels.
I think indecisiveness is what might have cost Edo Queens a very good opportunity right there, because I mean either of SN or Osigwe should have taken that shot and not letting it to the feet of Anjo, who they believe would get a better shot from that angle, but they were in a better position to strike the ball and of course maybe force a save from Ngbechi, or maybe force her to spill, because she has been spilling in this game and she has also spilled in the second half. Slipped again. Are we going to see a goalkeeping change? Are we going to see another goalkeeping change in this game, this time for Rivers Angels? Because we've already seen one from Edo Queens.
Well, that will be a corner. goodness, Osigwe ensuring that she does all things right ever since she was substituted in to replace her teammate in a Precious Vincent. Joe Michael comes in alongside every other person. Tejiri Edwards also trailed back to help the defense as well. Well, it's taken straight on into the area. Finds a head, but it's Rivers who will clear. But then again, a strike into the area just wasn't directed towards goal. And it came off Uroko, who earlier gifted Rivers an equalizer early on in the first half.
Yeah, looking to make amends right there after scoring
Oh my
in our
word.
own net.
What is going on with Mbechi wants
Really strong in between sticks against Bielsa Queens. But this time around, I don't know, nerves. Seeing that this might be her second defeat in this competition. But I mean, they've come back in the game. They are currently playing a draw. I don't understand why she wants to gift Edo Queens another goal with her performance so far. And Edo Queens are looking to capitalize on it, putting more bodies.
Well, there's Edo Queens now still with the ball. Edo Queens through Sigwe, a call in. Chuma Moses, of course, was trying to get past Makpa, but then it was going to be hit out for a corner kick once again for Edo Queens. It is Taiwo Ajibade that sets that one out for a corner kick. Perfect display of talent and grit, passion as well from Edo Queens. They've controlled the ball, they look determined. Right now the corner is about to be taken. Corner delivered, is a header, drops to the ground, and Rivers will clear that one. Another corner this time to the other side.
I mean, they're trying to ensure that they don't have the ball dropped in the 18-yard box, and that would be Chisholm. Wachiko who would clear her lines there.
The corner is about to be delivered into the area. It does come in, but then it was just too high, but came off the head of another Queens player. It wasn't directed towards goal, as once again they would take the ball back and restart play again. Still Edo Queens now. Usani didn't catch that ball that was delivered to her by her teammate.
She wasn't actually expecting it.
Yes.
She was going for it. You can see that her frustration at her teammate there. But they'll move past that quickly and try to regain possession, which they've done. And Rivers Angels are the ones soaking in pressure in the second half today.
To be very honest, Joy, I haven't seen Rivers Angels play this way the entire season. But there we go, Edo Queens once again. It is assault after assault after assault by Edo Queens on Rivers Angels defense. Like I was saying, Joy, I've never seen Rivers play this badly. Not the entire regular season, but here they are. With all hands on deck, still in all places, shaky, and looking like they don't believe in what they are selling.
To think that they actually came back in this game to play the draw, and of course, I mean, they didn't score. Yes, it was an own goal, but I mean, you have to actually create a situation in which would cause an own goal, and after they did that, they look to have relinquished every kind of play to Edo Queens, who are the ones who are asking all the questions in this particular half. And I mean, if they continue this way, it's just a matter of time before Mbechi will concede her second in this encounter.
And Mbechi, the goalkeeper for Rivers, you could say has been one of the problems. Well, in the other game, it was Omoni Monle who was the grace, the savior of Bielsa Queens in that other game, the first game of the day.
Because Rivers Angels were asking very good questions. You know, they didn't score. They asked good questions. They played the ball, had chances, even got a penalty that was eventually saved by Mole. But today, not play with so much of intent. Maybe the intent is in the heart, but not with the display they've put so far, especially in the second half. And Edo Queens are all over the pitch. Their Titus Happiness, who was a player for Remo Stars Ladies in the first half of this season before she made her move to Benin, and is currently a starter, a regular in the Moses Aduko-led side.
It's a free kick for Edo Queens. Some of the fans here enjoying what they see. It's a hot day, so I can see some person shirtless. A very hot day. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Oh yes, Captain Makashiri will take it. But it is a properly delivered ball, but it was just too high. It's a confidence for me. Do you think that playing on the continent and getting to the extent that they got to, that's what Edo Queens, getting to defeat two-time champions of the Champions League in Melody Sundowns, and also stretching the likes of Team Mazembe to what they got them to, I think, extra time eventually in the semi-final. Do you think that was a good enough experience with the way that they are tackling seven-time champions in their rights, Rivers Angels today?
Definitely, but when you play up to that level, I don't think any team in the country should face you, and that includes a seven-time champion. Yes, this is the highest of football to be played on the continent, and you've got to semi-finals, and of course lost out in extra time to eventual winners, from penalties actually, to eventual winners of the competition. I don't think, I mean, that's after you've won the WAFU, which is the regional competition to get to the continent. So yes, to see that Edo Queens kept a chunk of these girls, showing that they know each other, they've grown with each other, and which is why they've been tagged by a lot of people as one of the favorites for this competition and looking to retain their title. So yes, that would have been a very good way to put it.
Good Sigwe now with the ball. Silo Sigwe turning and twisting. It's a good cross in. Just couldn't find Imemesian, who was really close, a touching distance with the ball, but just couldn't stretch enough to get a touch to it, straight on into the back of the net. What a brilliant performance we've seen today from Moses Aduku and his girls after an abysmal match they won against the host Remo Stars, where they lost 1-0. But here they are with grit, determination, structure, which has worked in their favor. Maybe not on the scoreboard, but they have been overall the better team. With Arianjo now sending the ball back. Edo will lose it. Rivers will try to attack now, but they do not have bodies in the half of Edo. And Edo will reclaim. Edo has about 5-6 players in Rivers' box, that's what it means. And the delivery was cleared by Captain Kenneth Catherine. Kenneth Catherine doesn't play much these days, but when she comes on, you could see what she puts in a game and how she helps her team.
And camera right there on the woman who is taking a lot of heat for her performance, and of course talking about the pressure that is mounted upon her from the defending champions press, especially in the second half. Mbechi right there handling.
Well, it is 2 quick corners for Edo Queens. The first one was sent out by Rivers, which of course will be another corner kick again for Edo Queens. 62 minutes, it's properly taken in, and it is Adeline Mbechi who would parry that out. There was no Edo red shirt around to send that ball in, but then again, Rivers will clear, and it will be yet another corner kick for Edo. It is quick changes now as Chisom Wachigut comes out for Karim Talahi. Then it is, of course, a 14 out of 420. Patience Utobo is taken out, and Aminat Folarunshaw comes in to replace her as well. But yes, here we go with the corner is about to be taken now as the changes are done with. Corners yet to be delivered. Referee having conversations with Marianjo and Amaka. Miracle Iseni about to deliver. Oh, not the best one, you
Not
would
the
say.
best. I mean, saying that they've been very good deliveries of corner kicks by Edo Queens in that box right there, and a little bit of respite there for Mbechi, who, I mean, she needs as much break as possible from the heat that has been given her by Edo Queens in this particular half.
Well, that is a yellow card for coach himself, Tosin Blankson. We have seen this. I saw this a couple of times in Port Harcourt this season.
Yeah. I also thought he was going to get one against Rebel Star.
I thought so too.
Sorry, against Biosa Queens, because it was also one really feisty encounter there we had on Saturday in the second game of the day.
Well, we're seeing 3 yellow cards now. Make that maybe 2 for the players and 1 for coach, or for Rivers. None for Edo so far. 64 minutes. Half an hour already in, and some minutes. And here we are. An hour, you would say, not half an hour. An hour of football played out here in Ikene, where Rivers Angels and Edo Queens are playing out a 1-0 draw. Ime Messian scoring the first goal for Edo Queens. And an own goal by Valentina Uroko, giving Rivers that level up. But here they come again, this time with Chioma Moses. Chioma Moses still with the ball in the right far hand of it with the strike. Oh, that was poor. It was really, really, really poor from Chioma Moses. Other than in which she will restart things again. You can hear the drums of the supporters club of Edo Queens that is pointing their side to victory. Maybe not victory draw here today, but they are searching for that goal that might just separate them against Rivers, which they are yet to see. Free kick for Rivers. Taiwa Fulabi was brought down earlier on. Free kick delivered. Headed out by Edo. Ball still with Edo on the air. And the referee says a free kick as Ibe Messian will fly above Petit Taiwo Afolabi. Referee calls that an infringement and has awarded the free kick. Rivers will play. Chested down, still Rivers dispossessed. Rivers collect again. Taiwo Afolabi cross into the area. Ifoma Apollonius straight on into the hands of Ijoma Uzoma.
I mean, we didn't start with her, so we'll take our time.
Her name sounds so sweet, Ijoma Uzoma. Great ambience here in the stadium. If you're not here, you're missing, but then I know that you're watching this live from NWFL YouTube handle, or if you're watching for start times as well. We welcome you. Thank you for joining our broadcasts as we bring you minute by minute of display here at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State, where the National Sports Festival will also take center stage next weekend, or next week, or this weekend. I think it starts this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend, on the 16th.
All good things are happening here this period.
Definitely.
With Remo Stars winning the title this just yesterday.
Yeah.
And Remo Stars hosting again the Super 6, and then the National Sports
entire
Festival.
Country. I mean, they are hosting the women from several parts of the country. Two from the Middle Belt, the rest from the South, and of course Ida himself from the Southwest here in Ikene for the Super 6. We're hosting the entire country, talking about the state, hosting the entire country at the National Olympics, like we like to call it, in match centers like Abeokuta. Even Ikene here will be centered to some of the games, like Scrabble, handball. We played in Ikene right here in the stadium, and the facilities created for that, and even basketball.
Ime Messian now with the ball. Messian was trying to get it past Ifomawa. That wouldn't be the case. She's been dispossessed, and it is still with us, and that will be a free kick. That was of course Dejiri Edward. Edwards also. But then Captain Catherine will take it. Kenneth. Straight on into the arms of Uzoma, the goalkeeper for Edo Queens. I'm sure the voices you can hear are the voices of Edo Queens players who were just sat close by, trying to cheer their team on. Those that are not donning the match shirts today are cheering the teams from the stand. Edo sends the ball through, and Rivers will clear that one. It's going to be a throw-in for Edo. I think that Mustafa Samiat has had a fantastic game as the centre referee.
Definitely.
Yeah.
For a clash of this encounter, or of this magnitude, I beg to say, she's been solid in the centre of it all.
Well, Rivers has the ball now, trying to attack. It is Taiwo Ajibade who has been dispossessed. Well, here Edo goes with goodness Osigwe. Osigwe trying to get past 3 players. She returns back to Useni. Useni delivers the ball to Chima Moses. Moses with the ball in the 18-yard area. Take a swip at it! What was that?
That was begging to be scored right there.
What was that?
And you can see the dejection on her face after realizing how much of a chance that was. I mean, there was nobody there.
Nobody was close to her. She had the room to have taken the precise shot.
Or even taking it at Mbechi.
I'm confused.
Or I'm taking it at Mbechi, who is good at dropping the ball today. Maybe get a rebound for somebody who was coming close to her. But not getting it on target at all is criminal there.
Criminal, she should be arrested for that. A really good chance gone begging.
Chance gone begging, and I mean, if they go on to lose out on getting 3 points, those are some chances that will come back to haunt them in this game.
Absolutely. Will Edo Queens rue their chances if this game ends not in their favor? Was a brilliant one missed, if I thought that was a miss, by Chioma Moses. She's been a terror in that right-hand side of the attack for Edo, and here they come again. But she's been intercepted, and Rivers will clear their lines. Still Rivers. This time is out for a throw-in in favor of Edo Queens. Brilliant game of football today that we've witnessed, and we're witnessing yet another one. 2 sides with history in this very competition, and are taking the game head on. Osigwe trying to deliver the cross to Useni Miracle, whose pace isn't enough to catch on to that ball. That was delivered by Substitute Osigwe. If it ends this way, these 2 sides are still yet to get a victory, and they will just simply be behind Remo Stars, Bayelsa or Nasarawa before they come in, and then Nigeria is in the bottom of the table.
And who would have thought that after 2 games played, Remo Stars ladies are the one that will be leading
Absolutely
all
shocking.
of these names that we're mentioning.
Shocking times. Shocking times. Sandra John infringed. Well, it looks like Chioma Moses is coming off as Mary Mahmoudou will come in to replace Chioma Moses, who had a brilliant chance earlier on but couldn't capitalize on it to get the goal for.
And I think that
Edo Queens.
Moses Ajoko decided he had seen enough, because, I mean, like we said, it's a criminal miss.
She should be arrested. I'm not joking.
And the coach decided to do that.
Well, I'm joking. Nobody's going to be arrested because of missing a goal. But yeah, that's how detrimental it would be. Yeah. Well, a proper delivery.
Another
spill.
Another spill. That's what I was saying. Like, if you're not going to actually score the goal, attempts the ball, shoot it at the goalkeeper because she is known to spill today.
She's a spiller today. Well, she is from the south, so what do you expect?
But this was not how she started our tournament, and this is not how she has been playing during the regular season. I wonder what is wrong today. But the Edo Queens would want to eventually get one of those opportunities again, because I mean, once again, it's NMSN who is coming quick to see if she can capitalize on that spill.
She has spotted something, and she knows that it's going to happen
It's
again.
going to happen. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very brilliant player there who is ready to get to pounce on an opportunity that might come. I mean, you're expecting it to happen, so you should stay at alert to get it to happen.
So there's an oil spill in Rivers, and it is courtesy of Mbichi, the spillage. She's done it one too many times. It has cost her team to concede once already. Will it be the same again? As this one almost cost her again and her team. Courtesy of the same person in MMSN, but this time she had to take one for the team. She took a hit. Mbichi, that is. Wow. 75 minutes, and it's still 1-0. The Super 6 is getting more and more interesting because we're not certain who wins this title. There was a season that this same Edo Queens did not win a game, but went on to win the title. That was in the 2020-2021 season. Edo Queens did go the entire playoffs without a win. They did suffer 5 consecutive defeats, but they did not win the title, obviously. But how can you play Super 6 and you drew all your games? They suffered 5 consecutive defeats that season. Well, maybe not likely they would have a repeat. But this is just for information's sake, if you ask me. So what about now? They are not losing. They are currently playing a 1-0 against Rivers. But now you know that at a point in time, a team like Edo Queens came to the Super 6, lost all 5 games, and went back home.
Maybe a team that will be saying that will repeat something like that, maybe Nigeria Hotels. Lost 2 in 2 already. And the only team to have lost out in 2 games so far, after playing just 2. And looking at their history in the Super 6, they have not won any. They didn't win any in the previous time they played in the Super 6, and this time around they've started 2 already and they've lost out on 2. But I don't think teams like Rivers Angels will go out from Ikene without at least a win. But that begs to be seen, and right now they have to protect this particular score draw right now that they have. Edo Queens continue to ask those questions.
I said that same thing when they went for the CAF Women's Champions League. I said they cannot, but they did.
Well, that's the CAF Champions. It's a bigger stage than this.
It was the first edition, so it was expected. What was sending here with a free kick, delivered straight to the ball, to the goalpost, but then it wasn't on target. Oseni also a national team favorite for the under 20s at the time, delivering every time she's called upon by Edo and also for the national team. It is Rivers for the ball. Folabi, see from Apollinus. Apollinus would now send the ball through to attack. Mary Moses delivers the ball in, but it was just too heavily hit. Will not trouble Ijoma Uzoma. That is, of course, Karim. Edo will continue the onslaught against Rivers, but that has been averted. Edo still with the ball, Osigwe. Osigwe was trying to find Marianne Job, but sets the ball straight into the arms of Joy Michael, forward Claire. Afolabi trying to just to the ball off Edo Queens. header in, and Michi will come out to collect. No chance at all for Imemesian. Quiet, composed she is. Doesn't talk too much. Lanky in nature, but dangerous with her feet. A destroyer of teams she is, and she has done so today. Unfortunately, they consider theirs as well through an own goal. But once again, it is an attack that will see Edo Queens deliver the ball into the 18-yard area. Intercepted to the Edo Queens now. Dispossessed again. Edo Queens will collect to Useni. Useni delivers a right-footed strike, comes on the body of Paulinus Ifoma. Back onto the defense. Uroko. Straight back to Titus. Titus straight to Paulinus. And it will go again. Wouldn't trouble anybody, as it will go out for a throw-in favor of Alpha Rivers Angels. We've talked about how the South do have themselves very good and quality teams that can compete every single day. And here we are seeing that. Edo Biosa Rivers. The referee is indicating a change. Taiwa Jibode is leaving with Titilayo Aweda, one of my favorite players, coming in to replace her. Ajibode has seen quite a lot, and that will be all that she can give for today.
Now it's the turn of Aweda Titilayo to see if they can avert the weather.
Another yellow card, is that it?
I mean, the
This time
reaction
to
is
Joy Michael.
Yeah.
To Joy Michael, the third yellow card for on-field players for Rivers. No yellow card still for
Oh, she had a pull at her shirt.
Edo Queens. And also Tosan Blackson for Rivers as well. Saw himself booked by the center referee, Mustafa Semiat.
Yeah, Edo Queens will continue to unleash such onslaught of pressure on Rivers Angels. And Rivers Angels have had to play defensively all afternoon since they returned from the break in the first half. Like I said, maybe now Edo Queens would actually be thinking about that own goal they scored. And maybe that would have, the one goal they scored would have maybe taken them through the 90. Because so far so good. Rivers Angels are not looking like a team that would score themselves a goal.
It is. Whatever it
It
is.
is Titus Happiness with that
Titus.
chance again.
It is engaging stuff as it is. It is going to be 8 minutes now of regulation time. Still 1-0 between these two sides. Rivers 1, Edo 1. Imemesian has been top-notch in attack for Edo Queens. Maybe it's time for coach to bring in Coach Tosan Blackton to bring in Peace Young, who returns from injury because she's on the bench today. Maybe to try to help his team on the attack.
Of course, we all know what Peace Young is capable of doing. And I mean, if she's fit enough to be on the bench, I think this is the time for him to try to bring her on, because the attacking threats look rather bland from the likes of Mary Moses right there in front of goal.
Well, here we go again. It is still Edo, but the ball was just too much for the substitute who came in earlier to replace Mary Chioma Moses. Mary Mamudu, I mean to say.
Yeah, Mamudu.
She is quite efficient as well in her own right.
Yeah. So we're talking about Peace Elfyoung. Before her injury spell, which is quite lengthy this season, she went on to score 4 goals in very few games played. And you can talk about someone with such potency for goal, being maybe a person that will be called upon to try and get Rivers Angels the winner and get them their first win of this competition if they would want to repeat history in Ogun State by winning the NWFL Premiership.
For Peace Elfyoung, she also did lose her dad earlier this season, coupled with injuries as well.
Have been a very good season for her.
Absolutely.
But she will want to forget a lot of that if they go on to win. To be a season to remember.
She scored on the day that her father died that morning. I was in the stadium when she played. I can't remember the match particularly.
I mean, what is it with the ladies being really dedicated to their craft and, of course, trying to make their parents proud? We talk about Hannah Ibrahim of Remo Stars Ladies, who also lost her dad. I went on to make the internet buzz that day because she went on to play in that win of her team against Ekiti Ladies right here on this ground. Shows that, I mean, people are built differently.
They are built differently.
I don't think that kind of news will hit me, and I would have the strength to be able to go on that very day. But these girls, resilience, shows what kind of things they've been built of, and I'm sure that their dads, wherever they are really, really proud of them, showing up and showing out at their craft.
Changes being made as Marianne Jaw will be coming off,
of course,
and Marvelous Akpobaro comes in to replace her. Marvelous Akpobaro, who started who also came in as a sub in the other game, will replace Marianne Jaw, who I think isn't exactly being as a number 9 today, because she drops in to let Ime Messian do the job as an attacker today.
And that worked perfectly well to combine for that first goal, because it was her free kick that was spilled over by Ngechi there, and of course that was what SCN pounced on. It looks like a partnership that has worked so far in this game, but I mean, she's played the last of her football and will still be looking to get more goals or her name on the score sheet after scoring just 2 goals so far since joining Edo Queens mid-season this time around.
Since the 2021-2022 season, Edo Queens have allowed 25 goals at the playoffs, which is the most of any team currently in the Super 6 in that time frame. And they've also scored 15 goals at the playoffs in that period, with this one scored today, which made it 16 in that same period as well.
Which is quite worrisome for me, seeing that the regular season teams get to score a lot of goals, but the playoffs we don't get to see as many goals. If Edo Queens is conceding 25 and scoring 15, and yet they found themselves champions in one of those seasons, I'm not questions why we get to see less goals scored in the championship playoffs. And I mean, some of those goals conceded, at least I'm very sure 2 of those goals have been scored by Valentina Uroko, I beg your pardon. Both being own goals against the side that they're playing currently, Rivers Angels. The first one last season at the playoffs, 2-1 defeat.
Right, here comes Edo Queens again. Well, it is Osigwe now with a left-footed strike. Just isn't directed towards goal.
Yeah, really good play from Rivers Angels there to not allow her to deliver those crosses, those dangerous crosses into the box, and of course forced her to make that particular attempt to go way off target there.
Rivers Angels want to ensure that they will not be creating history here, because they have never lost back-to-back games in the Super 6. And here they are, it's a draw so far, with 2 minutes of regulation time to be played, while we await, as we hear, about 3 minutes to be added, but we're not certain yet, waiting for the 4th official to raise up a scoreboard, a board for that matter, to indicate how many minutes to be added. It is It's been a very engaging encounter. There is no time for us to take a breather.
And that's what we expected when these two sides
Absolutely.
appeared against each other during the draws that happened right here on Thursday. Was it Friday? I beg your pardon. Yes, Friday.
It is getting to that time where Tosin Blackson and his girls will be asking themselves, what have we done wrong? They did lose twice in the regular season. One to Bielsa.
One to FC Robo.
Yes, that was away in Lagos. And they finished just second behind Bielsa Queens. But here they are, not looking like that team was in the regular season. For whatever reason that may be. But the Edo Queens are running them ragged from all centers and all positions on the field of play. They can barely catch up. It's not all about stars, it's about combining them to get the results. That would be what Tosin Blackson would and his team would have to learn today. Because when it comes to the stars, they have them. When it comes to the players, they've got them. But it doesn't look like it today. Edo Queens now. Still with the ball. Dispossessed. Referee says a free kick in favor of Edo. Waiting for the minutes to be added. Captain Mafishere was the one brought down. It is 90 on the clock and it is a +3 minutes other time to see what these two ladies, these two clubs can do. It is currently 1-1 at the Remo Stadium here in Ikane. And still nothing to separate them. But one have been way better than the other and have had plenty more chances than the other. And that team is Edo Queens as they go again. Osigwe, well, that cross, oh, I think that's a yellow card. The first one Edo will see for themselves.
And expecting a spill this time around, she'll get.
Well, Rapid didn't bring a yellow card. Oh, she
Yes, she
will,
did.
definitely. Definitely. It's a yellow card offense. And that is the goal scorer, MMS here, because I think she should have done better. She should have, separated herself from the goalkeeper when she saw that Mbechi was coming in. But she went and clattered into her, and that would be a yellow card. Well deserved, you see.
Well deserved. But you won't also fully blame her for that particular decision, because she has gotten very good chances at getting goal, and also got one. I mean, the one she got was also from a spill off from Mbechi in the first half. And other opportunities I've seen her go at goal with spill-offs from Mbechi. But it's quite unfortunate that that particular one was too pacey for her to control herself, and that collision being a dangerous one against Mad Adeline Mbechi, who is still on the floor receiving some sort of attention. And I mean, we are just about a minute and some seconds to the end of this really, really interesting tie between former champions Rivers Angels and defending champions Edo Queens.
They had a target on their back, Edo Queens. But today they said, no, we are not the target. Even if we were, we will punish you for it. And that was exactly what they did against the 7-time champions Rivers Angels, who didn't look themselves, who hasn't looked themselves today. They were even better against Bielsa, but today, this is not the Rivers team we've seen the entire season. Well, almost time. We're waiting for Mustafa Samiat, center referee, to call time to a pulsating fixture here at the Remo Stars Stadium. Michi would hit that one out. Lands directly for Edo Queens to head. Rivers. Heavy cross in. Still Rivers. Edo will take. Mafishere will clear. Sends the ball into the area. It's Edo Queens now. Still with Edo now. Rivers will now clear their lines. Keeping it neat and tidy. Just what it is. It's time and some seconds are added. Send me at a line play to continue. Rivers will definitely clear their lines. Again. The foul has been awarded to Edo Queens by Samiat, the center referee. It's about to be taking Mary Moses, who is dropping back to assist the team in the midfield since she isn't getting the deliveries up front. Matthew Sherry.
Well, it may be the final chance to get all 3 points for Edo Queens there.
Delivered into the area, finds no heads. Will this be it? Are we going to see many more actions? Well, the referee says continue. Not time yet. Titilayo Aweda. That's that one, Husseini. We get it. It is still Osigwe. Osigwe gets through. Takes a right for the strike. Oh! And it drops just on top of the net. That was Uroko, not even. Beautiful, beautiful play. Oh, what a cross that was. It was Osigwe's right-footed strike. Drops just on top of the net, and I thought it was going in, but that wasn't the case at all.
And you can see what Osigwe brings to the party when she was called off the bench to cause some havoc against this Rivers Angels side. But man, looks like today will not be her day. But yes, you trust the talent and the quality that this lady brings to the team with 5 goals so far this season. Goodness, Osigwe.
Oh, that delivery was almost perfect, but there is Rivers. Oh my world. Oh my world. That was a chance for Rivers, but here comes Edo again. Edo will keep going. It is, of course, Mahmudu. Delivered into the area. Osigwe now trying to catch it. It is Taiwa Polabi who clears. Oh, just outside Rivers 18-yard box. Referee's having fun. Looks like she's not going home today.
There was a stop when Mbechi was fouled by Essien for some seconds there. I think that is what she's allowing them play for.
Well, more time for us. Fisher just thought that she might get something for our team, at least a winner. But oh no, no, not at all. Edward Tajiri. It is Mbechi we are waiting for now to take it. That might be just enough for the center referee. While we'll wait for her to load. And it is full time in Ikene. And what a pulsating South derby we've just witnessed between Rivers Angels and Edo Queens. This was a clash of tradition, of pride and pressure, and both sides played like they understood what was at stake, especially Edo Queens. After an opening day defeat, this match was about character and response, and we'll see plenty of it today. Early goal from Essien after it was Mbechi who parried the ball, and an on goal much later from Valentina Uroko will see Rivers level up. The result, a massive shift in the Super 6 landscape. For one team, it's a season lifeline. For the other, the pressure now multiplies. Rivers versus Edo always delivers, and once again, Nigerian women's football shines on the big stage as these two sides showed their stuff and showed their grits. Well, it will eventually end here at the Remo Stars Stadium between Rivers versus Edo Queens. And I wonder what Tosan Blackson will tell his boys or his girls, I mean to say, as it has ended here as full time. Rivers Angels 1, Edo Queens 1. Well, yes, it was an encounter that brought us lots to look at. This is exactly what we mean when it comes to women's football in the country. And we just saw that. Yes, we'll go straight on to seeing the second half highlights of what transpired. And here it is with what happened. Well, the full game, full time. Here is a strike earlier on, and it was Mbechi who parried. It was a ball straight on to what exactly happened in the second half highlights. It was Osigwe who was crossed, and then a slip from Mbichi. That was a beautiful, beautiful strike, a right-footed strike on from Edo Queens. Mbichi was in trouble though. It was also Osigwe goodness. But then here is the ball again. A proper ball this time delivered. This is Chioma Moses, and I was asking, what exactly went wrong? Because she had no marker on her, no trouble at all, but rather she hit the ball straight wide and not good enough, absolutely. Not for her team. Here is another Miriam Jaw spieler. And that's exactly what it is. Well, yes, it is a drop at it. And that is Osigwe again with a beautiful, beautiful one that just came up on top of the net. Just been great, great as it is. Proper delivery, proper delivery from them. And that is just exactly as Mustafa Samiat will call time of a beautiful, fantastic game out here at the Remo Stars Stadium, where these two magnificent sides played, with Rivers Angels 1 and the Queens 1 at full time. Well, yes, it has been a beautiful, great game today. But here are the results from day one first. What we saw 2 days ago, Nigeria Raptors, of course, lost out to Nwfl Amazons by 1-2. By also Queens defeated Rivers Angels by 1-0. And Adult Queens, of course, lost out to Remo Stars Ladies by 1-0. And on day 2 today, we saw a beautiful game where Nwfl Amazons and by also Queens put out a 1-1 draw. Remo Stars Ladies defeated Nigeria Raptors by 1-0. And Rivers Angels just now. And Edo Queens put out a 1-1 draw. And tomorrow play will resume with Nigeria Raptors taking on Edo Queens, the first match of the day. And Nwfl Amazons will take on Nigeria Raptors. By also Queens are up against Remo Stars on the last match of the day. Well, that was all we can bring you today. Thank you very much for joining us for what we brought to you today from the Remo Star Stadium out here in Ikenne, Ogun State. I'm Dr. Skoki and Joy, who did this, brought to you all the updates. For now, good night and enjoy the rest of your day.